Barry Weiss is now in charge of CBS News, and she sent Tony Dopical, who famously...
I'm a huge fan of his work. And by work, I mean his op-ed talking about his recircumcision that people can look up if they choose to. When he converted to Judaism, he...
Well, his big thing, of course, was attacking Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Oh, I'm less of a fan of that, but I'm more amused by this other story that he willfully put on the internet. But yeah, he is a convert to Judaism. He is a Zionist. And so he's now being elevated within the ranks of CBS. He was already pretty high up. He was on, he did that Coates interview. And so this is the kind of stuff that they're covering now at Barry Weiss's CBS. They are focusing on the real victims of hate in our country, people like Dave Portnoy.
Incidentally, this is in the wake of Dave Portnoy doing his one bite pizza reviews, I guess, and I can't remember where he was, but somebody came up to him and yelled at him that he was an effing Jew.
And threw pennies at him.
And they throw pennies at him too? Okay. And which is, having been there, certainly more as a kid, unpleasant, to say the least. But here he is now, and he's had a big argument, I think, on Barstool Sports with one of his co-hosts about making Jewish jokes, because he's very, very sensitive about jokes.
He reminded him he could fire him at any moment. In that.
That's true. Look, sometimes there are jokes that are too sensitive, but let's hear him talk.
I mean, occasionally you get a kike or Jew or whatever. It's every day now. Like, there's a definitive shift in what's going on. So yes, now I for me, being a Jewish person, like you got to step up. You're kind of someone people look up to in the Jewish community. You have to be like, all right, this is not normal, with the guys. People are coming in with real hate.
How do you explain that line to people?
It's a tough one, and sometimes they always don't get it.
And just last week, a man was arrested for using an anti-Semitic slur at Portnoy while he was taping a video in Mississippi.
The success of Barstool and yourself is based on not being afraid to offend, right? Speech is speech, a joke is a joke. Do you see a connection between what you unleashed and what you now have to deal with?
No, because I think Barstool and myself has always had a pretty good moral compass. So
Pause it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Stood for...
Pause it. All right, let's just, some of the edgy stuff he wrote. Even though I never condone rape, if you're a size 6 and you're wearing...
Wait. Okay, we got a clip. We got a clip.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I won't read that one.
What are you talking about?
There's a clip of it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on it. Okay, then, but he's also done, he said the N-word on air, etc. All right, keep going then.
Oh, it is.
Or we've never stood for hate or anything of that ilk. I mean, do I think that feminists should complain about a Diet Coke can being skinny and that somehow is like leading to a eating disorder by Diet Coke having a skinny can? That I think's crazy. And there are things that I think people get far too worked up, like he, she, verbs, like crazy to me.
All right, pause it for a second.
Making jokes.
I mean, I understand that this guy is
verbs too.
The head of a massive communications company. But he, she are not verbs. They're pronouns. They're not verbs. I did not...
You never heat around?
I was gonna say. I did not she my way to school today. Also, here's the thing about moral compasses. If you've ever taken a compass out and it's pointing not to north, and because maybe there's a magnet that you aren't aware of, you don't know that your compass is askew. That's the danger.
Yeah.
That's really the danger. Sometimes
Company's a
we
giant
don't
Acme
always
magnet.
know if our moral compass is really pointed in the right direction. But let's just finish this up.
that you are trying to hurt people's feelings and are based in hate, that's never flown with us.
Okay,
Never flown.
let's go back to some past flights
There you go.
that Portnoy has made here, and again, it's
So funny when he looks like.
first off. Just the shirt itself that he's wearing in this is incredibly offensive. And the fact that we have to show this to you. But listen to Barstool and his self's moral compass. I don't know how long ago this was.
2012.
2012. Okay, fair enough. 14 years ago. Look, in that first interview, he could say, you know, there was a time where I didn't appreciate that there were things that I was saying that were
Right.
sort of disgusting. And I'm older and I have a different perspective now. I don't know if I would believe him, but it would make a lot more sense. But let's go back and look at that moral compass.
I never condone rape, but if you're a size 6 and you're wearing skinny jeans, you kind of deserve to be raped.
Correct. I stand by that. I think it's a funny joke.
You think rape is funny?
No, I didn't say that. I think it's a funny joke.
Do you understand how offensive that is?
No,
I never
Okay,
condone.
let's just be clear. Where's the joke there? I think women who are dressing in a way that I find suggestive, or women who are a certain size and are wearing a certain type of pant, they deserve to be raped. And the joke is,
You know, Dave Portnoy himself has been accused of pretty severe sexual misconduct, and he sued Business Insider.
You know, I'm shocked that a guy that makes that type of joke would get sued for sexual misconduct. I am shocked by that. I just would never believe that someone that would make those type of jokes. I just can't believe that guy, might be a disgusting person, might be a disgusting piece of shit.
Over this report about it, saying it was slanderous, and then his appeal of the dismissal of his lawsuit, he ended up dropping. So turns out it seems like there was a little bit more there than he wanted to admit.
I would just like to enter into the record a little piece from this Patrick CC piece on Portnoy. What will it take to destroy this pizza reviewer? This is about a woman working for him named Maria, who was, I believe, 20 years old. And here's what Portnoy, the moral compass he's talking about.
At the wall to see if it sticks. But with the growth of the company meant that controversies that Dave thought were small would become huge news. In June of 2018, Portnoy said on Barstool Radio that Rhea Kufo, a 20-year-old on-camera Barstool personality, would not be able to put her face in front of a camera in 5 years because people will throw up. Disgusted by the headline, Rhea confronted Dave, asking him why he would make such a rude comment.
Are we going to talk about how Dave's ass is in the jackpot, or because he said that I'm going to look so gross in 5 years that people will puke on camera?
There's a chance I said that.
That is horrible.
Double jackpot.
That is really horrible.
I'm just saying you're going to age Rhea because you're in Barstool World like your boyfriend Hank.
Yeah, but in 5 years people will puke when they see me?
That's aggressive.
That is really aggressive for someone.
Apologize.
I will not apologize.
Yes, my
A stand-up guy also recently tried to say that Greta Thunberg should be bombed on the flotilla.
Yep.
that is an interesting moral compass.
Yeah.
That is a very interesting moral compass. But CBS is now run by Barry Weiss, and so that's CBS News for you.
There
How
you
old was
go.
Portnoy in 2018?
You know, here's the thing. You can't expect a newsroom to be able to find that video like we did. Right? Like, if you're sitting there and you're interviewing somebody and they say to you, we have a moral compass, we would never do any jokes that were about like hate or meant to project hate on anybody. It seems to me, if you are a reporter working at one of the biggest news networks in the country, you would have the resources to say, like, okay, here's my question. Do you think it's wrong for you to make these mean jokes? he could say, yes, I do think it's wrong to make these mean
I-
jokes, or no, and we would never do that. Maybe you should have an example of the joke. Now, CBS does not have the crack production team that we have.
As good of a producer as you can possibly find.
Investigative reporters and producers that we have here at the Majority Report. Behind these IKEA screens, there is literally hundreds of people working in desks behind us here, coming up with ways of facts.
Did you believe I told you yesterday I don't think I was born to work? Was something I said yesterday.
I can appreciate that. I said that at a Super Salad interview, and that did not go over so well with them. I thought I was just being honest. They'd appreciate it. But it's pretty stunning that you can bring that guy on and not challenge him at all.
Yeah.
But make it look like you're challenging him by saying, like, hey, here's a tough question. Don't you think that maybe in the past you guys have crossed that line? No? Okay. All right.
Take your word for it.
I got it. Cool. Appreciate your being honest and answering that.
Also, it's not as relevant, but look up Dave Portnoy standing on his tiptoes. Because it is so funny. He is always, if you look at him off camera, people will take these little videos of him standing next to somebody taller. He's always on his tiptoes. I can't imagine being that insecure.
And I'm not sure if there's like a media person more responsible for the gamification of our sports than Dave Portnoy, who really fetishizes this kind of thing, funneled a lot of young men towards that mentality via Barstool Sports, in addition to like misogyny, racism, all that kind of stuff. But he regularly will like put $1 million on a game and advertise it. And I just think it's like the height of irresponsibility. But
genuinely, like
Yeah.
if there is media properties that are responsible for cultivating misogyny over the past 20 years, it is absolutely Barstool with the smoke shows. I mean, that was a 40-year-old man talking to a 20-year-old intern saying she's gonna make people throw up with her physical appearance when she's 25. I mean,
it was a running joke at college that if they had the Saturdays are for the boys banner with the Barstool logo on it, that don't drink any of the punch because you're going to get raped there.
Rapists, yeah.
Hey, folks, don't
That's good. That's good. That's a good way to be known. That you have you're known as the rapist party. That's good. Thank goodness, right, guys? That means those people are good, right? Someone with a good moral compass. Is this good? All right.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have some incredible breaking news for you, and I actually have quite a bit of it, if I'm being honest. So, right off the bat, good googly moogly, what the hell did I just watch? That's all I have to say. What was that? I gotta be honest, I have mixed feelings about it. I sort of want to take a shower after watching that. I don't know how you guys feel, but that was weird. That was weird. So it is 100% without a doubt the case that Trump and Zohran just met, and Trump officially cucked himself to Zohran in front of the world. In front of the world. I mean, you had, oh my God, the clips that are coming out of this thing are hard to watch. So I don't know how Zohran did it. He charmed the shit out of Trump. And Trump, in the most humiliating fashion possible, played second fiddle, let Zohran take the lead. Trump kept making himself look worse and worse while making Zohran look better and better, and Zohran didn't give an inch on any of the things that he said about Trump over the years. So just to give a couple of examples, Emily Jashinsky of Breaking Points asked Trump if Zohran is a jihadist because the Republican running for governor, Elise Stefanik, called Zohran a jihadist. And Trump basically laughed and he said, no, he's not a jihadist, this guy. He's not a jihadist. And then he said, you know, when you're campaigning, you say things sometimes. You say things. Basically admitting, oh yeah, I'm totally full of shit when I'm on the campaign trail. Every Republican is completely full of shit when they're on the campaign trail. We don't actually mean what we say. We don't mean it when we call you communists. We don't mean it when we call you socialists. We don't mean it when we call you terrorists and jihadists. Duh. We're just doing politics. That's all. Oh my God, it was so brilliant. Oh my God, I want to bathe in that. Because they're just admitting we're right about everything casually without even realizing it. Another hilarious part, Trump was asked about Zohran calling him a fascist. And basically Trump was like, it's fine.
Sorry, more accurately, Mamdani was asked, do you stand by your statements calling Trump a fascist? And before Mamdani could even answer, Trump said, just tell him. Just tell him.
It's okay. You can just say it. It's no problem. I was watching this like, what is going on here? Trump was also asked about being called a despot, however you say it, by Zohran. And he said, I've been called worse than that. It's nothing. I've been called worse. Okay. Meanwhile, Zohran's standing there like, if you're just going to keep giving me W after W after W, I'll take it. Like, of course, I'll just sit here and fucking take it. No problem whatsoever. So that was super duper weird. My guess is, here's how it went down. Here was the dynamic, in my opinion. This is my guess. So Zohran reached out to Trump and said, I'd like to meet with you. And Trump, I think, was kind of flattered by that. And then he shows up to the White House. And from what I could tell, I really think that behind the scenes, he was as much of a politician as he is in front of the scenes. And sorry if you hear background noise. I think the neighbor's like sawing or something. But so I think behind the scenes, he was like, look, I care about affordability. I care about New York City. I want to lower the prices. If you want to help me lower the prices, I'm more than happy to have you help me do that. If you do something good, I'll give you credit. We can work together. We can figure this thing out. And, here are my ideas. I want to build more housing as well. I'm laser focused on affordability. And just basically was the same guy behind the scenes that he is in front of the scenes, in front of the cameras. And I think that just charmed the shit out of Trump. And the other thing about Trump, as we all know, he's a sucker for a winner, and he's a sucker for a good-looking guy. How many times do we look at this guy, this big, strong, beautiful man, straight out of Central Casting? Look at this. I'll kiss all of you, even the men. I'll kiss all of you. These are all things that Trump has literally said. So I think Trump's a bit of a star fucker. I think he's a bit of a sucker for a good-looking guy. I think he's a bit of a sucker for a winner. I think Zohran went in there basically with the mindset of, I'm just going to talk to him about affordability. I'm just going to be direct, talk about affordability, talk about trying to make New York better.
I said my piece on this, and I can repeat it a billion more times. I'm happy to. But I do genuinely think that Mamdani went in there because he knows how to give people what they want. He knows what people want, and he knows how to explain to them that he's on their side in a way that they can feel like he is. Like he can convince you that he's on your side. And I genuinely think he went in there with Trump and said, listen, I'm going to be honest. I've said some mean things about you. You said some mean things about me. But, really, I like you. You're very charismatic. The people like you. We're both underdogs. I see myself a lot in you. And you've been like quite an inspiration in my campaign, honestly, genuinely. And I'll be honest with you, okay? I don't stand by everything that I've said about you, but you know the media. You're the media god. You know you are content brain, bro. I know that you don't actually care about any of that stuff. You're saying what will bring the ratings up, which I respect. It's all kayfabe, bro. It's all kayfabe, all right? You do your show of strength. Call me whatever you need to call me. I'll call you whatever. And then we come together and we both look stronger. And I think he went in there and he charmed the shit out of him. And that's why Trump responded the way that he did about those questions. Because I think Trump was like, no, it's all good.
I think Trump was also tickled by the fact that Zohran did these videos, these on-the-street videos when his campaign started, where he interviewed New Yorkers who voted for Trump and asked them why they voted for Trump. And they would say things like, oh, we think he's going to end the wars. We hope he ends the wars. And we think he's going to lower prices. We hope he lowers prices. And so Zohran, expressed this to Trump, and Trump felt like, oh, really? You did that? You talked about me? I love it when people talk about me. And ultimately, it was, at the end of the day, it was humiliating for Trump. It absolutely was humiliating for Trump because, like I said, he kept bending the knee. He kept cucking himself. He kept giving more and more to Zohran. I think he's going to do a great job. He could be very special. This one, he could be very special. Basically undercutting every Republican argument against this guy that has ever been done. And meanwhile, Zohran didn't have to give an inch. Zohran was just standing there like, thank you. And then whenever he was asked a tough question, Zohran went into politician mode and fucking was able to, split the difference, swat it aside, move on to whatever he wanted to talk about, which is affordability every single time. So, man, was that bizarre to watch. The only reason I say it made me feel uncomfortable is because I'm not used to seeing a Democrat in a position like that. You know, like, I got to be honest, if I was Zohran, I wouldn't have even fucking done that meeting. And if you watch Crystal, Kyle, and Friends this week, we talked about it before the meeting happened. And I said the same thing. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't even bother. Don't even bother doing this. So I wouldn't have taken the meeting. But clearly he had a little something up his sleeve that was more impressive than what I had thought. But the other thing is, remember, guys, this is not going to last. There is no way this is going to... Trump at some point is going to turn on Zohran because Zohran's going to have to tell the truth about some bullshit Trump's doing. So it won't last, but for the moment, it was a massive, massive win for Zohran. Trump even entertained the question that maybe Zohran is the future of the Democratic Party, even though he, literally cannot run for president because he was born in Uganda. But very weird press conference. I highly recommend you go watch the whole thing. My favorite part is that you'd have these right-wing journalists who were basically trying to undermine Zohran and try to make Zohran look like an asshole. And they were like, Jack Posobiec was in the White House, which is fucking disgraceful. You need to wash that bitch down with Clorox now that he was even in there. But Jack Posobiec was asking, what did he ask him? He said something like, Mr. Mamdani, you said you want to raise taxes, but only on white people. And is that still your policy? He asked some dumb shit like that. Zohran was like, I never said that, and that's not what I believe. I believe we should raise taxes on the rich, and the rich happen to be disproportionately white neighborhoods, but that's the policy. You know that policy that polls are like 60% fucking favorability, 70% favorability? That's what I want to do. And Jack Posobiec's trying to play gotcha. A lot of them tried to play gotcha, and it just didn't fucking work. Number one, because Zohran was easily able to jujitsu that bitch out the room. And then number two, because Trump was there to back up Zohran every time and be like, this guy really is great, isn't he? He really is something special. Handsome man. He's a very handsome man. Definitely not a jihadist. I think he's going to make New York City great again. It was incredible. It was wild to watch. Okay. So got a lot of other stuff to talk to you guys about, though. It's definitely going to be dark out here by the time I'm done, but fuck it, we ride, y'all. We ride. So let's start with this. New reporting out from Esquire. ICE is hiring quite literally anybody, and it's terrifying. Many recruits have criminal backgrounds or can't pass open book exams on officer conduct, yet they're allowed to tear children from their beds at night. So this is something we've been warning you about. Now there's more reporting to validate it. But yes, you can have a long rap sheet and ICE will hire you. You can be completely unfamiliar with the Constitution and rule of law and due process and all of that stuff, and they'll still hire you. You could be a fucking Proud Boy. You can be a KKK person. You can be an...
Honestly, ICE probably sees a long rap sheet and they think, perfect, you'll do great here. You seem to like breaking the law.
Open white nationalist. You can be anything. Anything. You could be a domestic abuser. And wow, would you look at that? They welcome you in because they know they're hiring thugs. They know they're hiring criminals. They know they want you to commit crimes. So just absolutely disturbing stuff here. It's exactly what we've been warning about from day one. Now more reporting is backing it up. But this is not a professional outlet. This is not an agency that's, doing the work that they're supposed to do. This is a rogue fascist thug arm. It's basically Trump's Gestapo. That's what it is. And the more we learn about it, the more that's proven correct. So we also there's been a bunch of federal cases around ICE, and the federal government just dismissed charges against a woman who they accused of deliberately attacking ICE agents and trying to kill them. Instead, it now appears that they tried to murder her. So Chicago or Illinois, they might have to prosecute the ICE agents. I'm sure you remember the story. We talked about it on our show. It was very big. It blew up nationally. But what happened was this woman was like driving in her car. Out of nowhere, you had like 5 different ICE cars box her in. And then one of the ICE agents got out and lit her up, started shooting at her. Okay, well, guess what? She wound up in the hospital. Thankfully, she didn't die. And, she very easily could have just died, right? She could have been murdered by ICE on the spot then and there. Thankfully, she didn't die. And they charged her as if she was the aggressor and she did something wrong. Well, a judge literally laughed it out of the courtroom and was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She didn't do anything wrong at all. In fact, if anything, like I said, it looks like they could press charges against the ICE agents, and I hope they do exactly that. So we also have this. The FBI, it's been proven now by The Guardian, is spying on a signal chat for a New York immigration court watch group, claiming that they were anarchist, violent extremist actors. So, in other words, you already have ICE infiltrating all these different left-wing groups, all these different groups that are trying to protect the community, protect the innocent people, protect the non-criminal immigrants that they're trying to round up. ICE is infiltrating them and basically trying to bring these groups down and arrest the individuals who are involved in protecting their neighbors. So this is as depraved could be. So it's been proven it's going on in the past. It's still going on right now. And that's just a warning sign out there. So as, you know, a bunch of people are saying, do not say anything privately that you wouldn't say publicly. Do not say anything privately that you wouldn't say if you were fucking on TV. And I think that's right. I think that's the right mindset to take because they're looking to bring people down. That's what they're doing. Even though these are people who are literally just protecting the community and trying to keep families together and trying to protect innocent immigrants who've done nothing wrong to anybody. All right, we also have this. It's been totally overlooked in the Border Patrol invasion of North Carolina, but the face masks that the Border Patrol agents are wearing is a violation of state law. North Carolina's Republican legislature passed HB 237 last year, forbidding masks in public. So a while ago, you guys will remember, I told you they should be trying to find ways to arrest the ICE agents. And it shouldn't be that hard since they're committing crimes on a daily basis. Well, here's one way you can do exactly that. You can go after these ICE agents. All of the ICE agents that are wearing face masks, which are all of them, you can arrest them. They are violating North Carolina state law. That's what they're doing. It's not a question. It's not up in the air. It's not difficult to determine. They are all violating North Carolina state law. So go and arrest them. Go and arrest them. And they're already causing tremendous problems in Charlotte. I'm sure you guys have seen this on the timeline over the past few days. So the door's open. Door's open. Any law enforcement officer who wants to take the fucking lead, you know, any mayor, like have the fucking balls, have the stones to do the right thing here. To stand up to these ICE Gestapo thug criminals, which is exactly what they are. And speaking of, how about this? We just learned an ICE employee was among 16 men arrested after trying to solicit a minor for sex in Bloomington, Minnesota. So we had a police press conference over this, and one of the officers said, quote, "When he was arrested, he said, 'I'm ICE, boys.' The police chief said, 'Well, unfortunately for him, we locked him up.'" So here we have an ICE fredophile who was caught red-handed, an ICE fredophile, which begs the question, how many ICE fredophiles are there? We know about the, divorced ICE agent who was drunk and nearly crashed his car with his kid in there. And we have, body cam video on the officer arresting him, and he tried to pull this "do you know who I am" bullshit, right? Well, now we know there's ICE fredophiles as well. Hey, Stinky, look at this. Relax, little stinky girl. Relax. How about this? It's gotten so bad that now you have Republican politicians who are coming out of the woodworks. What, Stinky? What do you want? It's their squishy toy on the ground. You have Republican politicians who are coming out of the woodwork now to basically start condemning ICE. So Republican Representative Salazar was on CNN and said, quote, "Talking about Charlotte, 200 people in 48 hours were arrested. 70% of them did not have a criminal record, according to the DHS. That's a mistake. Do not touch the lady who has been here for 10, 20 years contributing to the economy. That is why those people are protesting. We gotta change direction." It's a Republican congresswoman on CNN going, what the fuck are we doing? And by the way, let me point out, she said according to DHS, 70% of them don't have a criminal record. That's according to DHS. In reality, I guarantee you, it's more like 90 to 95 to 99%, somewhere in that range, don't have a criminal record. Because that's what it's always been before. Just like they said when they did that, Black Hawk helicopter invasion of an apartment building in Chicago, they pretended like, these are all Tren de Aragua terrorists that we're arresting. Then they lowered it to, well, we got some criminal cartel members. Then they lowered it to, okay, yeah, we have no charges for literally anybody we arrested. So it could be that everybody is innocent of the 200. This is just what we know now. But even some Republicans are waking up to it because they're realizing this is completely and utterly untenable. But I still haven't gotten to the worst one when it comes to ICE today. So Newsweek is reporting that there was a man detained by ICE, found dead, hanging with hands and feet tied, according to his attorney. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Occam's razor in this situation is that ICE may have lynched somebody. In fact, I don't know why I'm saying may have. I mean, I'm just being careful here, allegedly. But you know what? How else do you wind up? It's one thing if you're found hanging in your cell. It's another thing if you're found hanging with your hands and your feet tied. That is not a one-person job, right? So it is very, very likely ICE may have lynched somebody. This is on top of, I believe the number was 23 people who have died in ICE custody. There's already been 23 people who've died in ICE custody in Trump's second term alone. Now we have one that was hanged. Just absolutely positively grotesque. We need an investigation. We need these people to be arrested. This is a criminal organization, and it's time for everybody to own up to that fact. They have to own up to that fact. How about this? Border Patrol is deploying a network of cameras to surveil, pull over, search, and in some cases arrest people whose travel patterns they deem suspicious. Stops can be justified for something as trivial as a dangling air freshener blocking the view. So the AP found a secretive Border Patrol intelligence program that detains Americans for suspicious travel based on mass surveillance. So just like we warned you back in the day when the fucking, the Patriot Act became a thing during the War on Terror George W. Bush era, we told you this is going to lead to everybody's civil liberties and civil rights being deprived. You'll have no more right to privacy. You'll have no more protection from unreasonable search and seizure. We warned you at the time, and it's been mission creep ever since then. And now we're hitting our final form, where the Palantir billionaire Peter Thiel is building a mass blackmail database on all of us. And now you have Customs and Border Protection who are spying on everybody. And if you travel in a weird way or a way that they determine is weird, then you're on their radar. I mean, this is incredibly, incredibly dystopian, and it's already here. AI is already here. Palantir is already here doing their thing. CBP is spying. We already know ICE is engaged in not only a mass spying campaign, but they also go through everybody's social media trying to find things that they find unacceptable, political opinions they find unacceptable. This is why we've had a situation where people who made jokes about Charlie Kirk have been deported, literally deported for joking. They don't want to allow immigrants in who've said bad things about Donald Trump. We're already in a super authoritarian system, and there's no way around that. There's no way around that. All right, we also have Judge Sarah Ellis. She says in her injunction ruling that body camera footage showed an immigration agent using ChatGPT to compile a narrative for his report on an encounter with protesters. So the same thing with Greg Bavino, the new wannabe Nazi head of ICE. They have been caught literally day after day lying relentlessly, just lying relentlessly and shamelessly about what Customs and Border Patrol has done, about what ICE has done, about who's at fault in different altercations with different incidents involving immigration officers. You have judges going, are you fucking serious? Like, I can't take a word you say seriously because all the actual hard evidence comes in and contradicts what you're saying. This is fucking crazy. So this is where we're at now. This is where we're at. And now you have ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol officials using ChatGPT. Hey, write me up a fake bullshit report where I'm innocent and did nothing wrong, and the person I'm arresting is the problem. That's what's going on. That's what this is. That's what this is. All right, now let's move on to the Epstein files because I got some updates on that for you. So Pam Bondi came out, and she implied that the full and unredacted Epstein files will not be released. So yet again, I hate to tell you, but I was right. I've been right about this every single step of the way. I told you guys that they got a million tricks up their sleeve, and what they're going to try to do is either purge the files of all the stuff on Trump and Republicans and just make it so that they could point their finger at the Democrats and say they were the only ones who were close with Epstein. That's one thing they could do. The other thing they could do is say, oh, I'm sorry, we just opened a new investigation. Since there is an investigation, we can't release the files just yet. Our bad. And that's exactly what it appears like they're doing. So I told you, you had the vote in the House, you had the unanimous vote in the Senate. Trump signed it, but the same guy who's been doing anything and everything he can to block the release of the Epstein files, he wasn't gonna fold like nothing. You know, he of course was going to find a workaround, and that's exactly what he did. So I warned you, and it's coming to fruition, unfortunately. All right, we also have this from Ken Klippenstein, and Ron Wyden also posted this as well, Senator Ron Wyden. Epstein isn't a national security scandal, it's a Wall Street scandal. New report shows Jeffrey Epstein was one of J.P. Morgan Chase's 5 largest private clients, with the bank saying his accounts, quote, generated one of the largest annual revenue flows. To say this is sketchy is the understatement of the century. How the fuck is this guy one of J.P. Morgan Chase's 5 largest private clients? This guy was tied in at the highest level you could possibly imagine. And the story actually gets deeper and darker as well. So keep that in mind as we continue here. Ready? So Ryan Grimm says, Netanyahu demanded that Bill Clinton release convicted Israeli spy Jonathan Pollard after telling Clinton Israel knew of the tapes between him and Lewinsky. So they blackmailed Clinton and said, we have the tapes of you and Monica, so you better do what we want. Clinton did not do it after George Tenet threatened to resign as CIA chief if he did so. Obama released Pollard, so the Israeli spy, who worked for, I believe, the CIA, but he was an Israeli spy. Obama released him in 2015. And now this guy, this Israeli spy, is meeting with Mike Huckabee. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee welcomed convicted U.S. spy for Israel Jonathan Pollard into the U.S. Embassy in July. So the rot goes super duper deep. And Huckabee is fucking compromised. And the Trump regime is compromised. And there's all this blackmail on Trump, as you all know already. As you all know already. All right, more. How about this? This is from Dropsite News. Exclusive. Quote, Modi on board. Jeffrey Epstein pressed Steve Bannon to meet with Indian PM shortly before his death. Records of emails and text messages reveal previously unknown details about Epstein's efforts to broker influence on Indian geopolitics and his interactions with a senior leader of Modi's party. So, literally, like almost up until his dying day, up until his arrest, Jeffrey Epstein was working at the highest level of politics, facilitating meetings between Trump administration officials like Sloppy Steve and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's insane. That is insane. Right up until his arrest. Now, come to find out, here I'll give you a wild guess which nation he was doing this for. Oh wait, Israel, of course, because as you all know, there's a tremendous amount of evidence that he worked for Mossad. Now, it very well may be the case that he was sort of a freelancer and he worked for Mossad, he worked for Russia as well, he worked for basically whatever governments were willing to pay him, but certainly at the very least, he worked for Israel and he worked for Mossad as an intelligence asset. He literally had Israeli spies stay at his house for weeks on end. He was very, very close with Ehud Barak, and he got into, basically the most prestigious elite circles in the world. How? By collecting fucking blackmail on all these people. He was basically the CEO of Elite Pedosex Crimes Incorporated, and they created this blackmail material to be able to control top-level politicians from around the world, and billionaires and celebrities, etc., etc. So just insane stuff. More reporting by the day coming out about Jeffrey Epstein because of what people think are Iranian hacks and leaks of Ehud Barak's emails. And so now we're learning so much about exactly how deep this rabbit hole goes and just how high Epstein's ties go. So we have that. How about this one? I think we've discussed this on the show before, but it's crazy that this came back up and I wanted to refresh your memory on it because it actually links into what we talked about the other day. Remember the story about how Hitler may have had a micro penis? They say he may have had a micro penis and his testicles were undescended, and he also had paranoid schizophrenia, and he also had, he was severely bipolar, maybe a touch of autism as well. So he had a lot going on top of being like a massive drug addict and, of course, a Nazi fascist. But Epstein, they say, he had, quote, an egg-shaped penis. An egg-shaped penis. And there's a video of a deposition from 2009 for one of the lawsuits where one of the lawyers basically grills him about this. The lawyer says, quote, is it true, sir, that you have what is described as an egg-shaped penis? And of course, Epstein looks like fucking pissed off about it and threatens to like sort of storm out of the room.
This is why I like Kyle Klinsky. It's like, why the fuck are you telling me this? Like literally. Why are you telling me this? Why? Oh.
And then the lawyer goes on and says, it's oval-shaped, thick towards the bottom, but thin and small towards the head. They go on to describe it as, quote, extremely deformed. Small, even erect, clocking in at probably like 2 inches. Oh, my God. Somebody else says lemon-shaped. One person says egg-shaped. Another person says lemon-shaped. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. I wanted to take a shower after the fucking Zohran Trump thing, but now I want to take a shower even more. This is fucking disgusting. But I don't know, man. You tell me. They're all these fucking, these world historic monsters, and this comes out about them. Is there something there? I'm just saying. There might be something there. Not to say that everybody that suffers from this particular ailment is a world historic monster, but clearly some of them are. I'll say that much. I think that's fair to say. Am I wrong? All right. We also have Matt Taibbi humiliating himself. He wrote a piece. The Jeffrey Epstein...
Where's the lemon bro emote when you need it? So true.
Story is beginning to smell like Russiagate. Bruh. So for those of you who don't speak right-winger, that's him saying, like, this is all bullshit. What does that even mean? What does it mean to say that the Jeffrey Epstein story is bullshit? So much of it is just proven. So much of it is just factual. Right? But what, you don't like the implications, and you don't like that Trump is targeted as a result of it, so now it's, oh, this is bullshit. This is like Russiagate. So Zed Jelani quote tweeted that and said, Timu Michael Tracy. That's exactly right. This is the Timu version of Michael Tracy. And in the piece, sorry, you got Stinky playing with the toy again. In the piece, here's what Taibbi says. But the public's fascination with Epstein is based on the notion that he was not only operating an organized blackmail ring, but doing so on behalf of intelligence agencies, probably Israeli. That story simply isn't there yet. Oh, please. And a lot of people who should know better, myself included, have assumed it is. Wow. Imagine broadcasting how, like, fucking behind the times you are. You have people in the replies literally going, okay, I guess he's not keeping up with the recent drop site news reporting. But not only that, like, just go watch that Netflix documentary. Just go watch that. There was this amazing Netflix documentary on Jeffrey Epstein, and it goes pretty deep there, too. Like, they sort of break it all down there, too, pretty clearly. All right. Let's talk about this. This story's blowing up. So, did you guys see that now swastikas, nooses, and the Confederate flag are reportedly no longer considered to be hate symbols by the U.S. Coast Guard? I wish I was kidding. I'm not at all kidding. In fact, the Department of Homeland Security quote tweeted somebody who said this, and they said, you guys are just making stuff up now. To which the response was people going directly to the Department of Homeland Security website and pulling up the exact part where it says that and going, motherfucker, it's on the website. What are you talking about? You're the one that doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Whoever's running this fucking shitty account. So just incredible, incredible stuff. Could you imagine? We lost over 400,000 Americans fighting Nazism, winning World War II. And now the U.S. military says swastikas are no longer considered to be hate symbols?
Well, technically it's the...
Swastikas.
I believe the Coastal Guard is technically a part of the military, but I think it was the Coastal Guard.
And the Confederate flag is... The Confederate flag, these are people who literally tried to destroy the United States of America, tried to secede from the United States of America, tried to preserve slavery. That's not a hate symbol? Like, you can't think of anything more unpatriotic, more traitorous than that. But now it's okay. Why? Because they want to recruit people who are fucking neo-Nazis and KKK people. They want to recruit people who are open white nationalists. They know they have a Groyper problem, and they're embracing it. They're like, hey, our movement, right-wing politics, is just packed full of Groypers now. Let's welcome them in every way, shape, and form. That's exactly what the fuck's going on here. All right. We have the Fox Business host, Larry Kudlow, absolutely showing his whole ass on TV. He was talking about the issue of affordability. And by the way, this guy's a millionaire, multimillionaire. And he said the following, quote, I think affordability is greatly overrated. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Easy for you to say with your millions of dollars while everybody across this country is absolutely struggling. And by the way, Trump undermined that shit today too, because Trump goes out there and he's like, affordability, something me and Zohran agree on, and he's really leading the way. This guy's so handsome, I want to give him smooches. I want to give him nice big smooches on his lips. And maybe somewhere else. I want to treat him like I treated Bubba. I want to treat Zohran like I treated Bubba, if you know what I'm saying. All right. I'm sure you all saw that Elon Musk had programmed Grok to like never disagree with him and never say a bad word about him. And so people were asking all sorts of questions like, hey, Grok, who's in better shape, LeBron James or Elon? And Grok was like, definitely Elon, not even close. Well, like people were asking insane questions and getting the most insane answers. Elon is so insecure, he literally made it so his AI can't disagree with him publicly. Now, by the way, the publicly facing Grok that like tweets, that Grok is one thing. The one behind the scenes that you interact with, that one is more direct and more honest and will tell more of the truth. It's not perfect, of course, but they'll not be as cringe and ridiculous. But anyway, this fucking blew up in his face. He had to basically come out and apologize, and he didn't even really apologize. He just was like, oh, here, I'll read you exactly what he said. I actually have it right here.
No, he didn't apologize. He said, bad faith actors were really trying to destroy that. They're really trying to make Grok look stupid.
He said, earlier today, Grok was unfortunately manipulated by adversarial prompting into saying absurdly positive things about me. For the record, I am a fat retard. That's what he said. So, get it? See, I'm joking. I'm poking fun of myself. I can do that. I didn't program this thing to just say only positive things about me. Fucking of course you did. Who the fuck are you kidding? Elon is just a sick joke. By the way, definitely watch Crystal Kyle and Friends. It drops tomorrow. We're gonna leave. Everybody's gonna be able to see today the interview that we did with the leaders of Justice Democrats. They got some amazing new campaigns coming up. The left-wing Tea Party is here. We're about to take over. We're about to run this shit. So you're going to see that whole interview today. But tomorrow, if you want to see Crystal and I's intro to Crystal, Kyle, and friends, definitely sign up on Substack. And we talk about this among a bunch of other things as well. All right, let me continue here. So this is crazy. This is crazy from Ken Delanian. It was MSNBC, now they're officially MS Now. A federal grand jury in Maryland is investigating whether Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte and Justice Department Prosecutor Ed Martin improperly appointed unauthorized people to help in mortgage fraud investigations of President Trump's critics. According to two people familiar with the matter and a document reviewed by MS Now, the probe is focused on whether the mortgage fraud investigations of Senator Adam Schiff and possibly New York Attorney General Letitia James have been tainted by the investigative methods allegedly used by Pulte and Martin. So let me explain what that means in simple terms. What they're saying here is Trump is mucking up bullshit charges and bringing in political hacks to make said bullshit charges. And so that's why they're going after Adam Schiff. That's why they're going after Letitia James. Of course, the James Comey thing has already been proven that that's been a total political hit job, and it's already fucking falling apart in front of the world. So, just crazy stuff. All that talk about, lawfare and political persecution, Trump would cry like that's what was being done to him. It wasn't. He broke the law and he was being held accountable. This is lawfare. This is political persecution. What he's doing to Democrats, and I think on some level everybody understands that and everybody knows that. So we also had Dick Cheney's funeral. Dick Cheney's funeral happened yesterday, and man, it's a big club and you ain't in it. That was in full effect, bro. That was in full effect. We had Kamala Harris, dog. Kamala Harris went to Dick Cheney's funeral. But wait, it's gonna get crazier. Now she shouldn't have gone, obviously. I could kind of see it just because Liz Cheney endorsed her and yada yada. I can see, I'm not too surprised that she was there, even though very clearly she should not have gone. Dick Cheney's a fucking disgusting war criminal. If anything, this just tells me she's not going to be the nominee. Again, she's not. It's not happening. This is, so immensely out of fucking touch. But you ready for this? You want to know the most shocking person who was there? Rachel Maddow.
That's not shocking.
What? What, Rachel? We were just vibing. We were just vibing. We were just cooling.
Wait, question. Did she piss on his grave? Because if so, she's free of all charges. She is free to go. If not.
I'm playing some of your videos on my channel and reacting to it. You're doing a great fucking job a lot of the time. Rachel, what is this? You went to fucking Dick Cheney's funeral? The war criminal torturer who was fucking unapologetic about those things? The guy who helped destroy the Constitution and wage illegal wars? What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, it's so disgusting. Now, the good news is the Obamas were not there. Michelle was not there. Barack Obama was not there. Donald Trump was not there, but, that was not because of oh, Trump is such a principled opponent of the wars, and that's why he didn't fucking go. No, it's like they just had a bad. Dick Cheney endorsed against Trump, and so he was sort of like, fuck this guy, as you all know. But yeah, very bizarre. Of course, you had George W. Bush there. You had Joe Biden was there, of course. Mike Pence and Kamala sitting next to each other. That's fucking wild. That is wild, dog. But very bizarre. Shout out to the Obamas for not going, because I totally would have somewhat guessed they would go. That is until Obama did not, say rest in peace when Dick Cheney died, which leads me to believe like, oh, maybe you actually fucking hated him. That's great. You should. I think Obama likes Bush, even though Bush is a war criminal too, but for whatever reason doesn't like Dick Cheney. It might be a personal thing. It might not be like, it's not substantive, it's not political or policy based. I think it's a personal thing.
100% believe that it's a personal thing.
How about this? Larry Ellison and a White House official discussed firing CNN's Brianna Klar and Aaron Burnett, who Trump apparently doesn't like, should Paramount acquire the CNN parent company, which is Warner Brothers. So as you all know, we have these Zionist billionaires who are buying up all the media. It's very disgusting. You're going to get soft on MAGA media, and you're going to get pro-Israel media, no matter how much of a genocide they do on Palestinians, no matter how many atrocities and war crimes they commit on a daily basis. But now there's literal meetings happening where Trump is telling the billionaires, like, I want you to fire this one, I want you to fire that one. This is fucking ridiculous. The collusion between the government at the highest level and the media, this shit should be completely and utterly illegal. It should also be illegal for these Zionist billionaires to just buy up the entire fucking media. This is insane. This is absolutely positively insane. So you hate to see it. And imagine if the story was a little different. Imagine if it was a Democratic president telling the media who they should fire and who they should keep. If it was a Democratic president, you'd never hear the fucking end of it. But Trump gets to determine who stays and who goes, and nobody will go out there and say, holy shit, we have a pro-Republican biased media, a pro-billionaire biased media. Just absolutely ludicrous, man. It truly is. Got some more good news for Democrats here. We have a Marist poll that just came out. This is the generic ballot for the midterms, and the polling is among baby boomers and the silent generation. So in other words, this polling is among the most pro-Republican group in the country, most pro-Republican demographic in the country, which is baby boomers and the silent generation. Ready for this? Democrats lead 52 to 45. They lead. Again, this is the most right-wing voting demographic in the country, and the Democrats are leading. They're leading by 7 points. Horrible, horrible news for Republicans. Just like that poll that came out the other day, Democrats are up 14 points overall on the generic ballot, and they're like just absolutely obliterating when it comes to independents. So just incredible, incredible stuff. J.D. Vance apparently texted Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and demanded that he hire a right-wing journalist to run the Washington Post. So more direct collusion, ladies and gentlemen, between the government.
I'm sure we'll have checks and balances in place for that. And then eventually all these people will be held accountable. Ahaha, ahaha. Right, guys? Ahaha. Right? Also, I want to say something really quickly about Kyle. I think that the difference between me and a couple chatters is that when I watch random YouTubers or media, fucking spokespeople or political pundits, I already know what I disagree with, and I already know what I should be primed for in terms of like misrepresentation of things, right? So like I can watch Rachel Maddow videos because I know the stuff that I need to watch for, right? I don't watch one person because they agree with every single political opinion that I have. I watch them because I think that they're entertaining, or I think that they provide something of value. I think that they provide some substance of value. Or if, in Kyle's case, I really like that he goes through a lot of headlines really quickly. Right? I also think he embodies a certain dark woke element that the left kind of needs, like and by that I mean all of the photos of all of the photos of Bubba, Mr. Trump and Bubba. And so I know the things that I watch for. So for example, he's kind of a little bit of a conspiratorial head. He's kind of a conspiracy theorist. I mean, we saw how far he went with regards to Charlie Kirk's assassin. But because I know to watch for it, it's just entertaining. He's a good curator, but he goes full blue anon sometimes. And I think as long as you know what to watch for, you can pretty much consume anyone you want, right? Regardless of where they are on the left-leaning spectrum. And also, Kyle has shown a proclivity to change, moving towards the left, like further and further and further left. I feel like the past 5 years have shown that. So I think because I know that he goes off the rails sometimes, I can watch for it and I can find it funny, right? So like the lemon-shaped penis, whatever the fuck, like what? Like it's so absurd that it becomes funny. It's like, this is the most bizarre side tangent I have ever seen in my goddamn life that it's funny now. Obviously, I don't agree with anything he's saying. Obviously, that's a nonsensical argument because I don't think he's making an argument there. I think he's just pointing at something that he thought was funny. So yeah, I think a lot of people assume that you have to watch. You can only watch the people you agree with and completely entirely. By that metric, there is no one I can watch. By that metric, there's literally no one I can watch online or with mainstream media. That's it. So yeah. I like watching Kyle get progressively more left-wing. It's been a hilarious transformation. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's why Hassan watches Fox News more than anyone else. It also gives you a good idea, and maybe this is just my opinion, I don't know. I feel like it gives you a good idea of, like, who the type of people are on the left. Like, Echo Chamber has been ruined and been fucking politicized and been fucking... It's just such a buzzword now. You can't even use the word... oh my god. You can't use, like, Blue Anon or QAnon or Echo Chamber. You can't use so many words now because they're all just fucking total buzzwords. But I think it also helps you, if we can go back to the original definition of Echo Chamber for one moment. I think it helps you stay in touch with what people think on the left. And I think it lets you reach those people better. That's my opinion. You guys can disagree with my opinion. I don't. You know. I don't mind if you guys disagree. I don't care. But I think knowing the type of people that are on the left and understanding how to reach them, being like, oh, okay, we agree on all of this stuff. We disagree here. Let me try and figure out why we disagree here and see if there's a way that I can convince you within your worldview. I feel like when you're very familiar with the people on the left or even on the right, mind you, you're much better at reaching them. This is why liberals are terrible. This is why liberals are like true liberals are like the worst. Because they don't ever try to do this. They don't ever try to reach people where they're at. They just think that their positions are morally superior and therefore they don't need to convince anyone of their positions. They can hold the moral high ground for the rest of their lives until everyone fucking dies because of incompetency. True liberalism has never been tried, yeah. Okay, many leftists do that as well. Yeah, but the problem is that leftists are right. I'm not saying leftists are perfect. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, like, it helps to be right. The problem with liberals is that they're wrong and annoying. The problem with leftists is that they're right and annoying. Liberals, I feel like I've spoken to so many that just like they think that their position is so morally superior that there is nothing else to be said. And it's like, all right, dude, well, then just fucking hang it up, man, if you care so much. Also, sorry, there's a difference between I guess when I talk about leftists, I'm talking about people who are politically engaged, not people who are so morally superior they don't engage in the political system at all. Because there are a lot of leftists that are like, I'm so much better and smarter than all of you, and I'm the most Marxist Leninist that's ever existed on the planet, and no, I will not vote. Fuck you. It's like, oh, okay, well, you engage in like mutual aid in your neighborhood. No, why would I do that? Everything's gonna burn anyways. It's like, wait, so you're just a fucking loser. And those are, in my experience, the annoying leftists, the one that don't actually ever engage with their communities or in the political system at all. Like, they literally don't engage with anything in their lives. They just go around and complain. Whereas liberals always engage in the political system. They're just also wrong and annoying. Internet leftists, yeah. Exactly. Liberals love being politically engaged. They love feeling like they're part of the change. That's a classic liberal trait. It is not a classic leftist trait. So yeah, that's all that to say. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar. And I think there are a lot of people that want a better world and they just don't understand how to get that better world. And there's a lot of people who aren't willing to, like, for whatever particular reason, some valid, some not valid, not willing to put in any work. And I'm willing to put in work. And I like knowing what this party looks like. What are all of the different ways of life of the people in this party and in the Republican Party and in the Liberal Party. It doesn't mean you have to fucking, what is it called? Concede any of your values. Okay, I've seen 2 people say there's so many ableist jokes flying through the chat right now, but I've been looking and I haven't seen any. Have I missed it? Can someone please point me at them instead of repeating that there's so much ableism? Can we get like a chatter or chat message or something? Because I would love to time someone out, but I haven't seen anything. I've been looking. Obviously, I can't read every chat message, but yeah. Just the one shitter. I don't see the user. I'm sorry. I'm just asking for the user to be tagged. All right. Okay, thank you. I don't see anything, so. Okay, well, if anyone finds the user, let me know and then I'll look at the chat messages, but I don't see anything. Okay.
And billionaire-owned and controlled media, absolutely disgusting. These are the same people that whine like the media is biased against them all the time when they're actively trying to bias it in favor of them. J.D. Vance, let's get this straight right now. J.D. Vance cannot win a fucking presidential race without a tremendous amount of assistance from the media, trying to make him look good, giving him positive coverage, giving negative coverage to whatever Democrat runs against him. So they're trying to stack the deck now. They're trying to poison the well now. That's exactly what this is about. And again, can you imagine a Democratic vice president, texting a billionaire and saying, "You better make the media more in favor of me"? What would the reaction be? We all know what the reaction would be. We would never hear the fucking end of it. People would be furious over that, and they would be right to be furious over that. So, Tim Pool went on Fox News, and I'm not kidding, he broke out the old stupid talking point of like, you know, the Republican Party, they're the ones who are pro-working class now, bro. That's what they do. They look out for working people, whereas Democrats don't anymore. I'm not kidding. The same day I saw that, I saw these new numbers about manufacturing jobs in this country. And just since what Trump calls Liberation Day, when he announced the tariffs, just since then, we've lost 46,000 manufacturing jobs. When you include his first term and the factory jobs that that Trump killed that were brought in by Biden, we're over 800,000 factory jobs that have been destroyed by Trump. 800,000. And there's Tim Pool going, oh my God, the Republicans are so great when it comes to manufacturing jobs, when it comes to factory jobs. They're really the party of the working class. What a disgusting, pathetic liar he is. There's no other way to describe that except either he's the most ignorant man on the planet or he's just a fucking disgusting liar. So he will never tell you that we've lost 46,000 manufacturing jobs since Liberation Day. He will never tell you that on purpose because he's a propagandist for the right. And with that being said, it's raining right now on my head and I don't want my computer to get wet, so I'm going to finish this up inside. All right, much nicer in here, needless to say. Okay, so some more polling here for you. Harry Ensign posted the following. This has been the worst 10-day polling period for Trump in his second term. His overall net approval hit record lows in 5 polls. His net approval with independents is down 39 points from January to minus 43. His net approval on inflation is down to minus 34. And these are his words. He says, quote, just atrocious. He went from basically dead even with independents. He was right around dead even to minus 43. I mean, that is an epic collapse, the likes of which I'm not sure we've ever seen before. I'm not sure we've ever seen that before. All right, so I also have, this is kind of insane. Did you guys see this video? It was floating around social media. There's this guy, what's his name? Jake Lang, I think his name is. New Trump DOJ Assistant AG for the Civil Rights Division. Yeah, Jake Lang. So this guy by the name of Jake Lang, and he went to Dearborn, Michigan, and he went to this community meeting in Dearborn, Michigan. And he basically went on this absolutely racist tirade where he smeared all of the Arabs and Muslims in the community. He basically called them disgusting and called them barbarians and called them savages and said, get the fuck out of my country, and said, we don't want your kind here. Just gave a fucking straight up KKK white nationalist screed at this public community meeting. And it was very threatening too by its nature. It was a very threatening thing. And so as a direct result of that, listen to this. So Ford Fisher says, new Trump DOJ Assistant AG for the Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon, is requesting Jake Lang, quote, reach out to us, please, with the information needed to start an investigation based on how he and his friends were treated in Dearborn, Michigan. That's insane. So he did this march against the Islamization in Dearborn, Michigan, and he said, you guys are outbreeding us and you're insidious parasites. You will never look like us. Get the fuck out, America first. So he goes and basically harasses an entire, meeting, an entire group of Muslim Americans in Dearborn, Michigan. And what happens? You have the head of the assistant AG for the head of the Civil Rights Division says, we might take up this case on your side. So in other words, we're going to say that the Muslims who are getting smeared and harassed in Dearborn, they're actually the problem. They actually took away your civil rights because of what? How he was treated when he was there? Now, we don't know. I don't know the specifics of how he was treated, but I mean, he was basically asking for trouble. He was trying to create a scene. He was trying to get these people to fucking, be pissed at him, maybe assault him. The whole point was to stir the pot. The whole point was to make a big show and record it. And now you have the Department of Justice coming in on his behalf, even though he's literally a pardoned January 6er, and he was one of the guys who assaulted cops. And now you have the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division protecting cop abusers who are doing racist, bigoted harassment against Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan. That's how fucking disgusting this government is right now, man. That's how absolutely disgusting this government is. All right, well, this is interesting. So as you all know, Nick Fuentes is having a moment in the sun. He's probably the most prominent young commentator on the right, and he's getting a lot of eyeballs right now. He really helped spark this right-wing civil war where you have Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin up against Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, and everybody's sort of being forced to take sides on the right. It's a very interesting thing to watch. But how's this for a shocker, for a curveball here? Charles Murray, the very famous, right-wing commentator and intellectual, social scientist, I guess you could say, who wrote probably one of the most well-known racist books of all time, The Bell Curve, where it's just modern day eugenics, where he tries to argue that, like, well, obviously black people are inferior to white people and they don't have the same, like, brain processing power that we do. Duh. Well, this guy, the guy who wrote that book, The Bell Curve, Charles Murray, he came out and denounced, not Charlie Kirk, I was going to say. He denounced Nick Fuentes. He said, quote, and this is in response to a Nick Fuentes video. He says, the more video I saw of Charlie Kirk after his death, the better I liked him. The more video I see of Nick Fuentes, the more I wonder how anyone could like him. Smirky, infantile, vapid. Wow. And he's responding to this video in particular is one of Nick, where he says that once he turns 30, he'll probably find himself a 16-year-old child bride. Quote, right when the milk is good, I want to start drinking the milk. And so, bridge too far for Charles Murray. He's like, hey man, I'm down with the racist stuff, but you're getting a little kooky on the other things, aren't you now, son? So that's got to sting, because Charles Murray is like, a lot of people on the right sort of look up to him as one of the intellectual pillars of race and IQ garbage. And so that one's got to sting for Charles Murray to be against Nick on that one. All right, how about this? We have a new poll from Fox, and they asked Republican voters in particular, who is responsible for the bad economic conditions? Ready for this? Biden 53%, Trump 43%. That is a devastating number, bro. That's a devastating number for Trump. Because as you all know, usually when you talk about these polls, when you ask Republicans about Trump, it's like 90% pro-Trump, 95% pro-Trump, at worst like 80% pro-Trump. To only have 53% say Biden's the problem and 43% say Trump's the problem, man, you know he really is at a record low. All of those polls that come out that show Trump 36, 37, 38, 39%, that range, I think those are the more correct and accurate polls. And the ones that are like 42, I think they're the outlier, and they're the ones that are not on point. Here's an interesting thing that was flown around my social media. Usha Vance was not wearing her wedding ring yesterday at Camp Lejeune. Is there trouble in paradise? Because as you all know, he's now multiple times refused to defend his wife and his children, and multiple times backed off of condemning Nick Fuentes. So, I mean, look, if I was her, I'd be feeling the same fucking way, dog. I'd be like, are you kidding me? What kind of a fucking sick, sad, pathetic man can't stand up for his wife and for his kids? What the fuck? What the fuck? And so, who knows? Trouble in paradise, maybe, maybe not. It could be something totally blown out of proportion, or it could be real. But that marriage has to be on the rocks. I mean, he literally threw her under the bus, too, when it comes to religion. He said publicly, like, I want my wife to convert. I mean, that's disgusting. That's a disgusting thing to say. All right, how about this? We have a Washington Examiner article where Scott Bessent came out and said that oil prices could drop, quote, if something happens in Venezuela. In other words, he is hinting at the fact that they may be all in for complete regime change of Maduro. That all this stuff about bombing the fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean, this is just the appetizer, bro. We're about to go for the main event shortly, and they keep building up. More and more warships are being sent to the region. More and more fighter jets and drones are being sent to the region. I don't think they're doing that for shits and giggles. I think they're doing that because they're planning on doing a full-on regime change. So just absolutely very, very disturbing stuff there. And Bessent is basically admitting it. Did you guys see? So we had another one of these votes that the Republicans forced about condemning socialism. And you're not going to be surprised to learn that all of the top Democrats voted to condemn socialism, including Hakeem Jeffries. And by the way, this comes, a day or two after AOC and Zohran were sort of like, hey, I don't know about, primarying him right now. Well, this is who he is. This is who he is, right? So take note and react accordingly, because he's not your boy. He's not a democratic socialist. He's not a fucking social democrat. He's a corporate centrist. That's what he is. And so he's got to go. And I support the primary challenges against him for sure. And I think AOC and Zohran Mamdani, the least they could have done is just said fucking nothing. Just say nothing. Let people challenge and you just say nothing, right? But no, you had to say, oh, now's not the time. Then when the fuck is the time? When is the time? Because this is who he is. This is who he is. Now, I haven't seen a total breakdown, I don't think, of the numbers. Condemn socialism, vote Democrats. Let's see how many. I want to say, like, what did 86 Democrats vote with Republicans? Okay. 86 Democrats voted with Republicans. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is fewer Democrats that voted with Republicans than the last time this was brought up, which was probably like 3 years ago or something like that, or maybe a little more than that. So, hey man, the trend is clear. The trend is clear, and the trend is exactly what it should be, given that capitalism is failing us horrifically on a daily basis, in ways that are hard to even fathom and wrap your mind around. There's a reason why the Democratic base now is going, you know what? It's time for, at the very least, a little dash of some social democracy in this bitch. Because people got way too much debt. They can't afford anything. Nobody owns a fucking house anymore. Nobody has hope that the next generation is going to be better than this one. Everybody's treading water and barely getting by. I think it's time we catch up to the rest of the developed world and have a little bit of socialism. I mean, I think that's Occam's razor for how to improve things, actually. When you look at the Scandinavian countries, and they're all social democracies, and they're all doing phenomenally well, yeah, I think we should do that. I think we should have universal health care and free college and a living wage and unions for everybody and paid vacation time by law and a 4-day work week. This is the least we can fucking do. It's the least we can do as what's supposed to be the world's richest nation. All right, how about this? Elon Musk's online encyclopedia, Grokpedia, NBC News is reporting that Grokpedia cited the neo-Nazi website Stormfront as a source for 42 different times, according to an analysis by 2 researchers at Cornell University. So this is something that's new that Elon launched. He wants it to replace Wikipedia because, of course, this idiot thinks Wikipedia is woke or some dumb bullshit. Well, there you go. Now, Grokpedia is citing Stormfront. And it's just, it's imagine everything but then right-wing biased. There's Grokpedia, right? Everything but through Elon Musk's ideology. That's Grokpedia. Why? Why would anybody want to use that? Look, I've said this before, but if there was a liberalpedia or a leftistpedia, I would never use it. Because when you're looking for something, reading about something on Wikipedia, you're just looking for the facts. You're looking for the information. You're not looking for a biased or slanted take on the information. And so I have my own ideological perspective. Of course I do. And everybody knows that's a left-wing perspective. But the facts have to come first. You have to give me the facts first, and then you make sense of it through the lens of ideology. But this is like a war on the facts, brought to you by Elon Musk, the world's dumbest billionaire. How about this one? Zedjelani says, a CBS News staffer was going to be laid off, but then wrote to Barry Weiss about how much he loves Israel, so she spared him. If someone wrote this as satire for The Onion, they'd tell the writer it was too on the nose. So that's exactly what's going on at CBS, as I'm sure all of you guessed. You have Barry Weiss going softer on MAGA, and you have Barry Weiss going as soft as humanly possible on Israel. Basically, billionaire Zionist takeover of media, and you have Barry Weiss is the henchman for the billionaire Zionist because they know she will enforce a pro-Israel orthodoxy as she ironically sucks herself off and pretends like she's in favor of the marketplace of ideas, bro. No, she's not. No, she's not. So how about this? The other day, did you guys see, I think we covered it on the show, that there's this woman who worked for the Obama administration named Sarah Hurwitz. And she argued at this like Jewish Federation gathering that, oh my God, the way we teach the Holocaust is backfiring because now these kids who were taught about the Holocaust, they've really internalized never again to mean never again for everybody. Well, we don't like that. We want never again to mean just for Jews. So like, Holocaust education's backfiring. We should really change it. I'm not kidding. This is what she actually argued, and this is what she actually believes. Well, she was on another podcast, the Being Jewish podcast with Jonah Platt. I'm not kidding. That's the real name of the podcast. And Dropsite News found this clip. She also said the following, quote, if you look at the two of them, the tropes are kind of the same, right? The right is saying that Jews are doing a white genocide, and the left is saying they're doing a genocide in Gaza. It's like the same. It's like very similar tropes. So do you understand what she's saying there?
I was muted. No. The left isn't saying that Jews are doing a genocide. The left is saying that Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people that is funded by American taxpayer dollars. I don't believe, and I think that I would wager that anyone who considers themselves a leftist, anyone who is actually a leftist, doesn't think that there is a Jewish cabal. They think that Israel is a state that is funded by the United States that gives all of the people in Israel health care and housing and prioritizes all of their rights because we want that stronghold in the Middle East. And we can have that stronghold in the Middle East and keep that region destabilized via Israel. And with our, not permission, but almost by our order, our ordering of Israel, they are conducting a genocide. Israel is carrying out America's imperialist desires via Zionism. Correct. Very different from thinking that there's a Jewish cabal. Anyone who thinks that there's a Jewish cabal, you have severe mental illness. And you need to be fucking checked into an insane asylum. You're actually a fucking moron. Holy shit. And that's very, very different from thinking that a nation is conducting a genocide. That the people in positions of power in that nation, the geopolitical leaders in that region, are conducting a genocide. Those are very different things. It's a naval carrier in the middle of a desert. Capital is a problem, not ethnic groups. Yep. Also, it's unironically the Zionists who perpetuate the idea of the Jewish cabal. I mean, Israel likes to call itself the home of the Jewish people because if it can point at any instances of anti-Semitism, because it insists on considering Israel to be the rightful state of the Jewish people, they can then point at the anti-Semitism to say, see, we're valid in wanting to genocide these people. Okay. Anywho, we've got a big day ahead of us, chat. I've got so much shit to talk about. I got so much prepped, so much prepared. We're in it to win it today, all right? We've got a lot of stuff. Now, Denims, I started working in a tax office this week and I can't do math. Well, that's what calculators are for. That's what calculators are for. Is that a new mic arm? I did get this one a couple days ago, but I don't even know if I like it. Anywho, good morning, everyone. Hi. Hope you guys are doing well. It is Sunday, fun day. Are you covering the RFK piss poems? The what? The what? What the? I don't know. I don't know if I want to cover that. Okay, so what do we have today? We have this video that I've been wanting to watch from Dropsite News for a while now about the connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Israel. Then, I'm not sure how many of you guys saw it, Jennifer Welch fucking tearing JD Vance a new one. And then, I'm sure as many of you guys have seen, a bunch of Twitter accounts are being exposed as being like basically bot accounts. And the most offensive one was that the Department of Homeland Security Gov Twitter account is based in Tel Aviv. That's good. 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 I mean, we knew, but it's still so funny. Yeah. I made this for you and you never clicked it. And now it's coming out that the Epstein files actually look like that. And I'm just copying the Trump admin. Okay, I'll look at it. Don't worry. I'll look at it. All right. Next. I have a bunch of variety stories that I want to talk about. All right. I have a bunch of little tiny stories that I want to talk about. Like, for example, Rick Scott being one of the most demonic pieces of shit on the planet. Trump talking about Zelensky in exactly the fashion that you would think. There was a video that I got recommended called How I Escaped MAGA. And I was like, oh, but I kind of want to take a peek. Oh, but I kind of. And then Trump talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation that I want to talk about. And then there was another More Perfect Union video that came out recently that looked really good. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot to get to. We've got a lot to get to. Let's get into it. Oh, okay. There we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning is so classic, by the way. Coward. I mean, I think with her, from her perspective, it's like, why the fuck would I continue to serve? None of these people like me. I already made my bag. I'll just fucking retire. Why should I have to keep clogging into work when I don't even like any of my coworkers? Like, I think when she was in the in group, it was still kind of fun. And now, because there's no one in Congress that likes Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's no one. I refuse to believe that there are any representatives that are like, you know, I love hanging out with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think some of them think that she's okay, but I don't think any of them would want to hang out. Boebert might, but I feel like Marjorie Taylor Greene would call Boebert like a slut. That's kind of the vibe that I get. Where, like the pot calling the kettle black or whatever. I feel like she'd be like, maybe you should get closer to God, you fucking slut. Like, I feel like she would say that, right? Like, I feel like they don't get along like that. They're not. You know what I mean? Even though, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene cheated on her husband with her trainer or whatever. They're not. They also have their own beef. I mean, again, like, I feel like it's messy. I feel like it's messy. So, yeah, I don't know. I did expect her to have some more pure stubbornness, but whatever. I know. That voice, thank you. Boebert is also anti-woman. Yeah. I just don't think that they would vibe like that, you know? I think Gates and Marjorie Taylor Greene got along, but he had to run. Well, he had some minor issues to deal with. Sorry. All right, I'm done. I apologize, okay? Jeez, Louise, I said sorry. All right, so let's start at this story because this story is super short and it's the most breaking story.
Now to the news that has rattled Washington over the last couple of days. Firebrand Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene announcing she will resign from her seat in January. The Georgia representative and longtime loyalist of President Trump has spent the last several weeks in a public feud with the president over the Epstein files, health care, and more. NBC's Julie Sirkin is at the White House with new details. Julie, good morning.
Willie, good morning. President Trump on Saturday telling reporters here that he disagreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene's philosophy when asked about the Georgia Congresswoman's shocking decision to resign. The president claims she made the announcement, which caught him and House Speaker Mike Johnson by surprise, because she wouldn't have won her primary after he threatened to fund a challenger to run against her. MTG, as she's known, is leaving Congress on January 5th, and that means House Speaker Mike Johnson will soon have an even slimmer majority and even fewer votes to enact the administration's priorities. Meanwhile, this morning, the White House and Pentagon not commenting on reporting that the administration is planning new action in Venezuela as they try to ramp up pressure on Nicolas Maduro's government. The president spoke to us on his way to tour the golf course at Joint Base Andrews that he plans to redesign, taking on another construction project with a busy few days ahead of Thanksgiving. Willie?
Julie Sirkin at the White House. Julie, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the...
Wow, amazing. Great. Honestly, perfect news video. 1.5 minutes, get straight to the point. No liberals talking. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, what is he wearing? Bro, he's just wearing his fit. Leave him alone. Damn. I just have to say, it makes me sad that she's resigning because I was enjoying the infighting so much. But, like, I get it. I get why she's resigning. She can cash in her pension. And, like, I'm sorry, think about it. If you just, I know this is a scary idea, but for a moment, just for one moment, pretend like you're Marjorie Taylor Greene. You show up to Congress, everyone either thinks you're crazy or dumb, or both. And you have no friends. You guys have went to a job where your coworkers were not cool, right? Where you hated your coworkers and they hated you. It sucks. It sucks so bad to have a job like that. Oh my God. I have stayed in jobs that I've hated because my coworkers were fun. And I have left jobs that I liked because the coworkers sucked. If Marjorie Taylor Greene can cash in her fucking retirement, why would she choose to continue showing up to work when everybody hates her? Right? That's just from my perspective, from where I'm standing. If I had to put myself in her shoes for a second, I'd be like, yeah, honestly, I would check out, I would clock out. She's already worth millions of dollars. Like, she already got her fucking bag doing her insider trading. She has her own staff to deal with that shit. She literally has to talk to no one if she wants. Yeah, but it doesn't feel... Even if you... Okay. Have you worked in a cubicle before? Where you're not even interacting with your coworkers, but just their existence, knowing that they're one cubicle over. Just knowing that you may have to interact with them is just bad enough. It's like... Knowing that you even have to see them, it's like... So even if she doesn't have to, and even if most of the time she doesn't, it's like, why show up somewhere where everybody hates you, thinks you're crazy or dumb, when you could just be like having sex with your trainer or whatever, and I don't know, turning into a titan for fun and destroying walls. You think she'll get into lobbying? I don't know that she has the charisma for lobbying. It's a very particular charisma. I don't know that she has that particular charisma. Or she could be planning like, I don't know, like a Senate bid. I really don't think that she would... I think if she tried to run for president, I don't think she will. I think if she tried it, she would do it just for the funsies. Like the way that Pete Buttigieg does it. Like, she doesn't think she's going to win, but she thinks it would be fun. And that would be it. That would be the only reason. But it's also like, I don't even know that I would do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like flying from state to state, having meetings all day, all night, when you could just be tightening out and just like fucking destroying walls instead for fun. She already has enough money. You know what I mean? She doesn't need more money. So that's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents. I think she was down to clown when she felt like she had people in her corner, when she felt like she had Trump in her corner. I think now that she doesn't, she's not as interested anymore. You're killing me today. Sorry. President Marjorie Taylor Greene, can you imagine? Mandated talk to manager button in every store. The manager has to live inside of like a broom closet, and you have to be able to press the button to talk to the manager, and they have to show up immediately. State mandated. Can you imagine? No more gyms except CrossFit gyms. Like a priest, like a confessional. Brunettes get banned tomorrow. Only bleach blonde, butch body, bad built bitches out in the town. Oh my God. Okay. That's what I have to say on that. That's what I have to say on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Might revisit this a little bit, but that's all I have to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. The next. Not even just Trump. She really has no one. She did nothing to build or be a part of any broader coalition. She tunneled so hard, and this is what happens when you burn your one bridge. Dude, I said it like years ago that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is just genuinely Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like she is absolutely high off of her own supply. She is not selling you something she would never consume. She is absolutely using that shit. She is absolutely abusing that shit. She's drank all the Kool-Aid and she's now offering everybody else some more She's offering them the spare Kool-Aid she hasn't already drank yet. She is a true believer. She's a full-blown true believer. She's like if Sarah Palin reached level 16 and evolved into her second form. And because of that, and I remember saying this years ago, people were like, no, she's just dumb. No, she's just a grifter. No, she's just this. It's like, all right, dude, you'll see. You'll all see. She can be an idiot and be a Kool-Aid drinker. In fact, you kind of have to be. You have to be. But I disagree with the grifter comment. I do. Alrighty. Okay. Now, I would like to get into this story. No, not this. No. Sorry, really quickly on Epstein. We're going to do the full Epstein conversation today, but before we do that.
Guy hit it out of the park right there.
Officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies.
Totally cool. Right. Great point. Let's not do it. He just won me over. I totally forgot about that. That's such a good point that he just made about that. Totally fucking, the guy hit it out of the park right there. First of all, they literally told you a few months ago that Epstein was not running a trafficking ring at all. Now they're saying there are national security concerns in the intelligence of the guy who was not running a trafficking ring. Why would there be concerns about our national security in the Epstein files? Doesn't that seem odd to anyone? Supposedly there was no client list and he wasn't doing anything. And then if he was doing something, he was just pimping out girls to rich guys, which is obviously evil and they should all go to jail. But why does this have to do with our national security? That's odd. It's odd that we're talking about this in terms of, quote, intelligence and our national security. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein is just like a weird rich guy who has a predilection for underage girls, right? Like he's not doing anything on behalf of any foreign government, right? He's not doing anything that our government knew about, right? He's not blackmailing anyone. They told us it's not a blackmail operation, so it seems odd to me that there'd be national security concerns in the Epstein files. That's so weird. Johnson wasn't speaking off the cuff. He was quoting from a document produced by his office detailing 5 flaws with the bill. The 5th and final flaw, titled National Security Concerns, says that it's incredibly unwise to demand that the DOJ declassify materials originated by other agencies. That declassification should protect sources and methods and directs Congress to, quote, work with the Attorney General Pam Bondi to declassify in a reasonable.
I'm going to say my 2 cents. Tim Dillon is like an even lower budget Joe Rogan. That is to say, he appeals to like the lowest common denominator of like guy who just wants to hear another guy talk that he would get a beer with. And when this guy can correctly clock, oh, wait, so there's no traffic ring. There's no sex trafficking ring. Oh, no, there is one, but Trump isn't involved. Okay, Trump might be in the document, so we're going to double check to make sure, just to see. We actually have to redact the document completely for the victims, though. I know we've flip-flopped on this position a billion times, but, yeah. Moist critical for boomers is crazy. The story's always changing. It's like, dude, I get that Americans are really dumb, but like, it gets to a point, man. It gets to a point. you can't just tell Americans you can't just like fuel the fire that is the sex pedophile ring for almost a decade. And then when it comes to, release the files, you're like, huh? Who the hell is, sorry, Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know I think I knew him like a little. He's like, I think I didn't really know him like that. He says he's my best friend. Someone put up a statue of us holding hands and skipping, you say. Well, we're going to take that down immediately. Not because I'm guilty, of course. That's not the reason why we're taking it. Because, I just... Okay, the files are there, but they don't exist. And also the files are there, but they're a hoax. They're a Democrat. It's like, again, I get that Americans are dumb. I do. It's really sad. But it gets to a point. They're not that dumb. You're really like, that's still too far. Unauthorized public art, obviously. WinRAR's subscription expired. By the end of it, he'll be on age of consent stretching bed. Yeah. You still talking about that guy, that creep Epstein? Yeah. Misinformed and dumb are kind of different. No, Americans are misinformed and they're dumb. It's not Americans' fault. It's that our education system sucks. I don't think that Americans are uniquely dumb because it's just like in our nature to be dumb. It's that the education system in this country is ass. It's like, this is why you can't fix America in one election cycle, because you can't educate the entire American population in 4 years. You can, like, if you put fucking Kami Mamdani in the president's office, maybe, and he just like goes full authoritarian, communist, Marxist, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Basically what Republicans actually fear. And he does everything that they fear, and he just hyper funds education. Maybe in like a decade or two, we might actually have an educated population. But unfortunately, like, the average American does not have a high quality education. It just like we just don't have that. Like, because public schooling in this country is so bad. It's like, it's so bad. It's so bad. And the only thing that maybe can salvage your brain is like going to college and paying attention in classes and really trying. Because you can't just like coast by doing nothing and not trying at all in college. But it's so out of reach because it's so expensive. So people only view college as a way to get like a piece of paper to get a job. So it's like every part of the system is fucked. Like literally every part of it is fucked. Teaching kids also is hard, low-key. I'm not trying to do homework with my kid after working all day. I got to cook a struggle meal. Well, no, it shouldn't be. I don't know if this is a hot take. Parents shouldn't have the responsibility to teach their kids, because you're going to have a lot of underprivileged people that just don't have the fucking time to teach their kids. And they don't have the money to pay for a tutor for those kids. You have to have a comprehensive education system that can teach kids when they go to school. Only thing that can salvage your brain is to tune into this stream. That's true. That's true. Now that's just true. Chatter says, I got honors in college. I tried, but I was dumb as fuck in elementary and high school. Surprisingly, being really dumb early on in your public schooling experience, it will make you smarter later. It has a good chance of making you smarter later because you learn how to learn. Whereas, like, this is the core of the problem with the public education system. And I've talked about this many times. Besides underpaid and overworked teachers, besides the fact that our education system, the way that we teach things is bad, besides that, there's a lot of different components. We don't meet students where they're at and give them an enjoyable learning experience. That's the problem. When you learn to love to learn, when you start enjoying learning, if you can get a kid to love learning, that's it. They're set for life. And you just need like enough good teachers to put them on that path. And if you just get unlucky and you don't get any teachers like this, you're fucked. You're fucked in our education system. You're literally fucked. Now, there's a bunch of like smaller details here, right? What is this emote? Glad learning. There's a bunch of smaller things, like the way that we do exams is really dog shit in this country. Like exams functionally today in public school are here, cram this into your memory, memorize it as quickly as you can, and then forget all of it after the test. Oh, okay. That's what I did. That's what I did for classes that I didn't like. I just like crammed it, or I just cheated on those exams. Because I didn't want to learn it, because I never got to learn how to enjoy that class. And then the classes that I loved, I already just wanted to do the work because I found it rewarding. Or like homework as a concept, right? Okay, sorry. I don't want to get too deep into this, but I want to get deep into this. So I want to do a halfway sort of thing. This is my hottest take. I don't really think homework should exist as it does. I think like there should be projects, and there, as much as I hate to say it, and as much as I hated group projects because I had to fucking deal with it, I always did all the work in a group project. That was me. I was the kid that did all the work in the group project because nobody else did it. It's good to have that experience because it teaches you that sometimes you're in a group and sometimes you just do all the fucking work. You got to give those kids the experience somehow. Because if I never had that experience, I wouldn't know that existed. So I'm glad that that's there. Now, there should be homework. Learning shouldn't stop at home. Well, my point is, so if you look at other countries, my basis for these statements is other countries with really good education systems and kids like score consistently higher on exams in those other countries, like Finland, than Americans do on our exams, which are easier. And homework doesn't exist there the way that it exists here. Homework here is go home and do this mundane fucking labor and turn it in so I can give you points. Homework doesn't work. Because think about it, like it's such a crazy thing that we put kids in school for 8 hours and then we expect them to come home and do another 4 hours of homework. My point is, if you teach kids to love to learn, they'll do homework in their own time because people are naturally pretty curious, especially kids are pretty curious. I had classes that I liked that I went out of my way to do effectively homework because I liked the class. Because I enjoyed it so much. That should be the goal. The goal is that you instill the enjoyment and the pleasure of learning, that the kid wants to do that when they go home. Growing up, Finland homework took me like 15 minutes to 45 minutes per school day. My wife is a teacher. She never assigned homework. The only work they ever take home is the stuff they didn't finish in class. This also helps them learn to manage their time wisely. I had a class like this. I will never forget. I think it was like my chemistry class where all of the homework we would be given at the beginning of the class, at the beginning of the school day class, at the beginning of the class. And we would work on it. And if you didn't finish it, you would finish it at home and then bring it back tomorrow. Which incentivized you to pay attention in the moment. Because it's like, oh, wait. You would look at like the 5 or 6 questions that we had for homework. Sometimes it was like 20. And you'd be like, wait, I don't know the answers to any of this. I should pay attention because all the homework is directly linked to what the teacher is talking about right now. And if I do it now, I don't have to do it later. Okay, I'll just do it now. I'm sitting here anyways, bored as shit. I don't even want to be here. Let me just finish it now. Also, thank you for the raid study time. Hi, raiders. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hi. Thank you for the raid. We're talking about homework and we're talking about other countries and how homework is treated very differently in the United States compared to here. Doesn't that fuck over ADHD kids? How? As an ADHD kid, that helped me more than anything else because otherwise I would just procrastinate and then I would just do it the morning of. It'd be like, it got progressively worse as I got older. It went from I would do it the day before it was due to I would do it the night before it was due to I would do it at 3 a.m. before it was due to I would do it in the morning before it was due on the bus to I would do it the class before it was due. So it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. I've ADHD. It would have been better to do it in class than at home because I would have procrastinated. Yeah. Bumline, thank you so much for the 11 months. After spending 8 hours of school plus 2 hours of sports right after, the last thing I wanted to do was more work. It wasn't until college when I had 3 or 4 hours of school at most is when I developed a passion to do my homework since I had plenty of time to do it. Yeah. I think we all collectively forget because school is so terrible. We all collectively forget how ass how ass school was and how like, damn, you really had to like clock into your job every day. And then you had to go home and then you had more work to do. It's like you get home at like fucking 4 or 5 and then you have more work you need to get done. Dude, I have raids that are more important. So anyways, I think my brain scrubbed most of the memories. Yeah, it did. It absolutely did. My brain scrubbed a lot of memories. I also like, again, I tried to do my homework in class when I was in the class because that was the only way I would do the homework. And then I would just like, or I would wait till the day before and then I would do the homework. I didn't like doing homework. For a lot of my classes, I didn't like doing homework, except the classes that I liked, in which case I couldn't wait to get home and finish that homework because I was excited to see if I could figure it out. This is why I liked math so much. It was like right at the point of like challenging, but not too challenging, that it was like frustrating. Whereas all my other classes that I had, like, and science as well, but I remember like my English classes, I had so many bad English teachers in a row that it was just frustrating. Like I just couldn't do anything right. Like I would write a paper and it would be wrong. And it's like, and the teacher would be like, this is obviously totally wrong. Why the fuck did you write this? It's like, you know what? I'll just fucking.
I'm gonna fuck him.
Exactly. Pterosaurus there. Rag, thank you for the gift sub. Think you any of y'all would have been better off having a therapist in school? I mean, I think a lot of kids would have benefited from a therapist in school. I don't know. The problem is that like guidance counselors or like my image of them is so shit because they're so shit in this country that like I don't know. But anyways. I had so many bad experiences in English with English teachers where it just didn't matter. It felt like it didn't matter how hard I tried. I would just do poorly in those classes. Like, or rather on my papers. It didn't matter how hard I tried on my papers. I would just do poorly on the papers. And like I could get, because I was addicted to getting good grades. So I would just like cozy up to the teacher and be like, well, can I redo it? And I'll make all the changes you want. But I could never figure out why they wanted me to do those things in the first place until like later, until I had like writing intensive classes in college. And then I was like, oh, a competent teacher, a competent professor that can explain these things clearly. That's amazing. So yeah. And I know that that's people's experience with math teachers. So many people have had so many bad math teachers. And with math, because it all stacks on itself, you can't just pick up math in the middle of the semester. Because it stacks, once you get lost, you're like fucked. Because I did a little bit of math tutoring. And there are so many people that are like, I don't even know anything. Like I missed a couple days. I never caught up because I don't really like math. And I am totally lost now. Like I have no idea. I don't even know what the fuck you're showing me. And it's like, okay, how do we cram course this? Let's do our best. Let's do the best we can here. Forever behind. Well, and that's the other problem, right? It's like classes aren't tailored to students. So the purpose, for example, and this is why, so homework, the way that we have homework is bad. The way that we have exams is bad. So for example, pop quizzes should only exist to assess where students are. They shouldn't count towards your grade. Right? I'm not against pop quizzes. I just don't think pop quizzes should count towards your grade. I think if you get a 0 on a pop quiz, that shouldn't be on your grade. Pop quizzes should not, or even just quizzes in general, should not go towards your grade. There should be a way to assess, okay, this student is like, they're breezing through this shit. These students, they all got hundreds. They're clearly, this work almost is clearly too easy for them. Let me see if I can assign them some harder work. Oh, these students are totally lost. Okay, maybe I can set up like some cram sessions and we can go over the basics. Like I'll set up this Friday for us to just go over the basics, and I'll really try and get these students to participate, to get them to catch up, because they're falling behind. And if you have enough pop quizzes, if you have like a pop quiz potentially a week, you can catch up all the students that are lost. Not harder / more, sorry, more interesting work. Yeah, well, sorry. I think when something is, if everything is easy, you need something more difficult to be interesting. So they're kind of synonymous, I think, in this context. That's the only purpose that quizzes should be. Whoa, 80% of the class flunked. Maybe we should go over the topic again. And that's like the other thing that pisses me off. It's like modern schooling is, oh, all of you did poorly because none of you were paying attention. It's like, I don't know, maybe you didn't cover it in a way that was entertaining or captivating or brought any of us along on anything. That's crazy. I haven't heard someone giving a pop quiz in forever. I felt like I had so many pop quizzes. I like pop quizzes though, but I feel like I had so many. Sucks to suck. Fucking skill issue. What are you, fucking 12? Yeah. Idiot, dumbass. All right, continuing. It's like, okay. Okay, I guess. I'm only 12. I haven't learned good responses yet. I haven't learned good roasts. No. You mean VIII? We will not have Arabic numerals in this holy chat room. Okay, anyways. I wanted to go on that tangent. That was a little bit longer than I expected to go on. But the TLDR that I wanted to say on just all of that is just, the only way to fix this country is to get people to be smarter. And the only way to get them to be smarter is to have a better education system. And we can't just overnight make the population more intelligent. It's just not, it's not possible. It's like Americans they struggle with like basic reasoning skills. They struggle with like the basics of like fact finding. Like they see a fucking blog post and they're like, well, this has to be true. This guy told me Pizzagate is giving Hillary Clinton the adrenochrome, and you can trust them because they're a chiropractor, they're a doctor. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't even know. You genuinely have no clue. You are gone, people. Your marbles are totally gone. They're totally gone. Like, I feel like I remember first grade or second, I mean, about first grade, maybe like fourth grade. I don't remember the year. Primary versus secondary sources. Like the basics of research. It's like you shouldn't just read something anywhere, even if it's in a book, and just believe it. You should double check all of it. Make sure it's coming from like primaries. Like I feel like, you know what I mean? There's a reason why a lot of majors have prereqs in college that are specifically about discipline of what you're majoring in. Oh yeah. There's a reason Republicans keep gutting education. Oh yeah. Critical thinking, a specific class that I had done. I mean, I didn't even have like one of those classes. I just had like classes where we learned the basics of research. Right? Like I remember doing school projects in science. You guys remember the science fairs where you have to like put a hypothesis, you know? There has to be a conclusion, you know, like you have to set up a fucking basically study, and then you learn how to test things. You cite your sources. You cite why you think what you think. You have to actually, like, did we not all have this experience as my fellow Americans? Did we not have this experience? The scientific method. Yeah. I didn't. Oh my God. Never had it. Whoa. Wait, there are kids who've never done science projects? Oh my God, that's so sad. That makes me really sad. I love doing my science projects. I loved it. It was like the perfect combination of like getting to do something creative and making the board really pretty. But then also getting to do like research on things. It was very fun. Nerd. Stop. No, it's not nerd. It's a US thing? Well, yeah, I'm asking my fellow Americans. Does collecting leaves and drying them count? If you had to do it for a science project, yeah. Not all of us. Most of the South is broke as fuck. Yes, I did them. You know, with like the big poster board, the folding poster board. Let me be clear. No, I had a lot of fun doing that stuff. I was so goated at science fair, always won first or second place at the bare minimum. All because my dad did all the work. Yeah, I also collected a couple of first and second places for the science fair. Yeah. Me too. Denim's about to make a paper mache stream, a volcano paper mache stream. Anyways. Humble brag. Yeah, I got first place in 6th grade on my science fair project. Not to brag too much, and look at where I am now. Oh my God. Moving on. The school I worked at stopped doing science fairs because it became a competition amongst the parents. That's really funny. Twitch streamer science fair would go so hard. I know, actually, you're so right. It would be, I think, as I'm sure you guys have seen, this recent cycle of streamer award nonsense where people are just mad over fucking nothing. At least like a science fair project would go hard because you actually have to put in you have to create a labor of love, and then we can judge that labor of love based on how good or bad it is. We bring in, you know what would be crazy? We bring in school teachers. So it's not voted on by the community. It's not voted on by other streamers. We bring in random ass school teachers. We pay them, obviously. And we tell them just grade. You don't know any of these people. You're totally impartial. Grade it. And then no one is allowed to be mad. That would be so dope. Because the problem currently with streamer awards is people just get mad because they're like, well, it's rigged against me, obviously. Well, I'm just not going to get in. Well, I didn't tell my community to vote for me, so no one voted for me. Well, my community's all bots, so of course they didn't vote for me. And now I'm mad because I didn't get nominated for anything. It's like, oh my God, I just don't care. I just literally don't care. Build the science experiments with chat and have teachers grade it. Bring in 5th graders, see what streamers are dumber than a 5th. Too many. Don't even. Okay. Anyways. The concept of people who didn't even vote for their streamer getting mad on social media because their streamer wasn't nominated, I just don't fucking care. Also, I'm just going to be honest. I saw like that clip where Asmund was like, I'll give $100,000 if Cutie shows me everything in the back end. It shows me all of the voting and shows me who was nominated and how many votes everyone got. Oh my God. It's so fucking stupid. First of all, unbelievably stupid. Second, actually, I'm going to be bold and I'm going to say, if you aren't even willing to show up for an event, you're not allowed to cry about how you didn't get nominated. And there are so many of these people that like don't even show up to the event. And they're like, I can't believe I didn't get nominated. It's like, hey man, you can't complain about not getting nominated or complain that other people aren't going to get nominated when they don't even show up. Yeah, well, I deserve to be nominated and I deserve to have the choice to not show up. You just do your own award show. Oh my God. Award show where you nominate yourself as the biggest, bestest, coolest boy that mommy ever had. And you're the best streamer in the world and you deserve 100 gold stars. Just fucking do that then, you fucking loser. It's so stupid. I try to nominate the people that would show up. I mean, I can understand being like, I don't want to nominate people that aren't even going to fucking show up. They're always full of shit when they say they'll give X dollar if you engage in bad faith argument. Did XTC ever pay that money? About the dog collar or whatever? I'm pretty sure he didn't. It's not even worth engaging. Not gonna lie, Asmongold would actually kill it if he did his project on his rat alarm clock. The title of his project would be "What's That Smell and Why Did It Wake Me Up?" Dude, you could do such a good science fair project on that, actually. Oh my god. But he's too lazy to ever put in any effort in anything ever in his life. But if he wasn't, that would be such a good science fair project. Honestly, somebody else could do that project on his behalf and then take the credit for themselves. I bet, like, there's a lot of, like, sleep research you could do. Sleep quality research you could do. Dude, bring in what's her name? What's her name? We forgot her name. The olfactory woman that made everyone mad on the internet. I think it starts with a T. No, Luke's. I was gonna say Touks, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Luke, Allie Luke's. Dr. Smell. Dude, you could bring her on as like an expert. Describe the intensity of odors based on different stages of decay. That would be that would be such like the science of decomposition. And then reel in olfactory science and then reel in sleep science. Oh my god, that would be a crazy, crazy, crazy fucking piece of work. That would be dope. How do people get all these cool badges? Together for Good 25 Wicked Dub badge. How did you even get this? I don't understand how people get these badges in Twitch. I feel like I'm on Twitch pretty often and I don't know where people get these opportunities. Okay. Today's really been quite a variety day. I'm yapping so much. Can we get to the fucking news? Can someone make this stupid annoying bitch shut the fuck up so we can listen to the news? I came here for news. Stop yapping about science projects. All right. On to the news. I did see, we have to do this now because this actually is breaking. Zohran did an interview after his conversation with Trump, with NBC News. Zohran Mamdani says he still believes Trump a fascist after meeting. Full interview from 2 hours ago. We have to watch it.
And joining me now is the mayor-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor-elect, welcome back to Meet the Press and congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back.
Well, it is wonderful to have you here in person, fresh off of your first meeting with President Donald Trump. He praised you. He even said you could do a great job as mayor despite months of a bitter back and forth. Were you surprised by the warm welcome that you got?
You know, I was looking forward to having the meeting with the president to speak about the needs of the 8.5 million people who call the same city we love home, and to speak, frankly, about the affordability crisis that is pushing so many of them out of those 5 boroughs. And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities. And it showed that this is an opportunity to now start to deliver so that people can do more than just aspire to struggle in New York City, but actually to be able to live there.
But did you expect it to be so chummy? What was going through your head when you were standing there?
You know, I thought again and again about what it would mean for New Yorkers if we could establish a productive relationship that would focus on the issues that those New Yorkers stay up late at night thinking about. Because so often in our politics, we try and tell people what they should be worried about, what they should be concerned about. But when you actually ask New Yorkers and you listen to them, you hear it come back to the issues that animated not just the conversation the president and I had with the press after our meeting, but frankly in the meeting itself. It was a conversation where we spoke about the need to deliver on this agenda. And I appreciated that when the president, when we had that meeting, it wasn't just in the Oval Office. He also took me into the cabinet room. And there we were looking at portraits of presidents of years gone by. And we admired a portrait of FDR. And in many ways, when I think about the candidacy that we've put forward.
I'm still thinking about the chatter yesterday that said, "Isn't he great? I call him my little Muhammad. I call him my little brown FDR. Isn't he great?" And that's living in my fucking head rent free, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you to the person who wrote that.
It looks to Fiorello LaGuardia as the greatest mayor in New York City history. You can't tell the story of LaGuardia without telling the story of FDR and the story of a relationship with the federal government that finally delivered at the scale of the crisis it was facing.
Well, prior to your meeting, I don't have to tell you this, President Trump repeatedly threatened to cut off federal funding to New York if you won. The president seemed to back away from that yesterday, though, in his public comments in that joint news conference that you all did. He said, "I don't think that's going to happen. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him." Do you believe him when he says that?
No, I believed the president in the conversation that we had, and I will continue to make the case, both to the president and to the country at large, about the needs of New Yorkers. Because what I found, frankly, is that New Yorkers have grown tired of being asked to believe in a system that has delivered very little for them. They're tired of a politics that expects everything from them while delivering little. And what they want now is a politics that can see the scale of the crisis in front of it and actually start to work together to deliver on that.
You know, you ran a campaign, though.
I mean, I called it. I'm just going to say I called it. That Trump currently has no one in his party that has any motion, that has any juice, that has any, like, any good vibes at all. Everyone in the Republican Party is just fucking depressing. I can't think of a single Republican that motivates me, or like pretending to be a Republican, a candidate that would motivate me. Who is there? They're sauceless. They're rizless. They're juiceless. Like emotionless. Like just one. Massey is like the closest, and he really doesn't even have that much sauce. He really doesn't. Sliwa. What? Sliwa doesn't do anything. Is the problem. Other than that, it's like, who is there? Marjorie Taylor Greene should just step down. There's literally no one. There is no one. There is no one that, because Trump thought he had enough. I think Trump thought he had enough charisma. And he thought he had enough good vibes that he could carry these rizless freaks with him, like J.D. Vance, who has connections to Peter Thiel, like Elon Musk, who has a fuck ton of money. And he thought, like, I have enough. I've got enough to go around. I've got enough charisma points for the entire team. And he did not have enough. And so now he's kind of like, he's losing his riz. He's losing his motion. He's like slow bleeding out all of his motion because he's got no motion now. He needs like an ally that will give him motion. And he finds it, clearly Mamdani pitched himself to Trump as an ally for some motion. He was like, listen, man, I'm going to be honest. Your party's kind of motionless. Can I help you? Can I maybe assist you with some motion, perhaps? We can be in it together. We can be two hard, strong men. And I know you like that. That disagree on methods, but agree that we want to help the public. And Trump was like, that sounds like a great idea. Finally, someone who can give me some public fucking points that can make me look good. Finally. I know you like hard men, Donald.
Saying that President Trump had not delivered on his promise of affordability. Did anything that happened in that meeting make you think, yes, he can deliver on that promise for Americans, for New Yorkers?
Well, I spoke to the president about the fact that while our campaign technically began on October 23rd last year, for many people, they became aware of it after the president won his election. And when I went out and spoke to New Yorkers, asking them who did they vote for and why, in two neighborhoods that swung most significantly towards the president. This was Fordham Road in the Bronx, Hillside Avenue in Queens. And I shared with the president that when I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they told me again and again it was cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And when the president and I were speaking, we were speaking about what is preventing from delivering on that affordability agenda. Sometimes it's a lack of taking on the broken system that we have. And I spoke about in New York City, for example, zoning regulations. We spoke about ULURP. This is a process by which you either approve or deny zoning changes that are made in New York City. We spoke about the need to change so many of those situations such that a developer doesn't tell you the thing more expensive than labor or materials is waiting. And we also spoke about the importance of understanding what it is that hurts New Yorkers in their pockets. It's their rent, it's their childcare, it's their utilities, and it's their childcare. Because the childcare, I say twice, because it is the second highest cost after housing, $22,500 a year for a single child.
Well, let me ask you about the other threat that we heard from President Trump to send troops to New York City to address issues of crime and immigration. We've seen him do this.
Also, by the way, great save. I don't want to be the one to say it, but he definitely misspoke and said childcare twice accidentally and then realized he did and was like, And just so you know, I intentionally said childcare twice because it's really important. It's like, I know you didn't, but that was a quick save, so you're off the hook.
Other major cities, did you get any assurances in your meeting, Mayor-elect Mamdani, that President Trump will not send troops into New York?
I told the president that the cornerstone of an affordability agenda is public safety, and that it is critically important to me. And for all that has been said and all that has been spoken about, and the tens of millions of dollars looking to make New Yorkers fearful of that question, the truth of it is, in fact, that I'm looking forward to working with the NYPD to deliver on that. And I shared with the president that my decision to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch is in large part a recognition of the fact that in her time leading the NYPD, she has driven down crime across the 5 boroughs while starting to uproot corruption that was endemic in the top echelons of that department under Mayor Adams.
And I'm going to follow up with you on your decision to keep Commissioner Tisch. But to this core question that I think so many New Yorkers are curious to know the answer to, what did President Trump say to you? Did he assure you he will not send troops into New York?
He told me that he cared deeply about public safety. I said I cared deeply about the same.
But did he say he wouldn't send troops?
What I told him is that what separates New York City from anywhere else in the country is we have the NYPD. And I trust the NYPD to deliver public safety. And to me, that is something that I know that...
Such good politicking, dude. Oh my God. He's such a good politician. Do you know how crazy it is that he has convinced Trump to not deploy any ICE agents and to not deploy the National Guard to New York City, and all he has to do is get on and be like, I actually love cops. You can trust me because I'm smiling while I'm saying it. And I'm definitely not lying to your face. It is definitely a stalwart position for the left that we love cops. Me lie to you? I would never do that about cops. No. I love them. I love them so much. They're great. They're great. And that's why I don't want any ICE agents and I don't want National Guard here. Because we love them. Ask any leftist. We love them.
They can do, that they have done, and they will continue to do under my leadership.
So he didn't rule it out in your meeting?
I made it very clear what we wanted to do was to deliver public safety and affordability, and the NYPD would be the ones to do so.
In that press conference with President Trump, a reporter asked you whether you believe that President Trump is in fact a fascist, a word that you've used in the past. You were about to answer, then President Trump sort of jumped in and he said, quote, "That's okay, you can just say yes. It's easier than explaining it." So, Mr. Mayor-elect, just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do.
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement, about the politics that has brought us to this moment. And we also wanted to focus on what it could look like to deliver on a shared analysis of an affordable.
Like, I just wish I could just like be the most annoying bitch on the planet and just like to every lib go to their face and be like, told you so, told you so, told you so, told you could call people fascist and be likable, told you so, and you can still work with the president, told you so, you're a fucking idiot. I wish I could just do that to their fucking faces. All these people are like, well, we need Cuomo because he's the only one that can talk to Trump. We need Nancy Pelosi. She's the only one that can talk to the Republicans. We need Chuck Schumer. Fucking losers. Fucking losers.
Ability crisis for New Yorkers.
You've also said in the past that President Trump has engaged in a, quote, attack on our democracy. You've called him a despot. Do you still believe President Trump is a threat to the democracy?
Everything that I've said in the past, I continue to believe. And that's the thing that I think is important in our politics, is that we don't shy away from where we have disagreements, but we understand what it is that brings us to that table. Because I'm not coming into the Oval Office to make a point or make a stand. I'm coming in there to deliver for New Yorkers. And a few weeks ago, I was asked by a reporter 3 words to describe myself. I said, New York City. And that's what animated that conversation. How do we deliver for the people of New York City?
I think that some of your supporters would be curious to know, you say you stand by your past statements that, yes, he's a threat to the democracy. How do you square working with someone who you still think is a threat to the democracy?
I think working for the people of New York City demands that you work with everyone and anyone, and that you always look to find those areas of agreement while not overlooking the places of disagreement. And I think this was something that came up in our meeting. We spoke about immigration. We spoke about the fact that in New York City, we have sanctuary city policies that allow for the city to work with the federal government on around 170 serious crimes. The concern for so many New Yorkers comes about anything beyond that. And I spoke about the importance of us being able to protect New Yorkers, and some of the incidents that we see, they do not do that.
You raised the issue of sanctuary cities, so I want to speak to you more broadly about the issue of immigration. This is one that is so critical to New York, the rest of the country as well. One of your top supporters, Senator Bernie Sanders, recently weighed in on President Trump's record managing the border. He compared it to former President Biden. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border, and it ain't that hard to do.
Don't do that to me. Don't. Bernie, stop. Bernie, you're killing me. Stop.
Biden didn't do it. Those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border,
Bernie,
period.
Stop.
Do you agree with Senator Bernie Sanders that President Trump has done a better job securing the border than former President Biden?
I haven't thought much about comparing presidents on the question of securing the border. I think it's important that it's secure, and I also think it's important that we have an immigration system that is humane. And that's what I spoke about with the president, is that New Yorkers want to see humanity in the policies that are being implemented.
Do you give President Trump some credit for the work that he's done to make the border, in Senator Sanders' estimation, more secure?
What I give President Trump credit for is the meeting that we had yesterday was one that was focused on how we could work together for New Yorkers. And the place that we could do so most effectively, frankly, is ensuring every New Yorker can afford the city they call home.
Well, you take me to my next question, which is about really the central issue of your campaign, affordability. You have said that you want to raise $9 billion.
Sorry, I kind of got like a tick damage from the Bernie thing. God bless him. And again, by the way, he's just so good, dude. He's like, dude, what's a baby game for babies? I can't think of a good example, but he's playing Dark Souls with how much he's dodging and weaving these attacks. And they're playing fucking tic-tac-toe. Like he's fucking playing with a fucking dance pad with the number of questions he gets asked. He gets grilled more than any other politician I've ever seen in my fucking life. He's playing, the streamers that like try to beat Elden Ring with like their eyes closed using a mouse backwards and only 2 buttons and a dance pad, and they're beating it 4 times in a row at the same time. You're like, what the fuck am I watching? What am I watching? Oh my God. I'm struggling to just beat the game. That's what he's doing. And he's going for a no-hit run. And other politicians are like, they have the easiest build. They're over-leveled on every boss. They've got the best gear. And they've got good peripherals, and they're failing completely. The boss is just like frozen. It's just T-posing. And they're like, dude, I can't beat this. I don't know what to do. Should I jump off the fucking bridge? I fell. What do I do now? That's literally, that is the equivalent of what I'm watching. Everybody else is playing Candy Crush. Dude. Do I stand in the red ring of burning fire?
Dollars in new taxes, increasing
because he knows that he can't answer on border stuff because he needs Trump to continue to like him, because he needs to extract value from Trump, not in the ways that Trump extracts value from Bill Clinton. So he doesn't want to comment on that, and it doesn't benefit him to like compliment Biden. Literally, complimenting Biden is the worst of both worlds. You have real voice. You have Trump hate you now. You have all the Republicans hate you now. Establishment Democrats that are totally useless, that will never help you ever or endorse you, are like, well, we appreciate that you capitulated. We appreciate that. And now leftists hate you. There's no benefit. So what do? You say like, well, personally, I'm just the mayor of New York City. I can't comment on that. I don't know. I'm trying to focus on improving the city for the people that live in it. It's not my personal responsibility. I think I should spend all my time focusing on making the city better for the people who actually voted for me and for the people who didn't vote for me who live in the city. It's like, oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes.
On the wealthy, on businesses, in order to fund your key policies like universal child care, which you mentioned. You would need Governor Kathy Hochul to be on board with this. You'd need her signature. She has never publicly committed to increasing taxes. I know you just spoke with her. Mr. Mayor-elect, did Governor Hochul commit to you that she will support and sign on to your plan to increase taxes?
The governor and I had a productive conversation, and what we both committed to is working together for the affordability agenda. And one thing I appreciate of the many about Governor Hochul is that she's been focused not just on affordability, but specifically on universal childcare for quite some time. And now is the time to bring a partner forward in City Hall. And I've said plainly and openly that I believe that these are two tax proposals that make sense, increasing the personal income taxes on New Yorkers making $1 million or more by just 2%, increasing the top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey. And what I've also said is more important than how we fund something is that we fund something. And if there are additional or alternate revenue streams to do so, I will accept them and I will celebrate them, because the most important thing is to actually deliver for the New Yorkers who right now can't even conceive of having a family in New York City because of how expensive we've made childcare across the 5 boroughs.
Well, and your entire agenda is incredibly ambitious. Universal child care, free buses, among other things, lowering rent. Can you deliver on this agenda without Governor Hochul agreeing to increase taxes?
Well, I'm thankful that I'm not going to have to engage in the hypothetical, because I am confident of the two of us.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Just fucking. Oh my. It's every answer is just a slam dunk. How can one man hit so many 3-pointers? How is it possible? How is it just. The iframes are crazy. Well, what if she doesn't participate? Then what? I'm not going to engage in your fucking pathetic hypotheticals, because I'm confident that she will work with me.
Working together to deliver on this agenda and ensure that finally, and this goes back to just that portrait of FDR, we look at what politics has been in the past. It has been there in the moments of such transformation, meeting the scale of the crisis. We can do that again.
So just yes or no, you think she'll raise taxes?
I think she'll work with me to deliver on affordability. I think raising taxes make the most sense. If there's any alternative that raises the same amount of money, I'm open.
All right, let's talk about another.
Oh my God. Just. This is a guy you pass to every time. This is a guy who clutches. Every time, dude. Every time. It's crazy. Dude, how do I queue with these people? I want to queue with this guy. I want to knock 2 and then be like, there's one guy left. He's hurt. He's hurt. I cracked him. He's hurt. And I don't want my teammate to fail. I just want, he clears so easily every time.
Another major issue, which you referenced, policing.
So many major issues.
Crime. There are a lot of major issues, I know. 5 years ago, you were calling for defunding the police. Now you are in charge of the largest police department in the country. You have tapped Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on in her job. She has accepted. She wants to put thousands more police officers on the streets of New York. Will you do that, Mr. Mayor-elect?
I've said over the course of the campaign that I think the number we have had budgeted of 35,000 officers is a sufficient number. What we have to do, however, is allow those officers to focus on policing. And what I mean by that is that in 2020, the response time for the NYPD was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. Large part of that is because officers are now having to deal with 200,000 mental health calls a year. And so our proposal is create a Department of Community Safety, task it with the mental health crisis, the homelessness crisis, and allow officers to focus on serious...
Like, this is what we have to talk about here. This is what I mean when I say we need more people like Mamdani, who 5 years ago are like, dude, yeah, you're a fucking fascist. Yeah, fucking defund the police. And then when he sees that he has an opportunity to hold a position of power, he's like, what? That's definitely not what I think. That's not. I really respect the boys in blue. I really respect them a lot. It's a hard job to be a piggy. I mean, to be a brave American. I really, yeah. No. I do. And my fingers are not crossed behind me. Just so you know. Just so you know. I'm being totally honest. Okay? What I am going to do is introduce, because I know as the mayor of New York City, I can't just go ahead overnight and fucking kick out all the police. It's not going to go over well, unfortunately. But I just need to show New Yorkers that we don't need fucking police. if they saw what this city could be like if we had more mental health professionals and more social workers, they would realize we didn't need as much police officers. When crime goes down and the police haven't done anything especially interesting or additive to this problem, or maybe reductive to the problem, then we can cut them.
Crimes, so we can get back to the work of delivering on this, as opposed to being trapped in a political discourse without addressing the systemic crisis.
But you know, violent crime is substantially down under Commissioner Tisch's watch. Do you acknowledge that her approach is working, and therefore do you need to listen to her when she says, I need more cops on?
I hate when everything is just attributed to one random fucking piece of shit. It's like, I sure hope that there are no other confounding variables right now that are causing any of these things to get better or worse.
The street.
The reason I made the decision to retain Commissioner Tisch is because of the importance of outcomes. The fact that she has been able to deliver on rooting out corruption while lowering crime is something to be celebrated. And I think the commissioner and I have been very clear that what brings us together is a shared importance of public safety. I think we can do that with the officers we have.
Would you rule out putting more police officers on the street?
What I will tell you is that the 35,000 we have budgeted, that's the amount that I think we need.
Okay.
This is like this that line, that delivery should tell you everything you need to know. That smile and that response, this is coded language to signal to the rest of us, I'm not adding more fucking hogs in the fucking streets of New York. Whereas any other mayor would say, of course I wouldn't rule it out. We're going to deploy as many NYPD officers as this city needs. Of course, 100%. If we need more, we need more. What did he say? I think 35 is enough. No, I think 35 is enough. Would you rule out more? I think 35 is enough. I think it's enough. Whereas again, every other mayor in New York absolutely would have responded to this with, of course, whatever we need. If we need more, we will get more. If we don't need more, we won't have more. Absolutely. The moment we need more, I am happy to have more cops in these fucking streets.
Let me ask you, again, just going back to that press conference with President Trump, as reporters were leaving, you were answering a
35 total just to keep the Candy Crush scene competitive.
question that I think was hard for a lot of people to hear about your response to protests outside of a Manhattan synagogue. Your initial response to that incident did receive some criticism, as you know. What is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who feel you won't be tough enough in your response to anti-Semitic incidents?
That's sus, cope, IMO, wrong. I'm just saying cops still need to be investigated. I don't think anyone in here is being moved by your message because we're already all on the same page. The problem is you have to show people that your methods work. And there is such a thing as there is actually such a thing as being a little too overambitious. And I think people don't understand or don't know about like the very unique relationship between New York mayor and NYPD. It is very delicate. Mamdani first has to prove that the police are fucking useless and that social workers are way more valuable than the police. And that actually we don't need the police. He has to show people first. He's already promised a lot of things that he can get done if he tries really hard and everything works out really well. Once he shows living is better, he can go harder. He can go further. Oh, yeah, you guys like the shit that I'm doing? You like New York now? It's very affordable. You like the free and fast buses? Yeah. You like the public grocery stores? Yeah. You like the social workers? Yeah, I'm sure you do. Say goodbye to some of the cops. You know, like he needs to. Giuliani came to power on a wave of cop riot that he instigated. Giuliani's like a weird presidency. Sorry. Giuliani's a weird one because of what is it called? Because of 9/11. Sorry. I was reading another chat message while trying to speak. Mehdi did a set down with Zohran as well and talked about what Lena Khan is going to do. Oh, I really wanted to watch this as well. Yes. Next thing you know, you have other cities seeing New York City as a model that they can do too. Well, why do you think so many millionaires and so many billionaires are trying their hardest or tried their hardest to keep him out of power? It's because they don't want the rest of the country to get better for the working poor. Because the second the working poor actually realize life can be better and say, why aren't we doing what they're doing? Hey, you guys are fucking fleecing us. Then nowhere, literally then no one gets to be a millionaire or billionaire or whatever. Completely reorganizing the department is such an insurmountable task. It would take up all the time and political capital of his mayoralty. I mean, again, would you move back to New York City or stay in LA? Sorry, there's no universe where I would ever spend the rest of my life in LA. LA is fun now. I absolutely want to go back home to New York City. I've wanted to since I've left. I like New York City more. I just do. It's just bad. Sorry. I'm sorry to anyone who lives anywhere else. It's the best city in the country. It is. I know I'm partial. I know I'm partial. Of course I'm partial. I like public transport too much. And I don't really care about having a big yard. Those two things alone they make New York City the best place to live. Why even live in LA then? Oh, because I do streaming and I have a lot of friends that live here. And what's the point of living somewhere where you're just like isolated and alone if you can live somewhere that you're not isolated? People are the most important part of living. Squeaks is in New York. Why the fuck would I ever want to be friends with what the fuck is that guy's name? Oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Vivek Ramaswamy. Why the hell would I want to be friends with that guy? What the hell? What would make you think I would want to be friends with Ramaswamy? You think streamers would ever move there if it improved? Maybe. I don't know.
That I'm looking forward to being the next mayor of New York City and fulfilling the commitment I've made to Jewish New Yorkers over the course of this campaign, which is a commitment to not only protect them across the 5 boroughs, but to celebrate and cherish them. And what that looks like is rooting out anti-Semitism. It looks like increasing funding for hate crime prevention programs by 800%. And it also looks like ensuring that we have NYPD protection outside of synagogues and temples, especially on the high holy days. And I want to just say, recently on Yom Kippur, there was a horrific anti-Semitic attack in Manchester. A rabbi in New York City reached out to me and said, could you ensure that there's additional police protection outside of the synagogue for today? I said, absolutely. And I also asked, what if that rabbi did not know the next mayor of New York City? We have to make it so that it doesn't matter who you know. It matters that you will get that safety and security because you're a New Yorker. That's the administration I'm going to put together.
All right. I do want to talk a little bit about the future of the Democratic Party. A number of Republicans are casting you as the face of the Democratic Party. Mr. Mayor-elect, I wonder, do you think that Democratic socialists can win across the country in battleground states, for example?
I think a focus on the importance of dignity for working people is something that appeals to people across this country. I will not venture into the world of national politics and punditry, but what I will tell you is that in New York City, we saw so many of the same dynamics we'd seen elsewhere. We'd seen a shift towards the right. We'd seen obituaries being written about the Democratic Party's ability to speak to young people, to speak to Asian voters, to speak especially to young men. And I actually shared this with the president, that the very constituencies that he had won over, that were a critical part of his increased vote share in New York City, were the ones that we then looked at as who we should focus on to bring back into the party. And I think that when you speak to those constituencies with the same respect you'd speak to any other, you will see that they will then engage in the process. We saw an increase in voter turnout amongst 18 to 29-year-olds by more than 300%. And that's because we spoke to them as New Yorkers who are facing an affordability crisis, not as young people we have to finger wag to participate in democracy. 2
more quick questions. If Democrats win the midterms, do you want to see Leader Jeffries become the Speaker of the House?
Yes.
Okay. That was a
I know that that's the right answer, but man, does it make me mad. I know that he's instituting like a kill them with kindness position here. until someone is ready to primary Jeffries and has a good chance of winning against Jeffries, it has to be the right answer. Because he doesn't benefit from making more enemies. It's strategy, 100%. But I don't have to like it. That's where I'm at mentally.
Firm, quick answer. So you leave plenty of time for my final answer.
It also makes Jeffries look even worse. Well, that's why I said, like, it's a kill him with kindness strategy. When Jeffries looks like a little fucking bitch, pussy ass fucker who's like, I don't want to endorse him. I would never endorse him. He's little Muhammad. He's going to be communist. He's going to be communist social. He is not the leader of this party. He is not. It makes him look soy and beta and weak because he has to fucking constantly be on the defense. And there's no party unity. So it makes Hakeem Jeffries look bad that vote blue no matter who, except when it's little Muhammad, except when it's that guy. Then do not vote blue no matter who. Then don't vote. No. And that Zohran can immediately be like, yeah, no, that's fine with me. I'm New York mayor, okay? I'm New York City's mayor. I'll do my New York City mayor thing here. You do your thing there. You know. Okay. So, like, again, I get it. There's also, when you are speaker, there's so much more pressure on you and there's so many more eyes on you. It's so easy to become even more hated. Like, people fucking despise Nancy Pelosi. They fucking despised her. Understandably, I get it. I do think him being speaker would make him even more despisable. Oh, and Schumer, yeah. Like, absolutely despicable. People fucking hate Schumer. He looks like a totally incompetent fucking fool. So, I get it, but it doesn't mean that I have to like it. I get that it's like, it's strategy, and he is, the thing that I think everyone has to understand about Zohran is that he has obviously, he's a great speaker, right? He is a great speaker, great orator, great communicator. And you can't have, even with the most competent team, if you put Jeb Bush, and Jeb Bush follows all the team's instructions, he's just not charismatic enough to win. Like, Cuomo could have the best team, and he just still comes off as a rapist. You just can't, there are candidates you can't make likable. You just can't. So, Mamdani is positioned very uniquely where he's young enough and has, is not so experienced and so Nepo baby that he has full confidence in himself, which means he relies heavily on his team. There's like, I've talked about this before. There's a really cool study on like how, not the age old question, because I don't think it's that old, but basically whether or not younger doctors or older doctors are better, because there are pros and cons. Older doctors have a lot more experience that younger doctors don't have, but younger doctors might be more sharp, right? And the answer was, because younger doctors have so little experience, they're way more likely to catch weird, unique illnesses and diseases because they're way more likely to double check and triple check and quadruple check because they don't have enough ego yet. So if you have a weird, unique problem and you're not sure what's wrong with you and you've tried all the standard stuff, blood tests, whatever, you should go to a younger doctor because they're more likely to try and go through all of the possibilities. Older doctors will have better rates of success on, for example, like surgeries and stuff, but they're way less likely to catch weird, unique, rare diseases. That is to say, Mamdani, and this sort of applies everywhere. You can use this principle to apply it everywhere, that like, once you've done something for too long, you develop crazy ego because you feel so comfortable and confident in that thing. I watched a documentary that completely contradicts your point. It's called House. Well, I watched something that completely contradicts your point. It's called, what's the fucking show about the autistic doctor? And it's like the worst portrayal of an autistic person I've ever seen in any, The Good Doctor. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Anyways, Mamdani is another good example of this where like, because he's so new, he's way more likely to listen to his team. He's way more likely to listen to his staffers. He doesn't have this built up ego having served in like other big positions, having gotten a lot of support before. I mean, when he started, he didn't even know he's going to win. Mehdi Hassan even said, I didn't think you were going to win. I brought you on and I didn't think you were going to win. The very first time you came on, I didn't think so. I didn't think New York was ready for that. So, and clearly New York was ready for that. But again, a big part of it is that, like, because Zohran has so little ego, because he's been in politics for so like short of a time, for such a short time, he probably listens to his team. And when his staffers tell him, when it comes to Hakeem Jeffries, you should just concede that, it'll make you look like the bigger man. Realistically, you don't get any extra points. People are already relying so heavily and like responding so well to affordability. Don't bother fighting that fight. You can fight that fight later. And he probably listens to his team. Now, and also the rest of us, you have to understand the other thing too is being this invested in politics the way that we are is very abnormal. Most people are not this invested in politics. Most people are invested in politics at like a very bare minimum level, which is they see someone they like and then they vote for that person. Right? So when we see that, we're like, ugh, oh, don't say anything nice about Hakeem Jeffries ever. Ew. But I trust his team to have given him the right messaging on this. And his team almost certainly gave him the right messaging, which is don't fight that fight now. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Let him make a fool of himself if he gets speaker. And let him destroy his own image. The party is already changing so hardcore. People don't want more fucking pussies like that. They want people like you. It can put a bad taste in all of our mouths and be like, ew. Ew, this food is sour. Because we're freaks. But he has been really good on messaging. And I want to trust. I do want to trust. He can also shift his statement later down the line. Oh, for sure. He could also be like waiting. You know? He could be waiting. He could be like, for the time to strike, for there to be a massive fuck up, like a massive fuck up for Hakeem Jeffries. And then he goes in for the kill, you know, and says, we need to primary him. You know what I mean? He needs to build up a little bit more of a reputation. And again, it makes Hakeem Jeffries look like a sniveling loser. That, like, he says, you know, vote blue no matter who, but then when it comes to voting blue no matter who, Hakeem Jeffries doesn't want to. Whereas Mayor Mamdani, with a smile, will happily do it. Makes him look like the bigger person. Anyways, that's just my 2 cents. That's my opinion. Let
me go back and give a little more.
Look, former President Obama called you after your victory, and he offered to be a sounding board for you as you take on this role of mayor of New York City. What advice did he give you about how to lead effectively in these years ahead?
You know, one thing I really appreciated about the conversations I've had with the president have been the importance of what it looks like, not only to inspire hope, but to sustain it and then to deliver on it. And time again, that comes back to the city hall that you're putting together. And even right now, we have about 40 odd days of a transition. Transitions are typically a time of pageantry and pomp. We want it to be a time of substance, a time of purpose. And so we ensured that the first day after the election, we announced
everybody?
Our 4 incredible co-chairs of our transition, our executive director. And then the week after that, the first deputy mayor, the chief of staff. We're moving much faster than typical because we want January 1st to be a day where we start to deliver, not start to prepare. And I appreciate President Obama's emphasis of what it looks like to prepare in advance so that you can deliver.
All right, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Real pleasure.
He's just too rizful.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Thank you, Skyrim NPC. God, dude, it's just so easy for him. He just makes it look so effortless. I'm sorry, I'm like trying not to simp so hard for Mamdani. It's just so hard. It's so hard to not simp. It's just so hard. Mamdani magic, dude. Fuck. Man. Okay. I did want to watch this as well. I did see that Mehdi Hassan had Zohran on again. I think this is his third time. It might even be fourth. I don't know. But at least his third time.
Democrats, it feels as if
You didn't start writing a concession speech, did you?
we had one. I never read it.
Did you say nice things about Andrew Cuomo?
Democrats, it feels as if we are often in an ever-lowering ceiling of possibility. And it's time to finally bring that imagination back.
I mentioned you and Lena are Muslims. A report from Equality
We are.
Labs. We are. Breaking news.
Yes,
breaking
breaking
news.
news.
Jonathan Greenblatt. He announced the Mamdani Monitor. Do you think Jonathan Greenblatt is engaging in Islamophobia?
And I think that's what makes Islamophobia distinct. It's not the existence of it, it's the toleration of it.
Kevin O'Leary going on TV saying, I don't have a free bus yet. You're not even there yet.
He wanted a free hotel room.
Free hotel room.
And a free taxi.
Oh my God, the Kevin O'Leary clip. I'm not sure how many of you guys saw it. Him being like, well, Mr. Mamdani, where are the buses? Where's the free stuff? I don't see any free stuff. It's like, I literally hate you and everything you stand for ever. You are the worst person on the planet. I hope you fucking step on Legos for the rest of your fucking life, you piece of shit. I'm sorry. I hate Kevin O'Leary so bad. Okay.
I would freeze the rent for 4 years. And if we haven't done that by the time of re-election, you might not even have me back on.
Would you have a meeting with Trump if he came into New York? Is it time for Chuck Schumer to go?
4 p.m., pick the phone up. It's a random uncle from the Bronx who's like, I never thought you'd pick up. I'm like, who is this? It's going to be affordability every single day. And the first place that we start with that affordability is going to be in housing.
We have a quick quiz for you.
I'm going to fail
before we
this.
wrap up. It's called Guess the Bollywood Song.
Oh, God.
He pulled off the biggest political...
Here we go.
So, pragmatically, I and others who invest in real estate
Why is this like fucking 240p? Oh my God.
have tried to get a meeting to figure out what's rhetoric and what's policy. So far, for me, it's been crickets. I think it's a mistake on his part. I'm a rational person. I'm only interested in one thing, and I think he has to address this. I get it what he's doing on...
Can I just say something? I hate when billionaires or half billionaires, or rather mega millionaires, capitalists, talk about being rational people. It is irrational to believe in the concept of capitalism being a good economic system. It is inherently irrational, and it leads to worse outcomes.
On the rhetoric, everything's for free and rents don't go up. What happens on new builds? We need to build a new building. So let's say we need 20% more affordable housing. Love to invest in that. So we go to the debt and we go to the equity markets to do...
Like, do you see how you're like, do you hear how brain rotted this guy is? He thinks he's rational because he builds his worldview around collecting wealth and hoarding it like a fucking dragon. The first thing he hears when we're talking about making housing more affordable is, I want to invest in that. It shouldn't be a commodity, you fucking moron. That's how we got here in the first place, idiot.
that. So my simple question to him is, look, I understand what you're trying to do, and you got to get elected, but tell me how you're going to do this. I got to put $50 million into a building to build it, just to get it going. And the market's going to want probably somewhere between an 8 and 11% return on the construction financing. And then when I stabilize it, they'll be happy with 7-8% return. You're telling me I have to have frozen rent rates, even going into 3% inflation. How am I going to be able to raise any money for a new build? Not just me, anybody. How can anybody, including you, by the way, you, Mr. Free for Everything guy, how are you going to get that money out of the market when the return is negative? Now, what is the answer to that?
This is okay. When I say I hate business pros, please understand that this Kevin O'Leary is the best example of everything that I hate about business pros. They love to pull out random numbers out of their ass and be like, well, this number and this number and this number means your plan is not sustainable. And it's like, okay, and how exactly do you square that away with the fact that real estate moguls in New York make millions of or billions of dollars? You're really telling me we can't introduce a couple of taxes, reduce their wealth a little bit? Yeah. Okay. All right, dude. All right. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you want to, whatever garbage you're peddling to everyone else, I'm not fucking buying it. You fucking con artist piece of shit.
Because people
imagine only being 4 pixels and still being so dense.
Should ask themselves, how are we going to get a new building to live in or to have an office in or a store in the city of New York, which is in itself a country, when there's a zero return policy, a negative return policy on capital? Now, that's what's going on here. So if you're thinking of voting for this guy...
That's not what's happening. That's not even close to what's happening, first of all. It's not what's happening. One of the major problems in New York is that a lot of these giant buildings, a lot of the skyscrapers, which I love skyscrapers. I am a city girl, okay? A lot of these skyscrapers are literally empty because nobody can afford to live in them. Because they maximize for profit. They pull out the profit maximization chart and they see what would make them the most money. How much occupancy would make them the most money? Oh, only 70% occupancy would make them the most money? Great, we'll run that. They don't optimize for housing as many people as possible. Rather be empty and make money than be full. It's evil. Yep. There's infinite demand, you bald Canadian. Fuck you. I fucking hate this guy.
You're going to continue to live in rat holes as they deteriorate, but worse, there'll be no new builds.
Right.
Zero.
Yeah.
So I think he should, maybe not me, doesn't want to talk to me, no problem.
He doesn't want to talk to you.
He's so mad that Zohran doesn't like him. Why don't you want to talk to me?
Because he can't answer that question.
Well,
there's no answer to the question you just posed to him.
I've got,
that he will have
what I want to do is sit him down and say, look, I got millions of followers, great American entrepreneurs, families, millions of them. You don't have to go on TV and talk about this.
Oh, you've tricked millions of people into thinking that you're smart. Congrats. You know who else has done that? Ben Shapiro. You know who else has done that? Asmongold. Congratulations. You are in the same boat as Asmongold. You want a fucking medal? You want a fucking cookie? What do you want, a fucking participation reward?
Come on my TV. Let's just record an interview together, and I'll post it.
Please,
and you explain.
Mom, Daddy, please talk to me. I'm so lonely. Please talk to me. No, Omega Lol. Don't know all.
Explain what you're going to do here to attract capital. I'm the first $1 million check.
Keep talking about me, bitch. Sorry. I'm sorry. My rage is so strong for this man. I feel like usually I can meet people where they're at. I have nothing. I have nothing for this man. Nothing. Oh my God. It's the same thing as the people who bring up the Laffer curve and they're like, well, you see, if you would consult the chart. And it's like the chart is fucking nonsense. It's some shit some idiot fucking wrote up that has no impact on the real world because people are not rational actors. It's like, I hate you. I hate pseudo-intellectuals that push garbage to explain to everyone else why they can't have housing, why the millionaires and billionaires need to make more money. I hate these people so much. And it's like the ego on this piece of shit to be like, but I'm so important. Why won't he meet with me? I've never had this happen to me. I can't believe this. I can't believe he wouldn't meet with me. Like, it consumes them. Like, they literally can't handle it. Meanwhile, what is Zohran doing? Hanging out with his hot ass wife, getting some sushi, making people mad. Fuck you, Kevin O'Leary. I fucking hate this guy. So annoying. Oh, God. Okay. We're going to take it down. We're going to take it down a notch. You will never see my rage get quite as bad as this, except when I'm talking about business bros, because I fucking hate business bros. I hate business bros that try to convince everybody else that they need policies so they can keep getting richer. And they're like, literally no one has ever done a kind act for no profit. No one has ever done this. I know this because I'm a greedy piece of shit who would never give a seat to a pregnant woman. I would never do something that would benefit someone else ever in my life, ever, if it didn't make me money, which means everybody else has to be a soulless fucking demon like me. I am a parasite, and that is my worldview, which means everybody else has to be a parasite. And that is everybody else's worldview. And it's like, if you could stop being such a selfish piece of shit for 2 seconds, you might realize that that's not how the rest of the world works. That most people do nice things for other people because they want to do nice things for other people. And that world is functional, and that world is viable. And actually, people don't need to make millions and billions of dollars off of apartment buildings to want to have apartment buildings. You can have the smallest fucking profit margins and people will still chase those profit margins. Look at like airline companies. This is a common fallback. It's like, well, airline companies need subsidies because they're running on such a small profit margin. If they're running on such a small profit margin, why do they still do it? Because a profit margin is a profit margin. Like, you should just be able to look at doctors and you should just be able to look at teachers, and the fact that they exist in this world, that we fucking treat them so terribly, pay them so little, and just extract as much value as possible from their labor, and they still go to work. Okay, moving on. I apologize. I'm done. I'm moving on. My girlfriend loves watching Shark Tank. I had to stop watching with her because it was like watching a psychological horror movie for me. Real. I'm afraid real. Okay. Back to, there's another clip of him complaining about like, I can't find it for some bizarre reason. Where he says like there's no free anything right now. And he's like mad about it.
Victory of 2025, an election win so stunning, so dramatic, so seemingly impossible just a year ago that people are still talking about it all across the world. Yes, Zohran Mamdani is mayor-elect of New York City, but can he deliver on those big, bold, and popular promises that he made? In a Zateo exclusive, Zohran Mamdani joins me now here from his campaign headquarters in New York City.
How's it going?
Good to see you. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor-elect. Is that what we call you now?
Yes, it is. For the next 43 days.
Okay, we have a little reminder there. Congratulations on your big net win. What a night that was for you. We were there in Brooklyn watching history being made. It was kind of, a lot of people asked me what that was like. A lot of energy in the room, emotion, people crying, history being made. What was it like for you, especially backstage, before you come on? Are you pinching yourself? This is really happening?
It was surreal. I was only backstage for a very brief period of time. For much of it, I was in a hotel room watching the results. And for about 3 hours from 6 to 9 p.m., my brain was running wild after hearing the rumors of 2 bad exit polls that we were told, which had Cuomo in the advantage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You didn't start writing a concession speech, did you?
No, we had one. Okay. I never read it. But I wanted to make sure that it was actually
Did you say nice things about Andrew Cuomo in the concession speech?
I can't tell you. I still haven't read it. Hopefully we'll never have to give it.
No, you don't. Yeah. So you're standing on stage, your pitch is surreal.
It's surreal. I think it's also...
Are you expecting a mass exodus out of New York? Not just the police, but everybody.
No, I'm expecting a massive inflow, and I'll tell you why. I just got back last night for the first time since the new mayor was elected, and I was expecting a free ride from the airport, didn't get it. I wanted a free dinner, didn't get it, and I couldn't believe they charged me for my hotel. He promised me free everything. Hasn't delivered yet. I'm monitoring the situation. This is just wrong. You can't tell me it's okay to come on and tell me I'm getting everything for free and then don't deliver. What is he, a politician or something?
Sarcasm
Thank you for telling me I was muted. I just said thank you to the people who posted the link.
is a low form of...
Oh, it's so funny because he doesn't have free, but he's not in office yet.
I'm not kidding. I want free. That's what I'm getting out of him. Let's go.
As those buses, I was surprised that the homeless have not already taken over city buses on the ground that they elected the guy who's going to give it for free.
It's money for nothing and chicks for free, but not for me, apparently.
That was a line from a song.
It is. It's Dire Straits.
It's like 2 fucking demons wearing human suits pretending to be human. It's fucking vile. Makes me want to fucking throw up in my mouth. You know, like, the reason that the uncanny valley exists is one of the suggestions of why the uncanny valley exists is to prevent us from getting near like corpses or like diseased bodies, diseased like limbs or whatever the fuck. And that anything that starts to look not human is concerning for us because, you know, your body has like an instinct desire to protect you. Again, the suggestion seems to be like keeping you from corpses with like leprosy on them or whatever. I get my body is sending me that signal right now looking at these two fucking freaks. It's like, there is something wrong. Like, these aren't real human beings. These are fucking demons sent from hell to make this world hell. It's like triggering my fight or flight response. I'm like, ugh!
It should have been his campaign song.
Mark Knopfler's the
Exactly. He got it right 30 years ago.
He did indeed. Are you expecting a mass exodus?
Fucking hate these pieces of shit. I flew into New York and expecting what the new mayor promised. Free everything. Free ride? Nope. Free dinner? No. Free hotel? Definitely not. What is he, a politician or something? If you campaign on money for nothing and chicks for free, you'd think the buses would at least be comped. Great song. Terrible policy. Bro really thought he ate with this. Can you imagine tweeting this shit out because you thought you were spitting straight fire? Meanwhile, it got 6 million views and you got ratioed to shit. 3.7K replies, 2.9K likes. Oh, delete your fucking account. Literally delete it. Oh my God, you're a loser. Can I just... Here you go. Here you go, man. I think you forgot this. I think you forgot this L. If you'd like to hold it, just hold on to it. I think you'll need it. I think you'll get a lot of value out of it over the next couple of years. What a fucking loser. Oh my God. Tweeted at him? No, this tweet's so fucking old. Anyways, I apologize. We're returning. We're going back to the original video.
It's also incredible because I'm on that stage and I'm looking out into a crowd of people who have, some of them have helped to raise me. Some of them have, people I went to school with, people who were canvassing with us in the winter. So often canvassing in mayoral elections begins with petitioning. Yeah. And these were people who were there at the library, in the days when it was so cold that no one even knew an election was coming. And they were there in the crowd. They were there. They had punched their Zetro cards 2 times over. And to be able to share that moment with them, it was lovely. But I still haven't been able to see the stream, huh?
You haven't seen our live stream was good.
Yeah?
Ted Cruz
Should I
loved
rewatch
it. Ted Cruz loved it.
Yeah.
It's there for you to watch.
Did you see when he popped up in the view? Did it say like dead,
No, he was on Fox criticizing our live stream. That night, you win. It's a big night for the Democrats. Democrats win almost everywhere. Yeah. Mikey Sherrill wins in New Jersey, the governorship. Abigail Spanberger wins the governorship in Virginia. A lot of Democrats, a lot of pundits say those are the victories we should look out for lessons. Zohran Mamdani's win was good, but it's New York. It's not replicable on a national stage. What do you think your...
Sorry. I hate, this is like one of my other big pet peeves, other than business bros, when people look at something that worked and they're like, okay, yeah, maybe it worked there, but it definitely can't work here. Just shut the fuck up forever. Forever. Just shut the fuck up. Just like, I don't know, for like forever. Just for the rest of your life, just shut the fuck up. That's it. That's all I'm asking. That's it. That's all. That's all. It's when people are like, we can't have trains. Our country's too big. Just shut the fuck up forever. Just shut the fuck up. Just forever. Just forever. Just silence forever. It's not that hard. Just forever.
When teaches or tells your party...
Because here's the thing. Even if it's not applicable, it doesn't mean that there aren't lessons that can be learned. Even if you can't replicate exactly what Mamdani did in New York City, in like a city in Missouri or in like Idaho or in Utah, it doesn't mean that there aren't lessons that can be learned. So like regardless of the city, regardless of the state, everywhere Americans, everyday Americans are suffering with prices, are suffering with healthcare costs, are suffering with schooling. Like the problems that Americans are having are kind of the same regardless where you go, as long as you're talking about people, the working class. The working class people, regardless of where they are, they're suffering the same financial issues. Some more than others, of course, but the issues are the same. And if you focus on those issues and you campaign on those issues and you actually try and implement policy on those issues, you will get voted in. So it doesn't really matter whether or not you can replicate exactly one-to-one that if you took Mamdani, put him somewhere else and had him run, he wouldn't have won somewhere else. It doesn't matter because you can take the things that let him win and apply them. Like it's like
nationwide.
Well, I try to keep my focuses mostly on New York. I think of that New Yorker cover where the world ends at New Jersey.
Also, exactly. Also, it's not like the Dems have been winning literally fucking anything for years. So maybe learn from the wins. Yes.
That's how I try to keep my sense
But
of
a
the
National
globe.
Democrat calls you and says, Zohran, great job. What should we learn from your win?
I think the thing I often go back to is when Trump won the presidency, there were many articles written, obituaries of the Democratic Party's ability to engage with young voters, with young men, with Asian voters. And what we showed, in fact, is that these same constituencies that we had been told were potentially forever leaving the party could in fact be the foundations of a campaign at the heart of the party to win it back. And that's what we saw in this election. I mean, young people, young men, Asian voters, so many of the people who'd been overlooked at best in our party politics were right there. And
I mean, literally, like, I think all of us, especially here on Twitch where we're all mentally ill, saw that shit where they're like, the Democrats kept talking about, like, we need to appeal to young white men. We need to appeal to young white men. Guys, we need to appeal to young white men. We need to. And nobody gave a shit about any other group. It's like, hey, guess what? You know, those are people too, right? And actually, if you just campaign on the things that would impact everyone, the young white men will also vote for you, which is, I don't know if you guys have seen Mamdani's videos. He wasn't exactly making a fuck ton of videos about young white men. He was just making videos about affordability, free buses, getting food at the halal cart, helping out bus drivers, helping out taxi drivers, you know, building grocery stores that are government run. There wasn't an entire fucking segment dedicated to helping young white men, because when you decide that's going to be the only primary focus, you're basically telling everybody else you don't give a shit about them. And I know it's crazy, but like, young white men are people, just like everybody else is people, and you can just help people. You don't have to make everything identity politics. And there are still people today that are like, no, it's really important to appeal to the young white men, and exclusively and specifically the young white men after Mamdani's win. And it's like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, you're actually an idiot. Actually, if you just appeal to people and people's needs, you don't need to do identity politics. You don't.
The key of this was that we spoke to New Yorkers with a sense of respect, as opposed to the condescension that is so endemic with specific sets of constituencies. And as much as we spoke, we also listened to them. And we actually asked them, what is it that is making it so difficult for you to afford life in this city?
Your famous opening video in the Bronx. You recently announced the appointment of Dean Falahan as your deputy mayor and El Biscard Church as your chief of staff. You did the announcement at Roosevelt House here in New York. Was that your way of saying, FDR, we're aiming big?
You got it.
Okay.
That's exactly, and I think it's part of this is we want to show the lineage that we are looking to be a part of, a vision of government that has an affirmative sense of what it will actually do for the people it looks to serve. You know, there used to be this battle seemingly between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party of small government or big government. Now it seems to be that the Republican Party is committed to big government, but their understanding of big government is secret police across the streets of the nation.
Trump gets to own a bit of intel.
And you know, doctors get to tell you that you cannot actually make your own decisions with regards to your own body. And that's their vision. The big question is, what is the Democratic Party's vision in this moment? And in sharing the news of our first appointments firmly within a history of what it can look like when the Democratic Party actually dreams and delivers for working class people, it shows that we can return back to what used to be that vision.
So you recently announced your transition team too. It's pretty star-studded, mostly run by women. CNBC was reporting the other day.
I have to tell you something before you even go on. I had an uncle, not blood relative, an uncle.
Yeah, right? we have to specify what the relation is.
I had an uncle text me, and he was like, all women? It's like, we should diversify this.
Yeah, we need to, what about the men?
Hey, where's my DEI?
What about the uncle?
It's like, brother, don't worry.
You had your time.
Everyone will be there.
Everyone will
You're
be there.
going to be fine.
I think the uncles will be fine. CNBC reported that some business leaders in this great city are, quote, looking for therapy and therapists because of one particular woman on your team, transition co-chair, former Federal Trade Commission chair, Lena Khan, who they fear, they hate in many cases. What is the symbolism of her appointment? What message are you sending to business leaders?
Well, I think the message we're sending to everyone is that at a time when Donald Trump is looking to use the law as a weapon to punish working class people, here is someone who has showcased the ability for the law to be something that protects those same people. And I have long been inspired by Lena Khan's protection of people across this country in the face of corporate greed and the willingness to actually use the tools of government to take action. Because for so long, what we've been told are the only options in front of us are to support something or to issue a strongly worded letter in opposition to that thing. And what she has shown is, in fact, you can use these tools to deliver.
So on that note, there's been reporting that Lena Khan, I think Semaphore reporting that she's exploring using some of the lesser known laws hidden away on the books in New York to help bring costs down and get your affordability agenda through and have legal backing. Semaphore reported that she has a plan to make sure Yankees fans aren't ripped off by the price of beer in the stadium. Is that something you are working on together? And if so, will New Yorkers have two Muslims to thank for cheaper beer at football games?
Yes. Dude, this is the other thing too. Americans should be like the least Islamophobic people on the planet because I'm just in both of these groups. So we have the worst transportation in this on the planet, some of the worst. Like the car sell mindset in the US fucking blows dick. It's so ass. And guess what? You have a Muslim friend, they're designated driver every time. You would think Americans would love Muslim people, would love having a guy around that doesn't drink, just asks for a Coke and is the designated driver, and no one else has to suffer. And yet people just can't stop being racist for 2 seconds to realize how good life could be. Also, I'm sorry, this chatter said, I can't tell if they're being sarcastic or not, or just joking around, but in case they're not, I've never heard one politician utter that sentence. Sorry, please find that and pull it up. About young white men, here's John Fetterman saying, where is it? Oh, I had it and then it like fucking pulled up that nonsense. Where is it? Once we've kind of turned our back on that, oh, here it is. I'm not sure if that's possible, to be honest. I think it's seriously been eroding for a while. Fetterman said, and then he added in a conversation that he had with voters, many say it feels like men are the problem, men are to blame, and their masculinity is toxic. Once we've kind of turned our back on that demographic, it could be difficult to rebuild that and replace that with voters. I think migration has been an ongoing phenomenon for several years, and that was front and center. And, in part, the election in 2024. Here's that. And it's like, well, that guy had a stroke. He doesn't count. Okay, man. Like, what about these? Also, the amount of manufactured consent from CNN, MSNBC, MS Now, CNN, saying the plight of boys and men. And if you look up this like headline, you'll find 1 billion more articles. And here you can see March 2025. Maryland Governor Wes Moore talking about how the well-being of our young men and boys has not been a priority. I want Maryland to be the one that's aggressive and unapologetic and be able to address and fix it. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer shared plans to help boost young men's enrollment in higher education and skills training. A DEI initiative which folks on both sides of the aisle may appreciate. Literally, I want DEI so we can get more men in college. Can you imagine campaigning on that? And these are just two people. Two. That I found within 5 minutes of looking for this. Obviously, again, you want to exclude Fetterman because he had a stroke. You can find 1 billion more examples of Democratic politicians talking about how we need to appeal to young men, how we need DEI for young men, how we need to prioritize young men because young men are the most important voting group and we need to appeal to them as much as possible. I've heard nothing but that for the past fucking 4 years. And surprise, surprise, if you just run on good messaging and you run on affordability and you don't run on culture war garbage, people will vote for you. So I don't know if it was a genuine question or you're just trolling and baiting me, in which case you got me, you baited me. But if it was a genuine question, I tried to answer genuinely. And I hope that that was good enough. Everyone else in here who knows, they know. Everyone else in here is politics brained. You have seen the headlines for the past, I would say since Trump won the first time around, how we aren't appealing to white men enough. And there's, again, just look it up. There's a million articles. That was like less than 5 minutes of searching to pull up like four Democratic politicians that have talked about wanting to appeal to young men.
Baseball games, huh? Oh, I'm from the UK. I don't know anything about American sport.
It's all good.
The World Cup's coming. That's
the
what
World
we care
Cup is
about.
coming, 2026.
Yeah.
Did you watch the last game, the England game?
The England game. I was at the last World Cup final. Do you know that? A little bit of trivia.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I was at the Ghana-Uruguay game where Luis Suarez illegally stopped the ball from crossing the line.
But you're probably going to get invited to all the great games now. That's probably why you ran from it.
I've also just gone after FIFA quite a number of times.
That's
so
true.
I think some of the invites
but
might
that's
be a
why they'll
little bit
shut you up
supply.
with like free tickets. So are you going to be lowering prices with Leader Cup? Not just for beer. Not just for beer, not just at baseball games.
You know, I think one of the things that I often think about
Sports, am I right, gentlemen?
that Lena mentioned to me is that when she went to the Federal Trade Commission, there was a sense of engaging with the great forgetting of what all these tools could actually deliver on. And one of the things I'm so excited by is to look at city government with a fresh pair of eyes of what powers do we have to deliver for New Yorkers. And that's one of the things that'll be so helpful in having Lena be one of the co-chairs of this transition, is to look at all of these tools, because Republicans, they have a sense of imagination that is ever expanding.
Yes.
It can extend to purchasing Greenland.
Yes.
And Democrats, it feels as if we are often in an exercise of an ever lowering ceiling of possibility.
Yes.
And it's time to finally bring that imagination back.
I hope so. I mentioned you and Lena are Muslims. A report from Equality
We are.
Labs. Breaking news.
Yes,
breaking
breaking
news. A report from Equality Labs analyzed 17.1 million online posts related to you and your campaign. They found that 80% of all posts across all platforms were Islamophobic. 7% of them labeled you a terrorist. 7% cautioned voters that if elected, you would impose Sharia law in America. We heard
Americans are so dumb. Our education system is so bad.
heard a lot about anti-Semitism during the campaign, which you repeatedly condemned. We heard a lot about that from mainstream media, even from Democratic Party leaders, but not about Islamophobia, which has been totally mainstreamed in our politics and online.
It has, and I think it's very easy to try and describe Islamophobia as if it belongs exclusively within one party, when the reality is that it is a part of politics at large in this city. And this report was honestly, it's one thing to go through something. It's another thing when you read a comprehensive study of that experience and to see just the immense scale of this kind of rhetoric and the distance it can travel. It also is an insight into what passes for political leadership in this moment across the city and across this country. And I think, you face a lot of this as well.
Unfortunately.
And I'll be honest with you, I try and just move through it.
Yeah.
I try and just remember the words of Toni Morrison about the function of racism is distraction. And then there just came a point in this race where
you had to give a speech.
I had to give a speech because the temptation was to treat everything as if it was a 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, you have to take a step back and say, am I going to tolerate this?
Yeah. Unfortunately, people are tolerating it. And
I think that's what makes Islamophobia distinct. It's not the existence of it, it's the toleration of it.
Yes. Meanwhile, Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO and National Director of the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, he announced the Mamdani Monitor to track the actions of your administration that, quote, impact Jewish safety and security. What do you make of that, of him, of the ADL? I don't remember him starting a Trump monitor after the president was reelected, after Trump hosted a Holocaust dinner at his home, called neo-Nazis very fine people, things that you have not done. Do you think Jonathan Greenblatt is engaging in Islamophobia by picking on a Muslim politician and making his record about anti-Semitism?
I can't tell you what he's engaging in. What I will tell you is that I have my doubts in his ability to put together a credible and comprehensive monitor of anything, given the fact that he went on national television and said that I had not visited a synagogue over the course of the campaign, only to have that have to be corrected then again on national television. And I think this is what we will see time and time again, which is over the course of this race, and now as we are preparing this administration, is an attempt to try and separate the issues from the people of this city themselves and make them into part of a political discourse. I am interested in serving every single person of this city. I am interested in fulfilling the commitments of this campaign. And one of those commitments is to take on the scourge of anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs, to work deeply with Jewish New Yorkers right here. And that's one of the things I've appreciated so much over the course of the primary, of the general, and what I'll be looking forward to as well in the admin.
You mentioned serving everyone in New York. One particular resident of New York is a man named Bill Ackman, who you and I have talked about before, billionaire hedge fund manager. He was one of your biggest critics on Israel, on anti-Semitism, on taxes. He said
on character limits.
On character limits. I know you feel strongly about that. He said the National Guard should be deployed to New York if you win. Now he's done a pivot. And he's tweeting on election night, Zohran Mamdani, congrats on the win. If I can help NYC, just let me know what I can do. Have you been in touch with Bill? Is there a job for him that you have in mind?
I haven't been in touch with Bill, but
sure
I am looking to deliver a city even for Bill.
Has there been any surprise phone calls you had since you were elected you didn't think? From somebody that, oh wow, they called me to congratulate you?
There was a moment where I was expecting a phone call from a governor, and we didn't know what number was going to come in, and it was at 4 p.m. sharp.
Okay.
And so I've been getting a lot of phone calls. It's the same number I've had since high school.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, okay, 4 p.m., pick the phone up. We don't know, they won't tell it, just pick it up. So 4 p.m., bang, I pick it up, and it's a random uncle from the Bronx.
Not a biological uncle, we should be clear again. Who just couldn't say
like, I never thought you'd pick up. I'm like, who is this?
Are you the governor of a major American state?
He's like, I'm here with my father. We love you.
They put you on the phone too, of course.
I'm like, that's great, brother. But
you've just screwed yourself by telling everyone that you have the same number from high school. So now
Oh no.
everyone who went to high school with you knows that they can call you at any time.
They call, they text.
And if you went to high school, you and the president of the United States are really easy to get hold of on cell phones, apparently. You mentioned governors. I love the way you're pivoting. You're segueing into each of my questions. Governor Hochul of New York was pretty consistent during the campaign. She said she supported you for mayor, but she couldn't support you on a 2% tax rise on those making over $1 million a year, that she was against tax increases going into an election year 2026 for her. Bloomberg is now reporting that she may be considering corporate tax increases, something that you've also called for, to help fund one of your big priorities, hers as well, universal childcare. You met with her last week. Is she on board now with some form, if not the 2% tax hike, then some kind of higher tax on the wealthy to fund universal childcare?
So we spent that meeting, which was an incredibly productive one, on the agenda itself, the outcomes of that agenda. Now, as you said, one of them is universal childcare, because New Yorkers are spending $22,500 a year on child.
See, the thing that Mamdani understands that I think a lot of leftists have tried to talk about for a very long time is that you can simply aura farm hard enough, and then people will believe you. If you farm aura well enough and hard enough, and you are simply a Chad that will not concede, people feel like you won't concede. You're like, if you become the antithesis of Chuck Schumer, you know, like the saying, give an inch and people will take a mile? It's the same comment here, or sorry, the same, it's the same concept, excuse me, here, where if you're basically telling everyone around you, no, I'm not conceding anything. Nope, I refuse. We are funding this program. I don't care how you do it, you're funding this program. If you want people to like you the way that they like me, we're funding this program. I think we should do it this way. I think people will like it this way. when people feel like, oh, fuck, I can't get him to concede on anything. Okay, fine. I will find a way to fund your stupid program. Fine. Like that guy, I reject the premise. I want both. Exactly. Exactly. 100%.
Care currently for one child. The other is fast and free buses. And then the other we've talked about is freezing the rent for rent stabilized.
Oh no, look at this. I just noticed this chatter. Replace male voters. With what? I'm sorry that you struggle so hard. Man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the world is so scary. I like that in your world, if you don't appeal to male voters, it means that you're trying to get everyone else and not the more common sense solution, which is appealing to people. Literally just appealing to people. You're struggling with the concept of not engaging with a culture war. You don't actually have to engage in a stupid culture war. You don't. You don't have to pit men against women. You don't have to pit white people against whatever other group of people. You can just say, I want to make things more affordable for everyone. And that's a winning strategy. And sitting there being like, no, we need to prioritize white men over every other group. We have to do this is a dumb strategy. It's unbelievably stupid. You should appeal to people. I feel like it's really not, that's not even a complicated idea, and yet people struggle with it.
Tenants. Now, freezing the rent is something that can be done without Albany's assistance, but making buses fast and free, universal childcare, those will be dependent on the relationship we build with Albany. And what I'm so excited by is that the governor shares that same belief in universal
that's the
childcare,
outcome.
affordability agenda. And I've said, look, that I think the two most straightforward ways to raise the money for these outcomes.
But do you see any change in her? I know what your plan is. You were very clear about it.
I see a continued commitment to delivering on the agenda.
You say that, but a few weeks ago, Hochul also told reporters that she, quote, cannot set forth a plan right now that takes money out of a system that relies on the fares of buses and the subways. That sounds like she's shooting down your plan to make buses free, one of your core promises.
So I don't take that in that manner. What I take that as is a recognition that we cannot demand of the MTA something that would deprive them of fare box revenue without providing them an alternate source of that revenue. There are some people who've thought that when I say make buses free, it just means telling the MTA you're going to have to deal with a loss of $700-800 million in annual fare box revenue. The truth is we would provide an alternate source for that $700 million a year. That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Again, this is like, it's so funny because conservatives for the longest time, their entire epic own was, it's not free liberal. It means you pay it with taxes. And then when we say we want free buses, they're like, well, how are you going to pay for it if it's free? It's like, with taxes. What the? Hello? You're the ones that were talking about this as if it was some epic own for so long. I don't. They literally had it in Missouri. It's so, also, it's a weird thing to say out loud. It's crazy to think men don't care about affordability, especially since capitalism defines being male as having money. It's literally the culture warification of everything on the internet and everything in like major news networks. Convincing people that we need more culture war when we don't need more culture war. We need people's lives to be improved. That's what we need. But the problem is, the reason why mainstream media doesn't want to run on that is because people might experience for but a brief moment class consciousness. And then they'll start having class warfare, which they don't want. They benefit, the richest people in this country benefit from funding news networks to ensure that everyone continues on culture war instead of class war. Although I will say this chatter was kind of spitting. Get men into college before they turn into podcaster. Actually, I agree. I support DEI for men. I support it now. You got me. I'm on board.
You didn't just meet with Hochul. Axios reported that you met with or spoke with multiple Democratic governors.
And that random uncle.
And the random uncle who was kind of
at
a governor.
4 p.m.
J.B. Pritzker, Wes Moore, Josh Shapiro. Did you strategize about how to resist Trump, I wonder? Because they have been governors at the forefront of pushing back against Trump coming into Chicago and LA and elsewhere. What did you talk about with them? Is there a plan to push back if Trump comes into New York with troops, with increased ICE presence?
That was a focus of a lot of those conversations. And I think we have the benefit here in New York City of being able to learn from the example, as you've said, whether we're speaking about in Illinois or in California or in Pennsylvania or Maryland. And one of the things that I have so appreciated is that so many of these governors have utilized different parts of the powers that they have, right? It is the bully pulpit, it is the courts, it is the actual policy tools, and then it is also making the case to the White House. And I think all of these things will be critical in delivering on this. And I think the other thing we also spoke about, separate from how to push back against the White House's agenda, is also the importance of cutting red tape and increasing efficiency while we are tackling that authoritarian administration.
Wes Moore and Gavin Newsom just come to mind as two governors who have both sparred with Trump, but also met with him and had perfectly cordial meetings with him. Would you have a meeting with Trump if he came into New York and said, I want to sit down with you?
Yes, we've actually reached out.
This is literally a day. I think this was, well, I don't know when it was recorded, but it was released, I think 2 days before the meeting with Trump. Oh, God, dude. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. Also, thanks, Champagne Cyclist.
To the White House to set up a meeting to make the case for what would actually benefit.
You've invited the White House. You've invited Donald Trump for a meeting.
We've reached out to set up a meeting.
Have they responded?
They're currently in conversations.
Are they going to call at 4 o'clock? In your victory speech, you said that this is the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that New York has seen. But that ambition could be your undoing, could it not? Because it really does raise expectations. I mean, realistically, we love the sound of it.
It just sounds like the 4 p.m. newscast.
It's the 4 p.m. newscast.
It sounds great.
It sounds great, but I'm going to throw in the but as the journalist in the room. What is your plan for delivering real outcomes fast enough that the narrative doesn't quickly turn into progressive mayor, overpromised but underdelivered? You know that's a big risk. You have Kevin O'Leary going on TV saying, I don't have a free bus yet. You're not even mayor yet. So
He wanted a
from
free
the airport.
hotel room
Free hotel
and
room.
a free taxi.
Wasn't in your agenda. But my point being is like that we can laugh about that, but you know, on day one, they will want delivery. You're going to be held to a different clock and a different standard to others.
Absolutely.
So what do you do about
And
it?
I think one of the key things is you even just look at this transition period. It's typically a time of pageantry, right? It's a time of just ticking off the boxes of the 800 people that will be running on your transition. We want to make this an actual time of substance. And that's why every single day we are building this team out. We've put out an open call for applications. We have applicants from every single but one
Over
zip
50,000,
code.
I saw.
Yeah, over 50,000. Please apply. And what we're showing is that this can actually be a time of work. Because you're right, starting from day one, New Yorkers will be impatient as they have every right.
But over your shoulder, you have a 43 days until inauguration.
Yes, I
do you
do.
have a version of that for some of your policy pledges? Like a countdown ticker going, shit, we better do universal childcare, they're going to come for us.
Each one of the three things that was the centerpiece of this campaign, those are things that I will deliver before leaving office. And we are going to be working through these 43 days.
Hold on. You just said before leaving office.
Yeah.
It's a very careful use of words. That could be a 2-term. Can we have an exact date and time? End of your first term.
You want me to tell you how many terms we're going to
Just
serve?
end of your first term. Is it going to be done by the end of your first
I'm
term?
giving you a promise I can keep. And
That was a very politician answer. Before I leave office, but we don't know when you're going to leave office, so there's no real time frame.
The maximum is 8 years. I'm not getting a third term.
8 years. But hold on, it's important. So at the end of your first term, you might run for election having not achieved any of your 3 key goals.
Now you're going to say I'm not going to achieve any of them. I'm telling you when I'm going to achieve all of them.
Will you achieve one of them by the time you run for
I will
election?
achieve one of them by the time.
Oh, well, okay, I'll take it. That's a straight answer.
Because I've said that I would freeze the rent for 4 years.
Okay.
If we haven't done that by the time of re-election,
then you'll be in
you
trouble.
might not even have me back on.
So your campaign...
Okay, can I just say really quickly, it's so refreshing to see an interviewer actually ask difficult questions and not just the same old, hey, so I think that a lot of Jewish people think you're anti-Semitic. Response? It's so nice to get questions that aren't that anymore. it's so nice to get an interviewer that actually kind of tries to needle him in a way that's friendly, in a way that's supportive, but in a way that's like, no, you should promise to your constituents, I'm helping you. Commit to something. You need to commit to something right now. And it isn't just like, here is this unfair characterization of you. Response? Interesting. Interesting. I think that you're a jihadist. What do you have to say about that? Well, you didn't convince me, so I still think you're a jihadist. It's like, okay, dude.
Energized a lot of young. Oh, I promise I won't do another pity interview ever again.
You turned out so poorly for you.
Mr. Mayor-elect turned out wonderfully for you, badly for me. Your campaign energized a lot of young people, a lot of minorities, a lot of non-voters, motivated them to come to the polls. The challenge of being a minority, of course, is that you're anointed as a representative for the entire community. You know this.
You know this too.
I do, unfortunately, but I don't have to run a major world city. If you don't deliver for New York, it'll be not just Mamdani that's failed, it's socialism that's failed. If you don't deliver for New York, it'll be Muslims have failed in public office. Immigrants have failed, not just Zohran Mamdani. Sorry, I don't want to, I'm trying to get to the bottom of how much does this weigh on you? Serious question. That must weigh on you in this moment where everything's great now. The uncles are calling you all the time now, but they're the first people who'll turn on you and say, you let us down, beta.
Yeah. Look, I'm sure those calls will come. And I think the important thing for me is if I focus on the work, if I deliver, then everything else can come with that. But if you are chasing that validation, then you start to find yourself increasingly divorced from why you're doing this. I mean, in the beginning of this, it was not for the validation because there wasn't all that much to be found when we started this campaign. Right? We were told again and again, this was an interesting idea, maybe this was a vanity campaign, this was that. And we had to build something.
Yes.
And I think that is also the way.
But you built it with the historic firsts. On election night, we put up that graphic.
Yeah.
First African-born mayor, first Muslim mayor, first socialist since...
First Arsenal fan.
First Arsenal fan. Did we ask all the previous mayors who they supported?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say...
But those firsts must weigh on you.
I think they are part of how the world sees me.
Yeah.
And I also know that to be a first means all of those that came before you. And always reckoning with that, of what you are a part of. You cannot lose sight of all of that.
You recently spoke out against Republicans refusing to extend subsidies for the Affordable Care Act during the shutdown. You were against the 8 Senate Democrats who...
To be clear, it's not fair to have that weight on you. But I think the question is fair because it's worth talking about and considering. And also recognizing as we are fans of Mamdani, knowing that this will happen, knowing that he has to deliver. But that's also why I'm like, when we're talking about the police, it's like, guys, you have to measure, he has to measure his expectations for what he can reasonably do as mayor. He can't come in and overpromise fucking gutting the NYPD. He can't. It's not feasible. And then God forbid he tries to promise anything about the NYPD. He's not going to be able to deliver. The NYPD union is so brutal. Trying to fight the NYPD as the mayor is near impossible. So he has to set expectations because it's not just about him. It's about the weight of being, the first Muslim mayor, the first Queens mayor. I know that doesn't matter to other Americans, but represent Queens. Being the first Democratic Socialist mayor. And he can't let all these people down. And it's not fair that if he fails, it means that he's let these people down. But that's just the way of the world. That's just, life isn't fair. It's that one comic, this one. What? Evergreen. Unfortunately, evergreen. Wow, you suck at math. Wow, girls suck at math. Unfortunately, when you belong to these minorities and you belong to these groups, you become representative of these groups, whether you want to or not. And it is your cross to bear, whether you want to or not. And life isn't fair. A lot of people don't know how bad the NYPD treated de Blasio. I think it's also like, I think genuinely, I don't blame non-New Yorkers for not knowing, but like, it is a very, very tight rope that you have to walk as a mayor with the NYPD because their union is so strong and all of the other politicians are going to fucking defend them for the rest of their lives. They will fucking fight you to the death. Yeah, you're never allowed to lash out as like a trans woman. Oh yeah, I mean, again, like any minority group, it's just only worsened if you belong to more than one minority group, and especially trans people today, where they are the go-to scapegoat for so many random fucking bullshit. It's not their fault. So. Social media has also made this worse. Oh, I mean, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately. Sorry. Okay, going back to the interview.
Voted with Trump and the Republicans to
Yes.
reopen the government. Chuck Schumer oversaw that debacle. There's
Hold on,
some
before,
reporting.
before you keep going, Dora, can you get my phone for 1 second? I want to show you one photo.
Okay.
You can keep going.
All right, I'll keep going. You recently spoke out against the Republicans. Chuck Schumer oversaw that debacle in the Senate. A lot of people say he was involved in the negotiating magazines. A lot of people are upset with him. The polls show he's super unpopular. Is it time for Chuck Schumer to go?
I think it's time for me to focus on this transition and to start delivering for New Yorkers from day one. I think I've been clear. I think it was a very bad deal. It does not make any sense to me to have fought for the extension.
But you
of
are now,
healthcare
sorry to break
subsidies.
this to you, Zohran Mamdani. You know,
Oh God, Matthew is on such a good interviewer. It's like all of us collectively chat interviewing Mamdani, but if we were like five head, you know?
a prominent national Democrat. Your name is up there when people talk about Democratic leaders. So when we're talking about Chuck Schumer's effectiveness, whether he should stay in the role, people expect you to have an opinion.
I can tell you the opinion of the deal. That is not a deal.
How about the opinion of the Democratic Party and how it behaved?
I think
disappointing.
I think you cannot separate the party at large from that deal. I mean, this was a shutdown, which was because of the Republican Party's insistence on throwing millions of Americans off of healthcare to the extent that they would rather shut the entirety of the government down,
Yes.
throw millions of people off of SNAP benefits. And then after all of those days, to just reopen it without having won any of those same demands, it begs the question of what was the point of all this?
Yeah. And the polling shows, unfortunately, that Democrats are now...
Oh my God. And this is why I appreciate, I've always said this. Sorry, before I get to that really quickly, I want to circle back for 1 second because I really like your message, Snosberry. I think the goal is to leave the police alone, make mental health squad, and let them do their thing. Eventually, the statistics will show less police are needed, and then you can come after the police numbers, which is exactly what I said. If you can introduce funding to introduce social workers and mental health workers and show that that has caused, that those calls result in like better treatment and better care and less calls and better people are better off, and the statistics speak for themselves, it's a lot easier to cut the police budget, or at the very least, not continue to increase the police budget every year. Because they literally get increases every fucking year. That's the goal. The goal is we put in a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what we would normally give the police, and we had them deal with these calls. And they were way more efficient, way more cost efficient, way more humane. No one is ending up in prisons. People are getting the care that they need, and they're going back to society. They're returning back to, you know, the labor force or whatever. Because you got to speak to the capitalists, unfortunately. You have to work within the system to beat the system, at least a little bit. If you believe in democratic socialism. First, I think you convince the people that this is good, and then you can continue to cut and cut and cut and cut and cut and cut and cut. If you don't understand that that's how you do politics correctly and you expect everything to happen instantly and shit on Zohran for not being insta-marked and instantly accomplishing communism, you're just as much of a part of the problem as radlibs and dumbass conservatives. Well, yeah, it's just an ignorant perspective. Better pizza. Papa John, shut up. Better pizza, better ingredients. Shut up. Why did multiple stop it? Stop multiple people saying better pizza. Stop. People will say, like, do we really need this many Candy Crush pros? And crime will, when crime continues to go down. Also, it's already a massive W to not add more funding and add more cops. Like, that's, again, already a massive W relative to other mayors in New York City. So I believe in incrementalism. I believe that, if we have effective politics and we have effective policies, people will go for the effective policies that are presented from a guy who won't stop smiling. Better garlic sauce, better cardboard. Stop. Cut their overtime pay. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do to cut the police force budget without necessarily cutting cops. That's another thing that's important. They keep asking him about, like, are you going to have more than 35,000 cops? And he keeps saying, like, I think 35 is what we need. I think 35 is what we need. I think that's what we need. But you can do a lot of funding cuts that have nothing to do with the cops, like overtime pay. Like, they don't need the biggest, best fucking guns and the biggest, best fucking cars every year. Yeah, and I do agree that we should have a healthy skepticism of any politician. That there is no politician that is above criticism, which is why I have so much respect. This really segues back in really well for Mehdi Hassan sort of needling him the way that he's needling him, because he's saying, hey, I know you've been fucking breezing through these other interviews, that you've been fucking mopping the floor with CNN and you've been mopping the floor with MSNBC, and Fox News doesn't know what to do with you, and he doesn't know it yet, but even fucking Trump will cave. I get it. I, as the only fucking leftist with a brain around here, will ask you the hard questions because you're going to have to answer them eventually. And I get it. You're eloquent enough that you're getting away with not doing it, but you will eventually. So you should learn how to do it now instead of waiting to do it on like the big stage and fucking up. I have to try and not even pretend, I have to try and hold you accountable and force you to commit to at least some things, because someone's going to do it eventually, and at least I'm on your side. So the fact that
associated with having lost.
When I talk about this, I mean that he's asking him right now about Chuck Schumer. And he's saying, do you like Chuck Schumer? And Mamdani doesn't want to answer the question. He wants to stick to New York. He wants to win first. He doesn't want to start fights before he's even begun his job as mayor. He's not ready to start fights with Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and everything. So he keeps not conceding, but running away from the questions because it's the right thing to do. Mehdi doing real journalism and being like, no, you little Weasley little fucker. No, you're going to answer this question, because eventually, again, you will need to answer this question eventually. You will need to address, you are now a Democratic politician. You need to address what you think about the rest of the Democrats in the party. Do it with me, because I'm on your side. We're on the same side, before you have to do it in front of somebody else and then fuck up.
Extend subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. During the shutdown, you were against the 8 Senate Democrats who voted with Trump and the Republicans to reopen the government. Chuck Schumer oversaw that debacle. There's some reporting.
Before you keep going, Dora, can you get my phone for 1 second? I want to show you one photo.
Okay.
You can keep going.
All right, I'll keep going. You recently spoke out against the Republicans.
I'm going
Chuck
back to
Schumer
this.
oversaw that debacle in the Senate. A lot of people say he was involved in the negotiating magazines. A lot of people are upset with him. The polls show he's super unpopular. Is it time for Chuck Schumer to go?
I think it's time for me to focus on this transition and to start delivering for New Yorkers from day one. I think I've been clear.
Look at Mehdi's face. He's like, no. Listen, do that on CNN, not with me. All right? You have to answer this question.
I think it was a very bad deal. It does not make it.
And it's literally just Mehdi's face. Like, literally, you can see just his face forced Zohran to give an actual answer, because he saw his face and he was like, okay, I think the deal was bad. Okay, how about that? How's that answer? He's like testing the water,
Any sense to me to have fought for the extension.
But you are now,
subsidies.
sorry to break this to you, Zohran Mamdani, you are now a prominent national Democrat. Your name is up there when people talk about...
He's literally being unk right now. I'm not going to lie. Mehdi Hassan he's being unk. And he's like, no. You are now a prominent leader. You don't get to dodge this. Yeah, he's doing the training arc. This is literally the training arc. This is actually the training arc.
Democratic leaders. So when we're talking about Chuck Schumer's effectiveness, whether he should stay in the role, people expect you to have an opinion.
I can tell you the opinion of the deal. That is not a deal.
How about the opinion of the Democratic Party and how it behaved?
Oh, I think
disappointing.
I think you cannot separate.
And you can see he's even like again, if you've watched Zateo and you've watched Mehdi Hassan, he's a leftist through and through. They're on the same side. We're all on the same side here. So he's like even sort of sneakily giving him the answer. He's like, disappointing? Because you don't have to be enraged. Here, I'll throw you a bone. Go in this direction.
Party at large from that deal. I mean, this was a shutdown, which was because of the Republican Party's insistence on throwing millions of Americans off of healthcare, to the extent that they would rather shut the entirety of the government down, throw millions of people off of SNAP benefits, and then after all of those days, to just reopen it without having won any of those same demands. It begs the question of what was the point of all of this?
Yeah. And the polling shows, unfortunately, that Democrats are now associated with having lost the battle for the shutdown, having been ahead. Speaking of Democratic leadership, the New York Times recently reported that you dissuaded young progressive city council member Chi Osei from primary.
Anyways, that's all I wanted to say on that. That was good. He's saying it without saying it, though. You can separate the deal from the party, which is saying it's catastrophic. Well, no, he said the opposite. He said you can't separate the party from the deal, and that was a misplay, and it's pathetic.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Is it true that you discouraged him from running? And if so, why? Many would say Hakeem Jeffries also needs primarying, not just Chuck Schumer.
You know, what I've shared is that I have deep respect for what she has done at the city council, especially for tenants. And for those who don't know, you should look into the FAIR Act. And I believe that the most critical fight right now in delivering affordability and taking on authoritarian administration is right here in New York City. But give me 1 second. I want to show you something very quickly.
Okay.
You're asking me about Chuck Schumer. If I could just take the time.
The Chi thing is really depressing for me. Like I said earlier, I can only assume that his team ran the numbers on it and he trusts his team. But
top phone. So
this is the phone that all uncles can
this is the
call
phone that all,
Zohran on.
Who is this?
That is your father, Mahmoud Mamdani.
Who does he look increasingly like?
Chuck Schumer. Is that why you won't?
Oh my God. Oh my God, I don't like that. That is so uncannily like him. It's because she won the council seat. Zohran needs him there to support his agenda. No, I know. I just really hate Hakeem. That's all. Dappy, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Call for Chuck Schumer to go because
Right?
he looks
Doesn't
like your
this
dad.
look just like?
Because he looks like your dad.
This is my dad.
Him and Chuck Schumer have very different views on the Middle East.
But they have the same vantage point from the glasses.
Okay. So now you
Just wanted
know
to
why.
make sure that was.
Now you know why.
This is Zateo exclusive.
Zateo exclusive. Why Zohran Mamdani will not call for Chuck Schumer to go because he looks like his dad. On Chi Osei and Jeffries, you were saying.
On Chi Osei and Jeffries.
Yeah. Should he not? If he runs, will he have your support?
I've said, while I appreciate the work that he's done at the council, I think that the focus of the fight should be right here in New York City.
So interestingly, the Times is reporting that you discouraged him from primarying Hakeem Jeffries, but that you encouraged New York City comptroller, whatever you call the damn job, Brad Lander.
You have to say the word right to ask the question.
Everyone says it differently. Brad Lander to challenge Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman, not a fan of yours, in New York's 10th congressional district. Where did that idea come from? Why encourage Brad Lander to run for Congress rather than not make him your deputy mayor?
I continue to count Brad as a friend. He's someone who I had the opportunity to know before we both ran for mayor, and he's someone who continues to be someone I look to for advice, someone I look to build with. But a lot of the New York Times reporting on this question, it goes beyond the conversations we're actually having.
So have you encouraged him to challenge Dan Goldman?
I've encouraged him to keep focusing on the job at hand, which is serving New Yorkers.
By possibly primarying Dan Goldman. That would be a way of serving New Yorkers.
The conversations I've had with Brad have had to do with New York City.
All right, you can read into that what you want. You said that as mayor, you'd be keeping on NYPD.
That is a caught moment. That is a caught moment. That's so caught. Caught. Brad has never said that he wants to run, by the way. People have just speculated and said his name when there's already a progressive running there. I think Salty Sandals. I do think that you are right, that he doesn't want to pick fights without having some results first. It makes it hard for him to back things up and then get undermined from within Dems in New York. I think there's too many things that could hurt. Plus, Mike also being right that it's like AOC. Bernie didn't support because there needs to be proof of game 100%. Because it's a lot easier to like go after Chuck Schumer. It's a lot easier to go after Hakeem Jeffries when you promise a city a million things and you actually deliver. When people see the day that there are free buses in New York City, then you can go all in. You can fucking show your hand immediately. Well, no, you wouldn't. You would go all in and then show your hand. But you know what I mean? Then you can go all in. You could be like, I did what I said I was going to do. What the fuck have you done, Mr. Cuck? Mr. Chuck the Cuck? Get the fuck out. Nobody cares about you anymore. Move, bitch. Whereas right now, if he picks a lot of fights, they're going to be like, you haven't even promised anything. And then he's going to have, like, he needs at least some help from like Hochul. He needs at least some help from the Democratic Party. Just a little. He needs to convince them that he's on their side so he can get that little smidge of help. Once he keeps his promises, he can go as hard as he wants. I think that's much more effective. That's my opinion. That he can have like a full year of active policy making before he starts picking fights. They would be a thorn in his side before he's even started doing anything. Exactly. Which is it's not helpful. A tenuous coalition, temporarily useful. Precisely. That would be my guess. Interesting. Thank you to the person who linked this. DSA recommends against endorsing Osei's congressional bid. Marxist Unity, here's some direct perspectives. And then this is the Marxist Unity group, often called DSA's left wing. And it says here, why we should not endorse Osei. There is no compelling reason for the NYC DSA to endorse him in his attempt to unseat Hakeem Jeffries. Nevertheless, let's enumerate a few of the reasons not to endorse him. He is not a socialist. We in NYC DSA endorse with great success candidates who are socialists, who champion our project of democratic socialism. After joining NYC DSA in October of 2020, he left after only a month because as someone on the left side of the political spectrum, he did not align with our organization. Socialists are proud of being socialists and express and practice their socialism by being in socialist organizations. We can look at Zohran serving on the Electoral Working Group Organizing Committee as an example of what a socialist cadre candidate looks like. He is an opportunist. Whoa, I haven't read these pieces. He rejoined. So this is the other thing as well, right? The most important thing, because I haven't done a whole lot of research on Chiosei. I think a big part of it for me, that I think a lot of people agree with, is that Hakeem Jeffries is just so fucking awful in every single fucking way. It's just anyone feels like they'd be better. And I'm sure Chiosei would be better. But let me talk about a couple of things first. One, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, that like, I completely believe that Zohran said immediately to the question, would you support Hakeem Jeffries as a speaker? He responded immediately, yes, because he knows he'd make a fool of himself and he knows he'd become even more hated. He's already hated in the Democratic Party. He's already seen as incompetent. God forbid he's speaker. God forbid, dude. Holy shit. Oh man, that would be even worse. So there's another factor at play here, which is if you aren't willing to, I'm trying to think of a good analogy. It's hard to think of one. Sort of like I'm like blanking on his name. Super pro-Israel AIPAC shill went on Adam Friedland. Made himself look like a fucking fool. His name. How did we forget his name? Richie Torres. Thank you. Richie Torres was able to do what he did because he never committed to a position that closed doors for him. You want politicians that close doors for themselves, making it impossible for them to grift. The fact that Mamdani bravely said, I will arrest Bibi Netanyahu. He has pretty much permanently closed, locked, and shut the door for AIPAC money. That door is gone. Dickhead Torres, get it right? My bad, you're right. He is showing AIPAC, do not give me money. I will not accept your money. And those are the type of candidates we absolutely should support. Candidates that they themselves close certain doors, ensuring that they can't become corrupt. Once they've committed to these positions, it's not as easy to uncommit to those positions. So this makes a lot of sense. Again, I didn't do that much research into Chiosei, which is why I wasn't saying, I think I'm going to trust this team here, considering how many great decisions they've done so far. So it makes sense also why the DSA wouldn't want to endorse a non-socialist candidate. I mean, Democratic Social, obviously. Zohran, Hamas, Mamdani, shut up. Also, Yimby is crazy. All right. A member statement. Socialist Majority Caucus. Let's see these pieces as well. This week, NYC DSA will be considering an endorsement of Chiosei city councilman representing the 36th district in Brooklyn. This would be their biggest endorsement since last October, when we decided to back a then little-known state assemblyman named Zohran Mamdani for mayor. That endorsement showed our organization was ready to meet the political moment in New York City. I'm trying to skip ahead a little bit. The concrete power of a larger socialist bloc in Albany stands in contrast with a single House seat under a Republican presidency. The toppling of Jeffries would show that the Democratic base is rabid for change, which we can agree would be good. However, a single congressional seat by itself wouldn't help further Zohran's agenda. Zohran himself seems to agree and has expressed disapproval to primary Jeffries. Some have taken Zohran's statement as evidence that Zohran has ingrained himself with the establishment and is abandoning the insurgent movement that helped elect him. This issue is obviously not that Zohran is attempting to avoid confrontation with the establishment. Zohran continues to mobilize his volunteers to pressure Democrats across states to help him fulfill his agenda. While Zohran is willing to conflict with the establishment Democrats, he's doing so under the tactical strategies of the NYC DSA that helped put him in office, a strategy that puts fulfilling a radical affordability agenda over symbolic efforts. We should be using Zohran's victory to secure a state-level presence that will fortify a socialist bloc, not just a symbolic effort against a horrible Democrat. Some within the New York City DSA have decried Chiosei as an opportunist, that a politician sees our organization as a potential vehicle for advancement that shouldn't necessarily be cause for an alarm on its face. It's a good thing. However, he's repeatedly failed to align with NYC DSA over the years until our endorsement could help propel him to Congress. When given the chance to endorse Jan Huntley for state assembly in 2024 against an opponent backed by real estate and pro-Israel lobby, he decided to stay silent. He sought and didn't get DSA endorsements back in 2020 during his initial city council run. Unlike Emily Gallagher, who ran without NYC DSA and then joined our socialist in office committee, she declined to join our SIO. Compare this to Zohran, who received the endorsement after working his way through the organization and into state assembly. Zohran built the trust for us to take a leap of faith in endorsing him for mayor. She has not built that same level of internal commitment. And the internal commitment is important, right? This goes back to what I was saying before about even something as small as decrying Bibi Netanyahu as a war criminal and calling Israel out for their genocide. That alone, when a candidate is brave enough to say something like that and close the door to all AIPAC money, they cannot become beholden to AIPAC. We can't push candidates that are going to backstab us later because we're just so excited to get rid of the candidates we dislike, just to replace them with Richie Torres. Right? This is a really good piece. Thank you for the person who linked it. I'm so sorry I didn't get your user name. But yeah, this is really good. This is a good article that Mike had linked as well. Endorsed Chi, build socialism and respond to Comrade Grace. As we approach the endorsement vote on NY8, we offer a camaraderie critique of co-chair Grace's argument against running Chiose. We believe that this argument relies on a series of assumptions that do not fit the current political reality. Assumption 1, we shouldn't run a race with such long odds. Oh yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that that's nonsensical. Okay, continuing. Assumption 2, a Jeffries primary will distract from winning Zohran's agenda. Sorry, let me go back really quickly. They said that the response is to Grace. Is this one, or is it a different one? Isn't it an early one? No. 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 Where is it? Oh, maybe it's here. No, it's none of these. Okay, so it's a different piece that we didn't read yet. But let's keep going. Maybe we can. I want to get through the titles. Running cheese too big of a risk for a project. I mean, okay, so these are different points. I wish I had the original article. Oh, it's linked on top of the groundwork article? Oh, okay. Sorry, you're right. I don't know how I missed that. Because I agree with just even skimming through, or sorry, yeah, just skimming through this. I agree that these assumptions are bad. I think the position that like he hasn't built enough trust with the DSA in the way that Zohran has, I think that that's a valid position. Okay, we're deep in the labyrinth. Okay, we're deep in the labyrinth. We're deep on this. I do think anyone who thinks that like, oh, it's too impossible, it's too far out that we win this many seats, I think that that's nonsensical. But because you can't allow ideals to feel unreachable. That's how you make sure nothing ever gets done. That's loser talk. Yeah, and I don't believe in loser ideologies for losers. Okay. All right. Let's continue, shall we?
Commissioner Jessica Tisch. Many of your critics on the left say that keeping Tisch would be a continuation of the status quo here in New York City. She's against bail reform. She's spoken out against pro-Palestine protesters. She's even worked in the intelligence division that constructed a surveillance system for Muslims in New York. What do you say to your supporters who are a little bit disillusioned on this one appointment and say, come on, Zohran, why would you keep her on?
So I said in the primary that I would consider keeping on Commissioner Tisch, and then I said in the general that this is a decision I was making to retain her. And much of that had to do with the fact that when Eric Adams had appointed Commissioner Tisch, he had truly stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and a complete lack of accountability. And what she has been able to do in the time that she's been commissioner has been to start to root that corruption out, start to deliver accountability, and reduce crime across the 5 boroughs.
And yeah, to be clear, I agree. This is one of Zohran's worst positions. I agree.
And that this is an appointment that I would make in tandem with delivering on the agenda that we put forward over the course of the primary. That's an agenda that will create a Department of Community Safety.
I'm assuming that keeping Tisch had to come with some other thing, some other promise. That maybe the reason that he was able to cap police at 35K was because he kept Tisch. I can only assume that that's what happened, that keeping her on meant he could keep certain promises that he wanted to keep. That's the only thing that I can assume. That's the only thing. Also, if Tisch refuses to behave, he can still remove her, yes. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure he can just drop her later. But I'm going to guess that it was a strategic move. It just sucks, because, like, but who the fuck would ever fill that job that wouldn't be a piece of shit?
Yep. That is an agenda that will ensure that we are dismantling the strategic response group as the way the NYPD responds to protests. And it's an agenda that understands that safety and justice have to be delivered together. This is a decision that fulfills and then develops that.
Are you planning on expanding the size of the New York Police Department?
No, I've said that the number of police officers that the department has is a sufficient number. The most important thing is that we only ask those officers to do the work of policing, as opposed to now, we're asking them to also take on the homelessness crisis, the mental health crisis, so many different examples of the failures of the social safety net. That's going to be the focus of the Department of Community Safety.
Just on Commissioner Tisch, according to the New York Daily News, she received advance notice from the Trump administration about that horrific ICE raid along Canal Street last month, and that she apparently directed NYPD officers to stay away from ICE agents who were doing their jobs. Has that changed your view of her at all? And will that kind of thing be happening next year on your watch as well?
What I will make clear as the leader of the city is that the days of a mayor going on national television and opening the door to civil immigration enforcement, as Mayor Adams did, those days are coming to an end. The NYPD is not going to assist ICE in their operations, and we are going to fulfill the laws of our city and our state, not violate them.
So just to be clear, if a Canal Street happened again, the NYPD commissioner on your watch would not be directing NYPD officers to stay out of it and let ICE do whatever they want?
The NYPD commissioner would not be directing the NYPD to assist ICE in those operations. And I've also made clear that we should hold anyone in this same city and same state to the same set of laws, no matter who they are or what agency they're performing for.
What is going to be, we've talked about policy issues. You have your 3 famous policy issues.
What are they?
Freeze the rents, free buses, universal childcare.
Give it to me.
There you go, there you go. I mean, on a serious point, I said this in 2016. Donald Trump had a very simple agenda. So build a wall, ban Muslims. I still remember it now, 9 years. I don't remember what Hillary Clinton's plan. I'm sure she had a great childcare plan, but it was like 100 pages. You managed to do a very Trumpy thing, dare I say, in a positive way, and boil it down to memorable messages, just not bigoted ones.
Remember, by the way, when I said that there's 100% chance that when Trump was talking to Mamdani privately, Mamdani said, I took a lot of inspiration from your campaign. No, you killed it, bro. Bro, you absolutely killed it. Only an idiot wouldn't look at your campaign and realize that you're a fucking genius. Oh my God. 1,000,000. That is absolutely what happened.
What is your priority on day one?
The thing is, it's like Trump is so susceptible to coercion because all you need to do is just be nice to him.
On day one, you're sworn in. What is it? What's the first thing you do? What's the first priority with your team?
It's going to be affordability every single day. And the first place that we start with that affordability is going to be in housing. And the question of how we not only deliver for those who are rent-stabilized tenants, it's about 2.5 million of the tenants of a city of 8.5 million, but also how we implement it across the way we look at housing.
Don't write go to Israel. Shut the fuck up. Stop.
Before we finish, a couple of things. I spoke to your mum briefly on election night, Mira Nair. Acclaimed film director, producer. She described herself wonderfully that night to me as the producer of the candidate. Is what she said.
True.
I think a lot of people who know you and know your backstory get the influence that your dad, Chuck Schumer, had on you. Mahmoud Mamdani, academic, political commentator, Muslim author. They get what the influence he had. That makes sense. Like, okay, the father's very critical. They get it. What are your mother's influence? What influence has she had on you to produce the candidate, the mayor of New York?
My mother would say, if we don't tell our own stories, no one else will. And that has been something that has stayed with me for quite some time, especially in the thinking about which parts of the city we think about and which parts we overlook. And so much of this campaign has been about looking to speak to the entirety of New York City, not just the world of New York City politics. And that means breaking out of that bubble. That means going to people who voted for candidates that you oppose. That means speaking to people who didn't vote at all. And she also would often tell me about the importance of having the skin of an elephant and being able to endure the kind of backlash that oftentimes comes with the vision that we have been sharing. And she's spoken about that from the vantage point of being an independent filmmaker, of having to deal with rejection after rejection, of having to deal with a whole set of incentives for the kinds of films that people want to make easily, and then the ones that also deserve to be made, and the tension between those things.
And on the subject of films,
please.
Like many others, I couldn't help but notice on election night, you finished your victory speech and Doom Machale came out of there.
Doom.
Yeah, was that your choice?
Who's going to choose that?
I don't know. Checking. I don't know. Okay.
Yes,
that was you.
Choice.
That was from the hit.
A lot of things I'll give credit to the team. This is me.
So well, you may regret that in a moment. That's from the hit 2004 Bollywood action thriller Doom. You obviously know your Bollywood. You're obviously a Bollywood fan. Your mother's made films.
Casual.
We have a quick quiz for you.
I'm going to fail
before we wrap up
I want to be very clear. I'm going to fail this.
And it's called, let me get my phone. It's called Guess the Bollywood Song.
Oh, God.
We're going to play 10 seconds of a song. Just music.
Is this going to be selectively edited to help me?
No.
Okay.
We're going to play 10 seconds, and you are going to try and identify the song. It's very easy. I chose all easy ones just for you. So here we go. We ready? Here we go.
Fox News would never do this to me.
Fox News don't know what Bollywood is. Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
It's very easy.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Chaya.
There you go. Chaya from Dilse, 1998.
Thank
How old were you in
God.
1998?
Okay.
I don't know.
Just
Could you
focus
hear
on
me?
the songs.
Okay, next song. Here we go. You ready?
Thank
You ready?
One for one.
One for
How
one.
many are we doing?
5. Here we go.
I'm going to lose the whole first titles.
That brain whirring.
What year was this from?
This film is 2012.
2012?
Yeah. You're like, I should know this.
Yeah.
But you were so busy looking at rent-freeze policies.
So what is this?
This is Radha from Student of the Year, Ali Abad.
I haven't seen Student of the Year, but I do love Ali Bhatt.
Okay, so that's one.
Have you seen Student of the Year 2?
I have not.
Well, that says a lot about you.
Okay. I'm not the one losing in this quiz right now. Here
I'm
we
1
go.
for 1. And 1 for 2, I'm
But this is a
batting
very easy one. Here we
500.
go.
I feel like Shah Rukh Khan is like moving
Shah Rukh Khan is
this
moving.
song.
Shah Rukh Khan is definitely moving.
He's
in
like
the
just
song.
come to the top of the steps.
Yeah.
He's like this.
See, you're buying time, but you don't know the name of the
I'm
song.
buying time.
It's Mendi Laga Ke Rakhna from
Oh
DDOJ.
my God.
How can you not get DDOJ?
I thought you could give me a little more time and get into some lyrics.
No, there's no lyrics.
Okay.
It's beautifully done. Do you know who's a fan of DDOJ I discovered recently?
Who?
Ilhan Omar. Congresswoman Omar's big Bollywood
Should have had Call a Friend.
Should have called a friend.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
1 out of 3.
So you're now losing. Here we go. This is an easy one. This is a very
Not
easy.
losing.
Oh my God. Okay.
Come on, bro.
This
Come
is-
on.
One of 2 songs that I always confuse.
I'll give you 2 guesses since you're losing.
Where's the Party Tonight? Or
Nope.
It's the Time to Disco.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. I'll give you.
Yeah.
That's. You're 2 for 2. It's a score. It's a draw right now.
Okay.
2 right, 2 wrong. You got to get
This
this
is the
one.
final one.
This is the final one. It's actually made it more tense.
Can you just play It's Time to Disco one more time?
Yeah, sure. I do it to make you feel,
Great,
feel better. Get
yeah.
you in the mood for
Just-
getting it right. Because if you get this one,
Great.
you've made it very unnecessarily tense now.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Decider. Number
Final
5.
over. 1 ball left. This is Aja Nachale.
Yes, it is.
Yeah!
The Monsoon Wedding, your mother's movie. If you got that one wrong, Miranda would be very upset
Yes.
with her son if you got that one.
Dude, he almost lost all of the aunties and uncles. I felt it. All of them. All of them were like, can I take back my vote? Can I?
Wrong.
I wanted to keep it close. I wanted to keep it, I wanted to make sure that engagement was high
2-1.
for this section.
You got it.
If it was all answers, it would have been
You
bad.
got the deciding one. Final question. Who is your favorite Bollywood star? Male or female, all time? You're thinking about this like I've asked you about whether Jessica Tish should stay on as commissioner of the NYPD. It's just who's your favorite Bollywood star?
It's tough.
I would say Shah Rukh Khan.
I love Shah Rukh. I would say Shah Rukh Khan. My favorite Bollywood film might be Munna Bhai, though.
Oh,
Why do you say it like that?
interesting. Just a curveball.
Have you seen Munna Bhai?
Of course I've seen Munna Bhai. Sanjay Dutt.
Yeah.
Great film. That's going to make me think. Now that's going to make me think. Why
Is
you
it
picked
great?
that? Interesting.
Munna Bhai.
Because of the songs or because you didn't become a doctor?
Song.
Brown guy didn't become a doctor. But you became mayor. Have you seen all the memes about how now brown people will be judged by you? Come on, beta. Zohran was mayor and
I
married
saw
by
one
34.
TikTok where, where a young brown guy shared a text from his mom. And she was like, you also went to Bronx Science? Why aren't you the mayor? And see, that's the other side. You're all like, what if you disappoint? Then I'll make his life easier.
That's true.
That's the other side of this.
But you have destroyed a lot of Desi men's conversations with their parents for many years to come. Mayor-elect Mamdani, congratulations. Thank you for taking time out.
If he kills it in his election cycle, oh man, this is brown on brown violence. Oh God, immigrant children everywhere will be suffering. Oh fuck, dude. Also, Dabby, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I'm so sorry, I just saw it now. And thank you for the tier 1. Thank you so much for the support. Everybody, if you get gift subbed, you have to legally say thank you, or else I'll be sad, okay? My God. That is a great consolation prize, knowing that if he fucks up completely, at least like all of the brown immigrants in this country don't have to deal with that, where they're like, listen, I could have been the mayor that failed completely, all right? Maybe I didn't become a doctor or a lawyer, but. Denims, I beg. 1 second, let me see.
Y'all should have known Trump was gay the second he started deporting Latinas.
Oh my God. I mean, I knew that he wasn't straight when I saw that Rudy Giuliani motorboating video. I'm sorry. That's not what a straight 50-year-old man would do. I'm sorry. I knew it. I knew it immediately. I've been known it. When you saw the what? The what? I mean, he was like 50 in that video. No, am I wrong? I've only shown it on this channel like 50 times, but motorboat, Trump, Rudy Giuliani. From 2000. Yeah, he was 50.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that
I guess he was technically 45 or something.
has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try.
Mayor Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion in corporate wealth.
The way that the clip ends every time. Dude, it's clipped like it was on Twitch. Oh. Okay, so he was 54? I thought he was born in 50. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyways. A 50-year-old man in 2000 motorboating another man in drag. I'm sorry. You gotta be a little gay. Just a teensy weensy little bit at least. Just a little. I'm sorry. The mayor, too. You gotta be at least a little fruity. A little. A little zesty, if you will. A little zesty, perhaps. Play it back, please. Okay.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try.
I'm just saying. There's a guy, user Branson. He has like a compilation of shit that like Trump has said. Like these are real Trump quotes. It's wild that even here the joke is that everyone knows that he's a fucking creep. Yeah. Ban whoever said to play this again. Honestly real. Let me see if I can find it.
But Arnold Palmer was all man, and I say that in all due respect to women, and I love
This video.
But Arnold Palmer was all man, and I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. This man was strong and tough, and I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. I had to say it. But Arnold Palmer. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay. I'll kiss him.
I mean, listen, all right? Listen.
He used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice.
It's lagging. Stop lagging, TikTok.
President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? President, he calls me.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, dude. He's a little fruity. He's a little. This guy is good. This guy is good, dude. He's good. He's a little fruity.
Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Working together, and things are going good for you and for our country. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. That's the guy, but I love him, all right? Whoever the hell you are, I love him. Working together.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying it. All right. All right. That's all. That's all. Lex Wexner loved Epstein. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who could forget the infamous Arnold Palmer quote? That quote is crazy. That quote is... I have no words for that quote. I don't... Okay. I would like to shift gears. Ginger, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. I'm so sorry. I don't know why the alerts are like... I can't hear them for some reason. I'm like not listening. But thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. As usual, you guys gotta say thank you if you get gift subbed. Or else. But... I'm going to play this. I have to go pee really badly. So I gotta go piss, girl. But I've been wanting to watch this for over a week. Dropsite News investigates Jeffrey Epstein's ties to Israeli intelligence. I'm going to just start playing this. I have my earbud in, but.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the House of Representatives moves closer to forcing the release of the Epstein files by the Department of Justice, we turn now to look at a new series by Dropsite News looking at Epstein's ties to Israeli intelligence and how he secretly brokered numerous deals for Israeli intelligence. On Tuesday, Dropsite revealed an Israeli spy stayed for weeks at a time with Epstein in Manhattan. Dropsite has also looked at Epstein's role brokering a security agreement between Israel and Mongolia, and Epstein's role in setting up a back channel between Israel and Russia on Syria. This all comes as CNN's revealed today. Epstein mentioned Donald Trump by name multiple times in private correspondence over the last 15 years, according to newly released emails from Democrats in the House Oversight Committee. CNN's reporting the emails show Epstein asserts Trump spent significant time with a woman whom oversight Democrats describe as a victim of Epstein's sex trafficking. We're joined now by Dropsite's Murtaza Hussain, who's been reporting on Epstein with his colleague Ryan Grimm. Murtaza, welcome back to Democracy Now! Explain what you feel the media is not covering. What is the role of Jeffrey Epstein when it comes to U.S. foreign policy?
So there's been a lot of justifiable focus on Epstein's very grave crimes and facilitation of the crimes of others related to sex trafficking and sex abuse. But one critical aspect of the story has not been covered is Epstein's own relations to foreign governments, the U.S. governments, and particularly foreign intelligence agencies. Now, this information is not entirely private. A lot of it is out there, actually, in House disclosures, as parts of certain lawsuits which have been leveled against Epstein or over Epstein's activities over the past few years, and in a few databases of leaked emails from certain figures around the world which have come out showing extensive contacts with Epstein. So I think that a lot of these coverage of him so far, to date at least, it's focused again on salacious details of his life and the crimes he was involved in related to minors and women. But the other aspect, the political aspect, and who he was and the role he played at this very high level, facilitating deals, interacting and liaisoning with intelligence agencies in different parts of the world, has not been covered. We don't know exactly who Epstein was specifically to be in the position to commit the crimes that he was doing. And our story is aiming to focus and shedding light upon one particular aspect, which is Epstein's extensive relationship with Israeli intelligence, U.S. intelligence, and the intelligence agencies of other countries as well, too. He was a deal maker and a fixer at a very, very elite level. And he was making deals that were ultimately wound up, in some cases, being signed as formal security agreements between the government of Israel and other countries. That's what our series is focusing on right now. And it's just coming across naturally looking at the information contained in the publicly available data about his communications over the past, during the period of about 2013 to 2016.
So tell us who Yoni Koren is. You reveal that this senior Israeli intelligence officer lives in one of Epstein's apartments, had close personal ties to former CIA director Leon Panetta. Can you talk about what specific intelligence gathering operations you believe that Koren was conducting from Epstein's apartment? And also, the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, which has been documented over and over again.
So a lot of the information we have now coming out about these intelligence ties do come from private correspondence between Barak and Epstein, which were leaked by hackers some years ago and posted online, but have never really been analyzed in great detail, but shed profound light on Epstein's ties, not just to Barak, but officials all over the world and foreign governments in Africa and Central Asia and Europe and Russia, whom he was helping connect Barak with. Interestingly, Barak was relying on Epstein's support rather than vice versa, despite the fact that Barak was a very powerful figure in the Israeli security establishment. And so these emails, in addition to House disclosures, which also pointed the same information, showed that this intelligence agent, who was a longtime military intelligence agent in Israel, who was Barak's chief aide for many years, lived at Epstein's house for significant stretches of time, weeks at a time, between this period of 2013 2015. He was staying in Epstein's house. We don't know specifically from the communications what they may have been working on or what his role may have been there, or the reason he was staying at his house. Barak would also stay at his house sometimes to hold meetings and to do business in New York.
I mean, Epstein was effectively the most powerful man on the planet because he had unbelievable blackmail on every other powerful man on the planet. No, I didn't, King Willow. Do you have like a link or something?
New York, that was facilitated by that. But we do see that they were corresponding. And at one point, Epstein does transfer money to Koren. And there is also some communication between Barak and Koren in the inbox, which we believe is coded communication, perhaps referring to dead drops of information or something else in New York City that they're engaged in. It's hard to tell because part of the reason that this correspondence is interesting is that we knew from the Snowden disclosures many years ago that Barak and Koren were being surveilled by the NSA in New York around this time, or in the United States around this time. So whatever they were doing with Epstein or in his house in New York, amongst each other, with money, with sharing information or data or packages or something else, it was taking place in this period. And again, the interesting thing is that even if one would not look at the emails and keep those separate, this information is in the House disclosures. In Jeffrey Epstein's calendars, it's mentioned the Koren's coming and going from his home and the day of his departure, that he was staying, how long he was staying for. So this is stuff that the media could be covering, the broader media could be covering. It's just escaped attention for reasons which, one can speculate, or it's hard to say exactly. But we're going to continue drilling down this, not shying away from the political implications of his activities, Epstein's activities, and the ties he had with powerful figures like Barak and intelligence agents like Koren.
The leaked emails showed that the former Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, bookmarked a private initiative with Oracle.
I wonder why it escaped attention. Surely it's not because anything bad about Israel ever isn't allowed to be shown on mainstream media.
Larry Ellison. Can you talk about the significance of this initiative?
So what we saw from the email is effectively that around the time that Epstein and Barak were corresponding, that Cohen's activities in New York at Epstein's home were going on. Barak himself had gone on to have a separate meeting with Larry Ellison. Now, Larry Ellison is a very well-known pro-Israel donor. He's a billionaire and founder of Oracle. Currently, he's involved with his son buying up much of the American media. We've done other reporting on Ellison, drawn not from this database, but from a separate database of communications, which are also leaked and are posted on a website called the Distributed Denial Service, Denial of Secrets. And they show that Ellison had been very involved with the Israeli government in other facets, helping, in a way, shape the American political system for Israel. He was helping vet political candidates at the behest of Israeli officials for their favorability towards Israel to determine who we give money to. So we don't know from the correspondence with
Larry Ellison is the guy that's supposed to be buying TikTok, yeah?
Barak what he was discussing with Ellison at that time or what the private initiative may have been. There's no further...
It's being sold to Oracle.
Not everything.
And this guy is like a super fucking Zionist.
By email, a lot of things are just got by phone, so not everything is documented in that manner. But we do know that Ellison was very closely involved in promoting the perceived interests of Israel in the United States at that time. And Barak was doing the same thing. And interestingly, Epstein was doing the same thing. Epstein was helping Barak facilitate Israeli interests around the world, different countries, helping him refine his pitches, connecting with people to help pursue, the geopolitical interests of the Israeli government. And this is all coming as for one parcel of that. And so at Barak's meeting with Ellison, one can imagine it would have something to do with the ongoing efforts he'd been engaged in.
And the leaked emails showing Jeffrey Epstein and Barak securing a private meeting with Vladimir Putin in 2013 to orchestrate the removal of Bashar al-Assad. It didn't succeed, but in an email exchange, Epstein wrote to the former prime minister of Israel, with civil unrest exploding in Ukraine, Syria, Somalia, Libya, and the desperation of those in power, isn't this perfect for you? Barak replied, you're right in a way, but not simple to transform it into a cash flow, a subject for Saturday, Ehud Barak wrote. Can you talk about, as we wrap up, that relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak attempting to profit from the war in Syria?
Well, that email that you just read out is a very important email because it kind of explains the broader thesis that Epstein and Barak have been operating under and what they've been doing exactly. They've been going around the world Epstein had been pitching Barak as someone who could solve the security problems of different countries and
solve the security problems of other countries, aka here, look at how well we can genocide these people. Do you want us to be able to help you genocide whatever people you want?
Introducing him to powerful people.
This is why America's like so fucked. It's because our country is so stupid. We see foreign problems and we think that they will never impact us. We see like COVID and we're like, well, it's not here, so who cares? And then when it gets here, they're like, well, it's actually fake. It's like, Jesus, oh my God. Or even like funding, for example, like HIV care, HIV treatment in other countries. Like Americans are literally so dumb. They don't even understand the basics of like diseases. They don't understand that these things mutate and maybe something that isn't a concern for us will be a concern later. And also, hey, newsflash, asshole, if you do a bunch of testing on a bunch of people from a bunch of different countries, you're not doing testing on your own people. If you're trying to permanently cure something, the most imperialist thing to do would be to test those cures on not your own people, which is exactly what the US has tried to do for many years for many different things. It's like Americans fundamentally can't understand that sometimes things that impact other countries may one day come back to impact us. It's like, it's so difficult to understand this. So when you look at like Israel, or you look at the IDF and you look at them using like the lavender AI, that's like 80% accurate. So like 1 out of 5 times it'll be like, oh, sorry, that guy wasn't a terrorist. Sorry, we just made you kill a guy and his whole family, but he actually wasn't a terrorist. Whoopsie daisy, oopsie. And they don't understand blowback. Or even worse, they don't understand that, hey, the same technology that Israel is using to monitor the world's largest open air prison, you don't think they're ever going to sell that tech abroad to, I don't know, us here in the US, that none of that none of that is going to impact us, that we won't end up in like an obscene security state? No, of course not, because what happens overseas stays overseas, right? That's what the saying is. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Surely that applies for imperialism. Imperial boomerang, yeah. It's so sad. It just makes me...
countries.
So sad,
we're going to cover more of those in the weeks and months to come. And telling them that Barack, through his connections with the Israeli intelligence and Israeli intelligence-linked surveillance technology firms especially, could help introduce them to these countries, embed them, and then later sign formal deals with Israel. We did a story about this, how it manifested in Cote d'Ivoire, also Mongolia. In this tie with Russia, it's very fascinating because Epstein was the one who's arranging a back channel between Barack and Putin to discuss this deal to remove Bashar al-Assad and replace him with putatively, a pro-Russian dictator who Israel was also okay with. That didn't come to pass. But I think that the interactions show a tremendous access that Epstein enjoyed, not just to Israeli officials or U.S. officials, but also to Russian officials. He had the ability to get meetings with Putin. He met with Putin himself on numerous occasions, according to his own correspondence. And, that is something that, how did that come about? What was the background behind that? We don't know. But we do know that at the very least, Epstein was somebody who considered himself to have the ability to access high-level Russian officials. He claimed in the emails, as I mentioned, that he met Putin or Putin asked to meet him. That's Epstein's own depiction of the interaction. But he did absolutely have the juice to get Barack in the room with Putin. And the funny thing is that Barack had to rely on Epstein for that, to create that back channel. It shows the tremendous influence and power that Epstein had, which does not really, we have not had a full accounting of that. That has not been accounted for in our public understanding of this case. We hope to shed more light on that in our own reporting, but we need the government, we need other news outlets to pay attention to this and put together the pieces of who Epstein was and the role he played as an international deal maker.
Murtaza is saying, I want to thank you for being with us, national security reporter at Dropsite News. We'll link to your new articles about Jeffrey Epstein's ties to Israeli intelligence. Thanks for watching Democracy.
Thank God for Democracy Now! And for Dropsite News, because if not for these news organizations, there would be no coverage of this at all. If Amy Goodman, Ryan Grimm, and Mehdi Hassan teamed up, they could solve the Epstein files. Oh my God, are you kidding me? It would be so Jover. It wouldn't even be close. Literally wouldn't even be close. Thank God for people who hate liars. Yeah. I know. Can you believe hating liars and hating pedophiles at the same time? What the fuck? What are you, a commie? The ruling class have unflinching class consciousness? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, what do you call content warning, trigger warning, Rick Scott? What the fuck do you call a demon like this? Rick Scott has the audacity to quote tweet Fox News. Fox News tweeted out saying, New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is all smiles as he boards a plane for Washington, D.C. ahead of his one-on-one meeting with President Trump at the White House. And Rick Scott, fuck you, has the audacity to say, here's the new face of the Democratic Party, a literal communist, on his way to the White House to be schooled by President Trump. First of all, someone pull up the Zohran L photo. Let me hand you this really quickly. Holy shit. Second, you are the world's biggest welfare queen, you fucking sack of shit. Here's the old veneered vampire face of the Republican Party, a literal crook whose company stole $1.7 billion, not million, billion, from Medicare and who pled the fifth 75 times when his thieving predatory talent got caught in the U.S. Treasury's cookie jar. Billionaire corrupt corporate capitalism has done far more damage to America's economy than democratic socialist policies like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid will ever do. I'm sure you guys understand why I said content warning. I'm sure you guys understand why I said trigger warning. He's just I'm telling you, half of the people in Congress that do this demonic shit, they have to be just like, they have to be fucking demons from hell, trying to make Earth hell. Like, I literally can't conceive of a world. Like, my brain cannot conceive of a world where I would ever be at the head of a company stealing $1.7 billion from Medicare. And then have the audacity to say that we should cut Medicare because these greedy poors want too much. Like, how is this guy not rotting in fucking prison? How is he not in prison? How do you steal $1.7 billion and you're not spending the rest of your life in jail? Or sorry, in prison. How? Like, in what world is that good policy? In what world is it good policy that you shouldn't be prosecuted by the state and that you shouldn't go to prison for fucking stealing $1.7 billion? Like, I genuinely, I just don't understand. I don't understand how you can commit massive. Again, this isn't million. This isn't 1.7 million. It's billion. $1.7 billion. And you're just like, it's okay. I get to be a senator. I feel like in a just world, you steal this much money, less, half, a quarter. Not even counting the deaths resulting from that. I mean, I feel like in a just world, you steal this much money from the government, you should serve the rest of your life in prison. You are a danger to the rest of society. You have such unbridled greed that you cannot be trusted to participate with the rest of society. You should be prosecuted by the state and you should spend the rest of your life in prison. I genuinely, I don't understand how that's not like, how that's not like already policy, because I feel like everyone already agrees. Makes me so mad. It makes me so mad that pieces of shit like this work so hard to make sure that, like, people who make nothing in this country don't have health care and die of treatable or curable illnesses so that this guy can fucking go on vacation for the 50th time this year. It's so insane to me. And then that people have the audacity that conservatives, and this is why it pisses me off so much, that Americans are just like, they're so fucked by their education system. So we have so many stupid people that conservatives get more mad at the idea that someone is frauding food stamps. They're committing fraud by getting $100 a month that they can only use on food. I don't give a shit. Oh my God. Besides the fact that fraud, which by the way, it's hard to even consider it fraud because what they classify it as is errors in payment. So the errors in payment could easily be on the sender's side, not the receiver's side. It's like 1%. It is such a minuscule amount of money that gets lost, that is overpaid out of the system. And guess what? Again, you can only spend that money on food. Okay, so I am okay with biting the bullet that a couple of Americans, a few thousand, God forbid, get an extra $100 for food that month. Oh, the horror. Oh, the terror. And this guy can steal $1.7 billion. And there's no prosecution. No time served. No reparations. Like, just, okay. Now you can continue being a member of civilized society. You only stole $1.7 billion. Oh my God. Anywho. My humble opinion. My humble opinion, chat. Oh, my alarm is going off. These people get to take billions, but heaven forbid a single mom wants to buy cookies. It's my alarm for trying to brush my cat's teeth. Wormy is predisposed to dental periodontitis. I might be mispronouncing that. And I have to start brushing her teeth. So I'm slowly getting her into it. But anyways, I can't believe people get mad and they're like, hot take. I don't think mothers should be able to buy food that I don't like for their kids. What do you mean this mother gets to buy cookies? I hate you. I hate you. Anyways. Do you see Fox running the only buy Christmas presents for 3 to 18-year-olds? Oh my fucking God. Don't.